Happy Saturday from everybody here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast because we are back with some more League of Legends. My name is Yanni. I am joined here by Root Dude, and we've got three very fun matches on tap as we do every Saturday, starting off with JDG then Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk, and finally the marquee match of the night, IG versus Top Esports. Root Dude, how you feeling about all of these, specifically ours?
I'm looking forward to immensely. This is a scrap for teams that I think have got a lot to prove. Looking even later on into the day, we've got a little bit of a litmus test once again for Invictus Gaming. Can they live up to some of the expectations that they've set on themselves and that roster put on themselves so long ago? And then obviously we've got a bit of a Nirvana heavyweight, well, I won't call it a heavyweight, but a bit of a Nirvana showdown that's going on down there in a series that I think people are going to really enjoy watching.
Yeah, and you know what? That's going to be very impactful for standings. And speaking of, let's take a look at how things are shaping up here in the LPL. You can take a look over at Group Ascend. JDG and WE are going to go at it in our first match. This is quite important because you really don't want to be in the 7th and 8th spots, because that means that you're going to face either NIP or EDG most likely, and those are really teams that you don't want to see.
Yeah, I think that WE need this win in particular for our first series to try and force JDG into that tricky position and try and force JDG to book up their ideas more than anything and just remind themselves that actually we're in real danger here. We're not a team that, you know, can afford this loss. Ultimately, though, if they find the win up against WE, it does push them back into the conversation for can they make it to top 4 as well. So a very lopsided way that this series can go, or a very important series for them. Are they in the conversation for getting pushed into the bottom 2, or in the conversation for being pushed into the top 4?
And yeah, and you know, you saw there, or even our second series of the day, again, has really huge implications. Both these teams at 2 and 5, with Thunder talking a 4-game loss streak. They're fighting for that 4th and final spot to just get to the play-ins. So you're going to want to stick around for that, even though, as you said, it's going to be a Nirvana banger. But let's go ahead and refocus here for JDG versus WE. The first thing we're going to do is talk about our JDG roster that we have here, because it is, again, far different if you are just joining us for Split 3 than it was in Split 2. With Xiaoshu in the top lane, Shun in the jungle, Scout in the mid lane, Pays and Shuo in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Shuo obviously coming in halfway through this split. They've decided that he's the player to take a look at, but we've still got that core trio in the jungle through to that mid lane. But for me, Shuo honestly has been a little bit lackluster in his appearance to this JDG roster. I mean, formerly he's played with some incredible talents, but there are very real instances of him. Previously, he's cleared a ward in this clip that you're seeing on your screen in the exact spot that he gets caught out, that he sees get placed down. So there are some instances where Shuo is getting caught and doing that for the team, but there are also instances, it is worth saying, where Shuo, you know, like in this instance, playing some good bait game, where he's able to actually find a quick pick, and even though it doesn't end up being totally perfect for his side, it is him looking to make some sort of engaged plays and make something happen for the JDG team, which, again, might have been something that they were missing.
Yeah, we haven't really yet to see him make a large impact one way or another, positively or negatively, which is why I think moving forward for the rest of this year, I actually think he's one of the more important players on this roster, maybe even the most important, just because we're so late into the year. I have a high doubts that and the JDG are probably going to make any changes down the line. If you do, it's like a real panic that you just hope something works out. But honestly, I don't think that's the move. And that means we have to see at least something positive come out of this guy, because without that, I just don't think JDG can actually do anything moving forward for the rest of 2025.
Yeah, if you're a JDG fan, your eyes need to be on the support player for him to make some sort of impact one way or the other. Whether it be, okay, we're doomed and it's over, or it be, okay, this guy's saving our squad. Either or of those, we've not yet seen it be either way, so we're still waiting to see what Zhuo's colours are going to look like. And honestly, it was a little bit tricky for me to go and try and find some of these instances of Zhuo making those plays, because they can be very few and far between, but also he's not got an awful KD whilst he's been on this roster. I think that importantly, looking back at some of his games on the Rakan, importantly, that's a really high priority pick for him, and he's frequently able to be mobile in that. So whether he can make some more plays taking what is a very highly sought after champion, we'll have to find out.
You're telling me he's a KDA player, bro? Ugh, unbelievable. He can't be doing that at the professional level. All right, now it's time for us to talk about the second team that we have today. Team WE, the lovable losers, I like to call them, because, man, it stinks seeing them win so many individual games but not able to get it done. The roster is the same as it's been for Split 2. It's Cube, Monkey, Karis, Taeyun, and Vampire. These guys are just trying to recapture the Split 2 magic that they had.
Yeah, and like you say, in fairness to this WE team, they have 11 wins so far through this split.
That's a lot of
They've played 10
wins.
series, right? So they're taking every single series apart from one that they lost. They find a game win in, which is, you know, kind of crazy. They're getting so many game threes and not able to convert on them, and that, you know, they're taking 2 games up against BLG in both of in each of the best of 3s that they play. They're doing incredibly well in one game in a series, and they're not quite able to hammer that home and to make it a really, really bright spot for them, where they've got this 2-8 roster or 2-8 scoreline now, and we're just sort of left wondering what their capabilities are.
Yeah, and I think that shows so plainly in whenever they play against teams that are higher than them in the standings. It has been an incredible struggle for these guys. It has been 68 days without a win against the top 6. That's a really, really long time.
Yeah, and it does, you know, really, really cost them dearly. When we look at this split number 3, and when they look at coming into potential playoff situations as well, they're likely to have to play their way through the play-ins, and if that's something that they can't even do convincingly, then you do start to question how they're going to do up against these top 6. They've really been a bit of a benchmark team, and maybe the LPL this split more than any has been a lot of benchmark teams, it feels like for me, where we've got a lot of them. If it is a lot of them.
Oh my God, today can be day 69.
Worse than them. Today could be day 69. You're not wrong.
Oh my goodness, this is a very, very special occasion. And I think that one of the bigger reasons why these guys haven't been able to get it done, specifically in Split 3, because we saw them have that nice run in Split 2, is their rock, one of the guys that they really relied on outside of Vampire and Monkey, has been Taeyun. And if you take a look at the way his stats have gone over the course of the split, the DPM is a lot lower. The damage percentage is actually higher, but the problem with this is that in Split 2, he was 2nd in damage percentage and 4th in DPM. And out here in Split 3, he's 8th in damage percentage and 7th in DPM amongst all 80 carries.
Yeah, and it's just a really big detraction from what WE were used to in split number 2 from Taeyun specifically. Now, obviously, the WE identity has changed quite significantly. They've gone from being this team who focuses quite heavily around the Taeyun diff, and now they look quite heavily toward Monkey to see what it is that he can provide for the team, whether the jungler can start them out strongly. And I think that that's something that maybe they've not yet fully adjusted to.
Yeah, it's been very tough to try to figure that out, especially because, you know, we need to see, you know, Taeyun play a little bit better and Cube play a little bit better. These guys who were these kind of rocks, at least Cube for a while at his peak was pretty solid. They need to do a better job in lane so they can protect Monkey early on, because a big issue that they run into is him getting disrupted early and things just falling apart from there. But another issue that plagues both of these teams, Rudude, is definitely this mid lane. This mid lane has been a black hole for both of these teams. And on the side of WE, it's Karis. Okay, maybe not entirely unexpected. A guy who's relatively unproven, you know, in Tier 2 LCK came over here. But on the other side, Scout, I mean, you know, he had a pretty okay series against top esports. He actually had a couple of bright moments, but overall throughout the year, it's just been a disaster for him.
And you could see that, you know, just in the KDs as well, both of these players getting caught out very frequently or not having the contributions to their side that they would like. I mean, an 11th KD8 for Scout is a woefully low scoreline for him, and this is somebody who, again, was getting all-pro votes, all-pro nods in split number 2 and has looked just completely opposite to that. Not really anywhere near worthy of those votes in split number 3. And then, as you've mentioned, Karis, maybe not somebody who we put into those upper echelons, but Scout was a double MVP in years gone by. And at this stage in his career, we were expecting more from him, and I think that JDG need that from him as well.
Without a doubt. And, you know, at least the damage percentage looks pretty nice, but I wonder how much of this is because, you know, PES has a hard time functioning early because of just things falling apart around the map, and he doesn't get too many opportunities to play hero ball, right, and kind of have more of this damage share on his team. But hey, if you're dealing damage, you are doing at least one aspect right. It's just all the other stuff of getting called out, whether it's a side lane, whether it's moving around the map into unwarded areas in the jungle, it's just been so poor. And I feel like if he cleans these up, dude, like JDG will look much better.
Yeah, I think that that's one of the real things that we've been struggling for. I think that the addition of Xiaozu in that top side has actually been very good. I don't think that JDG can really have too many complaints given what expectations of this player was coming into the split versus where he's performing. I think that JDG fans should be very happy, but that is not the same story for Scout, and that's something that will need to be addressed in quick order as well if JDG want to make a Worlds run.
And it has to start here, right? You cannot lose to Team WE. This is not going to inspire confidence. Yes, because they are 2-8, but also because these teams, they've been eerily similar, man. It is kind of worrisome if you're a JDG fan. 0 series wins against teams above them in the standings in Split 3. Team WE also 0 series wins, as we talked about just a couple moments ago. Right now, JDG are the big brother, but I don't know. This is the kind of time where the little brother's been grinding Mario Kart really hard and might be able to best the big brother today.
Yeah, I mean, last time these two teams played, JDG did come out on top, right? Like you were saying, WE haven't yet found a win versus a team, I think, not named FPX, which is the struggle currently. And then you think about, well, how are JDG doing? That they're not really taking games off of teams above them as well. But I do think that WE actually have a really good chance in this series to set my expectations for it. I'm really looking forward to WE actually, and I really think there's a lot more potential in this roster than what we've seen, and I think that this is a team that can give us a lot. And looking at that playoffs late stage of the season run, I'm really excited for what they'll do, and I'm sort of on the reverse of what I've mentioned for Weibo, where I really think that this team will perform above expectation, and I will not doubt them until they're out.
I think I am in full agreement mode here because we've seen this team do really crazy things. We've seen them catch fire. We've seen their stars like Monkey and Vampire at their peaks, and like when they've peaked this year, look really good. This is a team that does have a lot of growth out of those specific roles that they're still growing to do for these guys. But the fact that they work so well together, that does mean that yes, even if 2025 for some reason does not end the way you want it, with at least trying to be a surprise contender for a world spot, I think Monkey and Vampire are a really good nucleus that you could build on moving forward.
Yeah, and I think even keeping Taeyun in there as well might not be the worst thing in the world. I do think that a couple of new solo laners for WE will could give them a good shot going into 26, but the season's not over yet, and I do think that this team obviously is the same group of 5 players that took some real upset wins in split number 2, and obviously, if we had 4 people going to MSI, WE would have been one of them. So by extension,
that's crazy, by the way,
with Worlds being 4 seeds, if we see history repeat itself, who knows what WE could do.
The math is mathing. You are so right. The math is mathing.
Yeah.
The problem is it's not really looking like that, right? That's most of the issue because, again, we talked about it. You really want to get out of these bottom 2 spots because, EDG, they were like the certified best team in Nirvana, right? They finally got knocked off by an IP. So if EDG were a team that looked like you could certainly win a series against FPX or Team WE, and IP is that team too. So you don't even want to just be in those bottom 2. Because you don't want to mess with that. You'd rather just play, against LGD, against Thunder Talk, because I think that even FPX would probably take wins over them, and I think FPX looks far worse than WE.
Yes, agreed. And I think that that's honestly the main takeaway, is that these teams want to avoid being bottom 2. Realistically, for JDG, there's still a hope that they can make top 4, but expectation is that they probably won't do that. An 8-6 scoreline is going to be pretty close either way to try and break into that top 50 or top 4. Even if they, win all of the remaining games that they've got, which does seem a little unlikely. But WE, they know that they're most likely to be in the play-ins, barring any major catastrophes going on. in the higher levels of the standings. And with that, they know that they just need to try and avoid bottom 2 as best as possible, grab as many wins as they can, improve heading into the play-in stage. And I think that WE are kind of the dark horse of the bottom 2, really. There is, for me, a clear divide between FPX and WE, even though there's only a 1 series win between the two of them. And then it's about whether or not WE actually can get the series wins to feel like they're part of the chasing pack.
And I feel like it's still going to be really hard for them, mostly because at this point it seems like the book is out on this team, right, and how to beat them. It's pressure Monkey early through having pushing side lanes, right, and force Monkey to either be around to help his lanes or be worried about getting invaded in the jungle, right? Throw him off, the rest of WE will crumble around him. Rudude, with the way that Karis has been playing and the way that Cube has been playing, and even Taeyun to a certain extent, are there any pushing champions that get priority that you can play as Team WE and not have to worry about these guys later on getting picked on side lanes to make sure that you at least have a chance to win?
Hey, that's a very loaded question. You've broke it down into 3 things. Are there pushing champions? Yeah, I could play Morgana mid lane. Are there pushing champions that WE can play? Maybe I could play Victor, but that guy waits till he gets his E. Maybe I could play Tristana mid. Who knows? Or AD carry. Could I pick a champion that I could push that WE play and don't get caught out on side lane? Brother, we're asking a lot here. Maybe Attilia for Karis, if possible. And, you know, maybe looking at Orianna as well. There are champions that can do these things, but we are breaking it down into, can WE play perfectly with a perfect draft as a 2-8 team? I'm going to say probably not.
Okay, they don't need to play perfectly. They just need to make sure that they get their jungler out of an early game, make sure he's in a stable position so their jungler and support can go and do things. And yes, we are asking a lot of a team of these guys because they are 2-8. Like, there is... Like, even just that strategy of, hey, Monkey and Vampire will get the job done, we've seen has not worked consistently enough.
And in fairness, again, like we say, they're 2-8, but they've got 11 game wins. So they're taking wins off of the big teams. And I think that's where my deluded hopium comes in, is that they can actually do something with the fact that they're able to take games away from the best teams. And as we move into playoffs...
I don't think it's a delusion.
I sure
I'm
hope
kind of
not.
with you. Yeah, I mean, they have more individual game wins than JDG, than Weibo, the same amount as IG. Like, you know, they're a 2-8 team, but in their hearts, they're more like a 4-5 team, right? And if you believe, you can achieve.
That's true. I mean, the achievement for WE would be to make it really any
just
further
win.
than play-ins. Yeah, like if they lose their play-in series, that's something that's on the cards. I won't go as far as to say likely, but it's on the cards. And then that series in playoffs, whichever one they end up playing, is going to be the important one that we'd like to see them try and win.
Seeing the teams take the stage with JDG first, and now Team WE out there. We see a couple of hoodies on, couple of no synergy, couple of hoodies, couple of t-shirts or jerseys. No synergy on these guys. Hold on, wait. It's Monkey. Wait, hold on. Was it Monkey and Vampire wearing the short sleeves? No, I think. No, damn. I thought it was. I was
Not
like,
even
oh
short
man,
sleeve
these guys are in
the
sync.
jungle support. That's what you hate to see, really. And I mean, even still, you know, sometimes it's chilly. Some people are colder than other people, Yanni. You know, they get on that stage and under the bright
cold
lights.
Hands? Yeah, I mean, you've played competitive games. I've played competitive games. I assume you've gotten cold hands before a competitive game.
No. I was just bad. But I played as well as I could. It was just that I played awfully.
Dude, I've had cold hands against like full challenger teams, bro. It's tough. I've gotten those cold hands back in Season 4. Season 4, Season 5 for a little bit. I remember sitting there
the game back then?
Saturday morning. I was D4. So I thought I was good at the game. And I would enter these tournaments with my team. And my mid laner, who ended up being Tanner DeMonte, who people may know as DeMonte. And he was not able to carry us out of the first round, so he immediately left. Because he was, D2 at the time. And he was far better than us, as evidenced by the fact that he's the only player out of that team that went pro.
It was unfortunately not Tanner time back in Season 4, and we were the broken clock, bro. It was not his fault. Oh, I see. Okay, he just couldn't
Yeah, the
carry
rest
you
of the team
guys.
stunk, bro. We were bad.
4 wards, just walking
No, we weren't even
around.
wards, bro. We were
Oh.
not even wards.
No sight stones picked up. Wriggles lanterns only on across the whole team.
All right. So, JDG. All right, we just need to see Scout play well. We need to see Scout play well against Karis, please.
We do.
I'm really not trying to rag on Karis here because that's not my style. I don't like doing that. But
Just
this is a
realistically.
matchup. Yes, this is a matchup that we should see. All right, Scout, it's time to take care of business, bro. You look pretty okay against Cream. If you take care of business against Karis and you're pretty okay against the top mid laners, this team can have a turnaround.
Yeah, and I think that that's the important part, is that we need to just see that mid lane for JDG be really shored up again. And I think that in this series, it is on paper the area of the map where you think that surely JDG are just going to roll WE here, because it is just a complete disparity in class, in experience, in skill, as we move into our draft here for game number 1. Yunara, one champ that's still available. Pantheon, the other, that we see get frequently targeted in the ban phase. Let's see if either of those get lost in the final set.
Even Rumble's still available too. So a lot of really powerful champions that are on tap. Trundle, it's now getting banned away too. So we're going to see these power picks fly off the shelf here in game 1.
Yeah, and Azir still open for that mid lane as well, with Orianna still a pick that teams might look to focus. We've got Yunara, Azir, and that Pantheon. 3 very typically highly prized picks. Wouldn't be surprised if JDG don't ban any of them, and then look to take 2 of them on their second phase, or on their first set of picks.
There's some Karis masks out in the crowd. That's
Nice.
very cool. I guess that's a regular thing of just masks with player names on them. I have not seen too many. And I would really like to see more. One thing that we're going to see more of is Yunara and also Kai'Sa, as they are both locked in on each side.
Yeah, and that's the JDG pivot, is that they are happy to give up Yunara. Means that they, want this Kai'Sa pick. They're happy to take it into that AD carry role, and happy to say that actually this Kai'Sa can outperform Yunara as we move into the late game, or that it can at least do a little bit more. And for WE, a little bit of a blast from the past. This is going to be a put everything in the Taeyun pocket and try and make sure that he can carry you through the game. And we've talked about the fact that this WE roster was previously a very monkey-centric roster through Split 3, but he's just put himself on Skarner duty. This is back to Split 2. This is the Taeyun show.
Yeah, and this is what worked a lot in Split 2. As Skarner has done so well, I do wonder if they're going to pick the Rumble here early, specifically because the Skarner Rumble combo is incredibly strong. And it looks like we will see Vampire on the Nico here, so not his typical burly engaged champion.
Do still think there's an element of doubt in my mind when we see Vampire take these squishy engage style champs, because he can engage very well, but I think that on something like a Nico, it's very easy to get caught out and very easy to get picked off if you don't quite remember where you can and can't be on the map. Looking at those wards already, though, WE, they've got a very solid go-in composition, right, with the team fighting capabilities of Skarner, Nico, and Yunara. Deathballing is their friend. JDG currently a little bit more pick-centric, and with that Pantheon, with that Kai'Sa, we're looking to see how they can facilitate the dive in this second round, and what it is that really that WE can stop them with.
Taking a look at a couple options in the second half of bans, I really like this last pick. Aurora coming through, because that Rumble is still on the table, and it's a champion that Cube's picked up, and with the synergy, they could send the Aurora into it if it got picked up. Counter matchup that Rumbles really hate playing against, so that's always nice. We're going to see Mbessa and Annie off the table as we look for a good pairing with the Skarner out of the mid lane for Karis.
Yeah, we've still got a good few mids up and available, with Orianna still a pick to be considered. Victor was another that might have been taken but has been banned away, one that Karis has frequently defaulted back to as well. Neither side yet to pick a support either, and I think that banning away Zhuo from Rakan is a really wise idea. This is the pick that he's defaulted to very frequently. In terms of engaged supports to pair up with Kai'Sa, we've still got everything. Alistair has been the sort of S-tier support that teams have looked for, has been the most frequently sought after. Still got Rel, still got Nautilus, still got Leonis. There are plenty of picks for both of these teams to look for, or for JDG to look for specifically. They do go for the Nautilus, so they're keeping in theme with that pick thread.
It's a great lane duo. The problem is what you see on the other side. The Nico Yunara will make life pretty hard for Zhuo. See if Vampire is able to outplay the Nautilus. That Rumble that we were talking about does end up getting locked in along with the Orianna. So we'll see if JDG wants to flex this Aurora to the top side or if they'll just lock in a top laner of their own.
It is full death ball for WE. They just want to 5 versus 5. They want to set up for Taeyun. And in fairness, Kai'Sa and Cube have got a good amount of agency themselves in this game, playing the carries out themselves. But the Ornn, a great answer to the Rumble in the laning phase. Zhao Zhu has done very well so far for this JDG roster. And acting as that stable frontline, there's a world where JDG can look to play these front to backs. But I do think that those big ticket ultimates that WE have are going to be very important and can win them team fights.
100%. I want to see this team at level 6 fight for every single damn objective, dude, right? I want to see them, whatever objective is up, they say, hey, we're coming here, and if JDG want to walk into us, bring it. We will fight you everywhere.
Yeah, because walking into a Nico is really tricky. Walking through Equalizer, again, really difficult. But
are you sure it's a Nico? It could be a Ward. It could be a Taeyun.
Could be a Blast
It could even be a
Who
boat.
knows?
Well, it can't be a boat.
No, it can't be a boat. Not the right vibe, unfortunately, to try and bring Nautilus onto the other side of the rift. Either way, we have got to consider that JDG's composition is this pick-centric comp. They've got a bit of a front line in the Ornn. They've got a little bit of the ability to play with just one target being the focus because they've got such a bulky front line. And that the way that their champions are going to look to interact, it's if they hook the Skarner and can kill the Skarner, that's then going to facilitate them to dive on forward and go for all of those chain kills afterwards using Killer Instinct. And I think that that's going to be really important, is trying to make sure that JDG don't use the Kai'Sa ulti for picks that aren't worth it, for picks that are to start a fight, want that to chase down and close out the fight afterwards.
Exactly. And for JDG, making sure that you are disrupting Team WE, that every single time, as you said, with the pick comp going, making sure, hey, now it's a 5v4. Now we get to take this objective. You don't get any of these. So we're going to head on to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of the first best of 3 series of the day. JDG versus Team WE coming at you.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
They need to move the mic.
Yeah, I hear the screaming. It's very impassioned. I feel it, but I just don't hear it.
Yeah. Either way, we're in the WE arena, so you'd like to think that there are at least some gyos going on here.
True.
For the home team, early level 1 wards being set up, and once again I do want to highlight quickly that we've got junglers on the Rift who can both look to impact the map very early on. That being said as well, we've got a Nautilus to help set up in the bot lane. The Aurora is, or the Orianna, excuse me, in the mid lane is very immobile. So I'm looking at Jun actually to have some real impact, as he's making a very early aggression into this Raptor pit, looking to take this away very early on. Level 1 invade, he's a little bit delayed, but doesn't mean that Monkey can stop him.
You know what? I really like the start in the opposing jungle, and if you want to do stuff like that, well, you can use prodiff, one of our sponsors. Prodiff is absolutely fantastic. You should use it. You should enjoy it. If you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games, you can take the opportunity to learn directly from pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now and making cool jungle plays like that is to schedule a coaching at prodiff.gg with an active or recent player in the NACL, ERLs, or LTA that'll teach you to play like a pro. Use code LPL10 at checkout and get 10% off and support the LPL English broadcast.
Zhuo might look for a flash engage here as Jun is down on this bot side. Ideally, JDD can ding level 2, and then they can look for a fight, but WE just a little bit wise to it. Importantly, looking at the camp stolen, Jun took away the red buff and the Raptors, didn't stick around for the Krugs. Now Monkey is going to be spotted on his cross very briefly there, very, very briefly. If JDG weren't paying attention, they might not have known, but Monkey's at the very least going to be able to take the Raptors back.
Yeah, they did ping it out, so they are aware that this is happening. And one of the issues here is that, you know, we talk about it a lot, being able to disrupt Monkey a little bit, especially on a champion like a Skarner, right? I think if both these sides are farming till 6, obviously it will favor Shun a little bit more because of the global presence, but a level 6 Skarner is incredibly scary when you have a couple of people grouped up.
We might even be able to take the red buff as well here. It's looking like Monkey will steal away the Krugs for sure and has actually started on the red, so he's going to come away with a slight camp advantage here. Maybe envisioning this vertical jungling, which honestly for WE isn't my plan that they would have gone for at all. Remember that this composition from WE is about protecting Taeyun, making him get to the late game, and leaving your jungle on the opposite side of the map really doesn't subscribe to that.
Yeah, the good news is no punishment to actually come out so far. And I think that even if you're only down a little bit of CS, it's okay. You're in a totally fine spot. As we know, this champion, Yunara, in the late game will go absolutely crazy. We do see Monkey heading on his way down, just to probably pick up a second set of chickens. I wonder if they'll be on a collision course at some point.
Now, the really interesting thing here is that Jun delaying the Krug take is actually going to delay Monkey's second clear a little bit. Maybe just anticipating that he could clear at the same speed and make it so that he gets his second spawn of camps through in tandem. So like you clear the Krugs after the Raptors or Raptors after the Krugs. It's going to be really delayed before those Krugs actually respawn, and means that his bot side camps are desynced. He can't have that efficient second clear. So we'll see what he ends up adapting to and seeing whether Monkey can keep up with the pace of a Pantheon in the early stages of this game. But we've got a lane swap started here, Yanni, here, and I'm looking importantly at that minimap. Pays walked up the top side, caught 6 minions, pushed a wave out, and then is immediately recalling and I think moving back down to that bot side. So a lot of early game movement from this JDG side as Taeyun is struggling to get those last hits under the turret with just the wrong amount of damage on his kit.
Really like this move here because this will allow JDG to get the dragon started early if they want to, right? Especially against a team that wants to scale a little bit more with this Yunara, and you've got a lot of early power with some of the champions that JDG have. Using that, throwing your weight around to secure these objectives and make sure that WE will be pressured later on to fight maybe at inopportune times is really important.
I do want to call out quickly that, you know, we were talking about our mid lane matchup this time round, that Scout just very briefly here has that small advantage, and now with Zro walking into the mid lane, I think to defend these Raptors, or at least attempt to. Could see an early fight up here. Scout level 6, Karis level 6 as well. But JDG know that they're face checking into a position that they don't really have full vision over.
Throw your weight around. Here we go. Hook's going to land. Where's Karis going to put this shockwave down? Let's see. Bringing it over. He's going to use it. Shoa's going to flash away. But First Blood was already picked up as Vampire could not survive.
Yeah, and Vampire there just took all the damage from Nico and flashed nothing at the end. A pretty disastrous flash from the support from WE there. And it is Scout making the first impact felt in this game number 1. And a 300 gold and a good recall to boot. And like you said, that shockwave didn't really hit the marker. Didn't really give the leverage that we thought WE were going to have, and for my money as well, did look like WE were going to be able to do quite a good amount of work in that fight. Unfortunately, a well-timed Ichtal's impact makes the stun from Jun go wide, and really means that they don't really have as much fighting power as they'd have first thought.
Yeah, and you talked about it, Vampire on these non-tanky champions. What are you really going to get out of him? He's been a little inconsistent, you know. A poorly used flash, as you said, just maybe cosplaying a tank there. You know, maybe he could have turned into Monkey and been like, hey guys, I'm tanky, right? But that was not the case.
Unfortunately not. Even still though, for WE, I think it was a good point for them to get a little bit of free time onto Taeyun. He's able to grab a little bit of experience solo and able to work his way slowly, it looks like, toward this Raptor Slayer. But it's not to go unmentioned that Pays also got that same free time on his own and got a little bit of solo experience. Yes, he's sacrificing a bit of time here to go and help with the dragon, but he's got that cull. He's going to be quite happy moving into this mid game on the Kai'Sa, likely to hit that first item plus the components of Ginsu's very early on, so we can get that double upgrade spike nice and early and make sure that that mid-game power from this JDG pick composition can come through.
Now with Grubs spawning right about now, curious to see if this is going to be more of a vehicle for WE to try to get one of these fights that we're talking about where they can be so strong, or if it's just going to end up being a sacrifice by JDG. I don't think really either of these teams are going crazy for Grubs. I think you're always happy to have them regardless, but they're not any champions that are like, these are a must-have.
No, and I think that importantly, this just gives you that little bit of extra pushing power as well, like the amount of times, especially with BLG, that we've seen the presence of Grubs actually be a bit of an indicator as to whether or not a game can end. We'll keep our eyes out for us. Vampire gets a nice route there, catches a full Yunara W as well to add insult to injury. But I do want to highlight some of the strengths, the weaknesses of this WE composition, and talk specifically as well a little bit about the Yunara champion, as still a little bit new in the Rift, and want to remind people that the WE comp is a very level 6, very ultimate dependent composition, and that goes for Taeyun as well. If he doesn't have an ultimate, his fighting power, think like a Zeri, is much, much weaker.
Lying in wait, transcend oneself, getting popped, and Paze is in big trouble. Monkey is coming through too. Double knock up there by Zhuo. The question is, can he actually survive? Oh, it looked like he was just outside. Oh! Taeyun! Oh my goodness, what a play. The flash forward with the Arc of Ruin, and the double is his.
Yeah, finds a nice E-flash, and the W comboed there. Really well executed by Taeyun and by WE in general. Vampire with a double Tangle Bobs to start that off, and Pace thinks that he's safe with his ulti, with his flash, to get out to safety, but Taeyun's got other ideas here. Remember, this WE composition is all about funneling gold into this Yunara champion. 2 kills, goes back to base, finishes off that Kraken, and is able to now really start to snowball through this fight. You can see they're spam hoping, pinging that they can get their jungler in time for this, but Pace with an early cleanse means that he has to tank a little bit of the CC, and then Taeyun here, look at this, with his ulti, uses the E, uses the laser from the Transcendence with the flash buffer as well. Very well executed, showing real mastery of that champion that has only just been released.
Guy that we've really said needs to step up for WE, be that consistent damage dealer that we've seen him be in Split 2, already opening the game up with 2 kills, putting Team WE in a pretty okay spot early. You want to accelerate as best you can. Now, 2 minutes till the next dragon, and JDG has already put an emphasis on it, and they are a little worried, I'm sure, about Taeyun's skills.
Yeah, there's a distinct disparity now between the AD carries. Previously, they were pretty much on pace with one another, just sort of matching those item components, working toward the Kraken, but now Taeyun, with that completed item, with that extra 600 gold, feels very, very good about his state in the game, and I'm hoping that WE can use this to honestly find the majority of those next set of neutral objectives. We've got a dragon spawning in 90 seconds. We're going to have Karis hopefully finishing off that Rod of Ages in not too short a time as well, as he's just chunking out Scout with the Shockwave. But I think that this early fighting now around that dragon has all of a sudden become much more favourable for WE, or try and use that timer to get gold elsewhere.
I like what Karis did there, just to force Scout to back. The teleport's going to be used, although it looks like Scout will stick around a little bit longer to catch this wave. It's now less than a minute until this dragon, but things naturally haven't really changed all too much. Still wondering when these top laners are going to get involved, because eventually they have to. They're so impactful, especially Cube's equalizer early on. And of course Xiaoshu, Call the Forge God, that'll do something too in these fights.
Yeah, and that finished Kenneck Rooken as well is going to feel very good for Xiaozu as somebody who's going to be, taking majority magic damage. Even the Yunara has a little bit of magic damage built into every single auto attack, so making sure that you've got the exact right defensive capabilities here is going to feel very good. And I think that with the other AD threat being Monkey, you're not too worried about a Vi from the jungle dealing damage to you. So this Kinetic Rucken is going to do work overtime for Xiaozu, who, again, for this JDG roster has been a bit of a bright spot, really, a little bit unanticipatedly so, but has certainly been somebody that I think like JDG could look towards as somebody to pilot their top lane for a good few splits to come.
Dragon going to get started up by Team WE here. You do see Shun lying in wait. Teleport's going to be coming in from Xiaoshu. Here comes a big Pop Blossom on top of it. Here we go. Scout is down. Vampire going to get traded out, but Taeyun has transcended. He is a god amongst men early on in this game. Big call the Forge God, but he can't find the turnaround on the Monkey. Xiaoshu will be able to take him out. Big double knockup too, but Taeyun is just surviving these fights, getting in big damage. Shun trying to get onto Taeyun here as he manages to find a kill. He will finally find the AD carry, but he's still alive. He stays alive,
dodge,
and he gets it done. Oh my goodness, that was an ace.
Taeyun and WE ace JDG around the Dragon. Now they don't secure the objective. Importantly, this probably gives JDG a chance to get back out onto the map because those death timers are so small, and because WE need to reset, they are likely going to try and find the Drake off the back of this as JDG. But they're going to be doing it with a bit of taste in their mouths of having just lost that fight. A very well executed 5 versus 5. The TPs come through from the top laners. We see everything committed. And again, it's all about WE's AD carry. How well is Taeyun able to position in this fight? Now, Monkey starts it off. He's looking for Paze as well, but doesn't quite find him. Now, Taeyun tanks that Nautilus ulti. But from here, he's doing a very good job at keeping up that DPS. Now, look at this. As soon as he sees that he gets hit by the knockup from Xiaozu, he plays very safely. Actually walks back and sees his Pantheon ulti coming in, makes the conscious choice that he can't continue DPSing in that front line. He auto resets with his Q to take down Xiaozu, and then sidesteps the final spear from Jun, who cancelled an auto attack that would have taken down the Yunara.
Everything about that was so crazy, from the auto attack over that thick wall, just barely in range, to that sidestep. This guy, really, it must have hurt us in the pregame, Rudude, because he is playing out of his mind early on, and it was so nice to see Team WE protect him in that fight. That means the Dragon is theirs. There's going to be very little hope for JDG to stack these Dragons, and now they are big time behind the 8 ball, down about 2,500 with a Herald spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, look at some of the gold advantages in this game as well. It's not just an overall 2.5k lead that we need to talk about, it's where that gold is lying, and currently it's a full zeal for Taeyun. It's the components being picked up of a second item for Monkey, and it's those real disparities as we look at potential team fights that are going to happen. Again, Rift Herald spawned 15 seconds ago. So we need to keep our eyes up and on this top side to see if teams are going to look to contest for it. We can already see Cube walking his way up from bot side. 5 members of JDG fully committed here.
I love this attempt on the scout here, but he's going to drive right into the wall, and now the rest of JDG is going to turn around right onto the jungler. The shockwave lands big impale too as he's trying to move around. Taeyun has transcended, and there's another Pop Blossom, and he's looking for priority targets. He gets knocked up by Xiaoshu as he's stuck against the wall of flash over, and here's Paze right in his face, and he'll get the job done. But Cube has to try to turn this fight around, but he doesn't have the damage. He's got cooldowns, he's got to flash away, but it's Karis at full HP with a lot of low health members of JDG, and he's putting in work, moving the ball around like an expert, getting that kill, and now he smells blood in the water with double buffs, looking for Scout, who's low on mana, low on health, and he doesn't have a lot of movement speed to escape either, and Cube will survive, and it's another win for WE.
Just barely, though. It's a 4 for 3 in the long run. Paze makes it.
Oh!
Again, yeah, man, that was the closest that we will see from those types of Ws. A 4 for 3 overall. Importantly, though, I think Paze getting the shutdown onto Taeyun is a really big boost for this JDG composition, right? This is a composition of players, of people who have been relatively inconsistent, but it's been Paze who's been the player that you need to look towards as that carry for somebody who can come online. Now, where WE have frequently faltered is where Monkey goes for these plays that don't quite work out. Unfortunately, again, a little bit of missed synergy between Karis and Monkey. If that Impale lands at the same time, maybe they can get 3 people with the Shockwave and do a little bit more work with it. I think Xiaozu, once again, recognizing where that high priority threat is, immediately jumping onto Taeyun, immediately knocking him up with the Call the Forge God. And now we're going back to live where it looks like it's round 2 for the Herald.
Xiaoshu has been such a good player for JDG so far. Fortunately, not going to be able to make his mark on this Rift Herald going down, so WE will secure that. That's feats for them as well. They also have that 3 grubs, so this Rift Herald is going to have a high impact, Rudude, maybe within the next 2 minutes, as they'll probably use the secure drag. No, they're just going to use it now. Surely that was unintentional.
But either way, they are firing the Rift Herald straight down mid lane. For good or for bad, for better or for worse, this is their outcome.
It's happening.
I would say their
it's
choice.
Happening. You see a lot of members moving over too as Monkey wants to get up close and personal. Flashes after Pays, caught him, and this guy is still alive somehow, but he burns away finally. Teleport comes in, his scout wants to join the party and try to save his team, but listen, Goose is cooked right now as WE continue the push. Taeyun is transcended, and now they want to get hits onto this turret. Big shockwave lands as they disrespect Karis, and he makes them pay.
Yeah, that's rule number 1 usually of Orianna gameplays. Don't stand next to the ball, and unfortunately for JDG, they just stand front and center underneath the turret, tank a shockwave, and for Pays there, he's got no flash, so he does his best to try and get out to safety. Unfortunately, unsuccessfully so. It's Monkey who picks him out of a lineup and decides that he is going to fall. And that's that target acquisition that we've praised Xiaozu for previously. Now we get to praise Monkey for it this time round as he, cleanses the knockup and cleanses the stun after the knockup from Vampire. Does his best to escape, but the follow-up from WE just way too high. And then Karis here, I mean, he just puts the ball down and Scout
it's
and
Xiaozu,
they're just walking at it.
They said, ooh, pretty, ooh, shiny, and Scott
like
caught by it. And, yeah, this is probably the worst we've seen JDG play this entire split, to be quite honest with you. I think WE has done a great job, but we also would be remiss if we didn't mention that JDG has made a lot of misplays this game, and now 30 seconds until this Otacon. We have seen a lot of Otacon throws recently, so there is opportunity for JDG to find a way back in.
5k lead is definitely tricky to throw. We obviously can't say it's impossible, but
we've seen
extend that gold lead even further by taking this tier 1 turret down on the bot side. Drake spawn, Atacon spawn. This is likely to just be a very clean sweep of those objectives down on the bot side for WE, with Xiaozu pushing on that top side. He's going to be able to grab a little bit of gold back for himself, but again, with teleport, he can try and make a little bit of impact on this bot side. I think contesting the Atacon seems to be the prevailing opinion for the majority of these teams, as actually Monkey wasn't quite close enough to smite the dragon, but they've TP'd in here, JDG, so some sort of contest feels like it's on the cards.
Zhuo is a little bit out of position here. He will be able to use the hook to get back to the rest of his team. So that Otacon attempt pulls the teleport out of Xiaoshu, so alright, well played by WE. Good restraint shown too by an LPL team, very rare.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Taeyun's about half HP right now, not giving off the most confidence that they can look for that Atacon just off the rip, so they're going to take the resets, give a little bit of time. The tier 3 boots get picked up for Taeyun as he's a little bit short of any form of gold, so make sure that they can have as much power going into this Atacon fight as possible. Seems like the best way to spend that gold for the AD carry. And now they've obviously taken some resets, have to sacrifice all of their vision down on the bot side, now have to try to re-establish it. But before JDG, how do you get into this fight? Reminder that this is a pick comp from the JDG composition. Yes, we've seen some okay team fights from them off the back of Xiaozu making some good Call the Forge Gods, but their pick is really good. Their 5v5 not so great, and they've got to try and force their way through a 5v5 composition that has Shockwave, Impale, plus the Equalizer, plus a Pot Blossom. It's not easy for JDG to ever try to face check this.
It only works when you're on even footing, and in this game, you are not on even footing. Cube coming in from the side. He's got a nice spot to maybe drop a high-quality Equalizer as Vampire goes in. There's that Equalizer. They blow up the jungler. Next target is going to be Xiaoshu as he gets on top of the backline here. But guess what? Taeyun, once again, well protected, transcended, and has a double kill. It is now a 5v3 as Taeyun smells blood in the water, and he gets his triple kill with just nary a sliver of HP. And the Otacon goes to WE.
And again, a clean fight on the bot side from WE. Yes, Monkey falls. The Scout fancy this here. He's got flash. QE doesn't quite find anything as one of the recalls had come through, and Taeyun not window shopping very wisely. But 4-for-1 Atakan and WE are looking to put this game number 1 to bed. Again, looking at the timers for when objectives are going to be spawning. We've got a Baron in 2 minutes 30 and the Drake in 4 minutes after that. So it's going to be a really good window for WE to try and set themselves up and take some gold. Joao on this Nautilus has been unfortunately relatively invisible, and Vampire with a good double knockup. He knows that at this stage of the game, any fight is a good fight, so just start the timer. Let's get something going. Taeyoon's flash gets himself not knocked up by Xiaozu, and a really good auto once again from him to buffer through Xiaozu's flash. Then he dives in, decides to take the 1v1, try to go honest with FaZe, manages it with a little bit of help from that command dissonance and the command protect. Keeps himself a little bit more mobile, gives himself that extra resists as well. Means that FaZe not quite able to try and trade that 1-4-1.
And you can tell that Taeyoon's feeling himself because his team was not prepared for him to walk up that far and say, I'm going to take a 1v1 against one of the best AD carries in the league, man. You know what? I'm feeling strong enough, and it almost went poorly, but honestly, even if it did, it would have just been, you know, Golden Pace's pocket is nothing to scoff at, but in this state of the game, I'm not sure if it would have made too much of a difference. Team WE now sieging up on the top side. Xiaoshu on an island here is going to use his Call of the Forge God, but it is going to get interrupted. The hook's going to go down onto Monkey. Here comes Vampire, but the Pop Blossom's not going to land. Neither is the Equalizer, as perhaps Team WE should kind of back off after that one. A little oopsie on these ults.
Hey, they used their ults and they got the big gold turret. That's what we...
Okay! Never
Monkey!
mind, oopsie here, as they are going to decimate JDG. Monkey and Karis high-fiving each other on a beautiful play.
That's the duo that we wanted. That's just Shockwave and Impale combo that just tears teams to shreds. Monkey with a second flash Impale of the game, but this time it nets them 3 massive kills. And even without the Baron here, Yanni, they're looking to break open the base.
Yeah, who needs Baron when you have 3 grubs, everybody alive, and an 8,000 gold lead, Rude Dude? As the top inhibitor will go down here. They will stick around for it. Looked like they were fading away, but JDG has no way to chase.
And it's just really good play by WE, right? Like this is why I'm really high on the WE train, why I'm, you know, campaigning for this organization to continue to do great things. We're seeing them pull out these really solid game victories up against teams that are higher than them in the standings. The issue with WE is that they can't do it for more than 1 game in a series if they're not named FPX, but Monkey here, a clinical engage, finds all 3, Shockwave lands on top of it, and from here you could turn your monitors off if you wanted to, WE. That was a fight that was handed to you on a silver platter, and I feel like this is really the moulding of Split 2 and Split 3 combined, where the team fights we've been talking exclusively about Taeyoon and what this Yunara has to offer. But Split number 3, we've been talking a lot about Monkey and the fact that this is his show, this is his team to do great things with. And there are glimpses of it in game number 1 here as well, where Monkey's the one finding the play, starting those fights, and putting WE in a firm position of control.
Skarner's been such a good champion for him this year, and you can just see why. He's put on a show for himself. Even Karis has had a really strong game. Joao is just caught out here. You know, it's late game Nautilus, man. It happens.
If you can't, you know, if you can't get vision down with your team, it's just curves.
What can you do?
Yeah, and at this stage, 0-7-6, Nautilus game, maybe 1-2 forget more than anything, but you can see Vampire and Karis just trying to bully June out. Has got the ulti to try and get in, but they need to make a route for JDG to start.
All right, we see Scout trying to make a play, but guess what? They've gone all in on Scout, as over on the side, Xiaoshu, just nothing he can do. We're going to trade him out, get our support back, as the Baron has begun once again.
A couple of ultis burned though. They've not got Impale, not got the Taeyoon Transcendence, nor Pop Blossom. Have still importantly got Equalizer plus Shockwave, and there is still Vision in the pit. It doesn't really look like WE know that they're doing this on Vision either.
Oh my goodness, Whoa, no. Whoa, no.
And this is just a waiting game. Jun needs to try and get into the pit here. Use his ulti to
right,
try and
here
do
he
it.
goes.
He goes early though.
He's getting in there. He's 2v1. Yeah, he is way too early, and Taeyoon says, I'll take that. Scout hops over the wall just to make a cameo appearance. That's Baron for WE. An absolute decimation. Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, there's teleports. This game's over.
Yeah, with the Baron at their back, I mean, this may be one tad overzealous. Cube coming in.
Nah, he's fine. Look at all the damage. He's putting Pays on the spit roast right now. Flash is on top of him. Vampire will follow it up to help out his boy as Pays burns to a crisp. And the rest of JDG will as well. 27.5 minutes. And JDG lifeless and listless as Team WE made all the plays.
29-7 the final game score, and like you said, from the very get-go it was WE just handing W after W to their own side and giving JDG a real thing to think about moving into game number 2. Again, this is unfortunately for WE a story as old as this split, where they have a really good game victory, but then they need to try to close it out. I'm still conscious of the fact that in the rest of this series, they need to find the win. They need to put their stamp on this series and say that we are a team who can contend with the rest of the pack. They are a team that, you know, knocked out top esports, knocked out massive organizations in Split 2, and they need to do that again.
Yeah, I just don't know what's going on with this team. It is really, really tough to watch, but all I know is Team WE, wow, what a game. Taeyun shutting us up on the broadcast. It was a wonderful 2v2, a nice sneaky play, and then just so much skill. You can tell, you mentioned it earlier, that like already displaying a high-level mastery on a champion that has just recently come out. More pros need to take notes from Taeyun when it comes to that sort of thing. There are too many players that don't grind that many games. I don't even know how many games he's grinded, but you can tell that he's put the work in, because just doing stuff like that is beautiful. You've already proven it. And even if you played so little games, well, I guess they just made the champion for you.
Yeah, and I mean, just like even 15-20 minutes in practice tool, like you can do so much to learn how a champion functions, the inputs that you need, and how all of that comes about in a game of League of Legends as well. But for Taeyun, a really solid performance. I mean, both he and Monkey, to be fair, had a really, really great game, and I think that's where WE look their best, where they have the molding of Split 2 and Split 3 of, okay, Split 3 is the Monkey show. He's been the one who's characterizing himself as the carry and being that person who's leading the team to success. And then you've also got Taeyun, who's there just pumping out DPS like he was in Split 2, where there wasn't really any faltering happening. And the working of those two things in tandem is just so poetic to see, and it really does make WE look like an incredibly scary team.
And over on the other side, we cannot say the same for JDG. Xiaoshu, hey, big credit to you. This guy tried so hard in this game. Pays did too, but Shun specifically and Zhuo, a net negative of this game, I think, but Shun, I mean, this guy was invisible.
Yeah, I mean, both the jungle and the support didn't really ever feel like they managed to get anything off to the races.
6.8k damage.
I don't remember a Grand Starfall that wasn't the one into the pit as the game ended. And that speaks more to, you know, what it was that Jun wasn't doing in this game, where he's just playing this PvE style of Pantheon and never really looking to punish in a mobile mid lane situation, never really looking to take down the Yunara either. And you can see in the post-game stats here for WE, this is probably how they want the graphs to look. Damage percentage split evenly among their 3 carries. They've got Vampire and Monkey setting up for them as well, with their slightly, spread kill participation amongst those carry roles. For JDG, it just looks much more depressing.
It's just so tough. I mean, 6.8k damage Pantheon, dude. I mean, that's brutal. Like, I know you're behind, but I mean, you have to make enough impact in the early game for you to really leave your mark on this game, especially on a champion like Pantheon that we've seen be pick ban status, that has run over games at times, and just not doing anything here, especially for a guy that, when he comes into JDG, is expected to not only be a big glue guy for the team, but also bring a lot of good play out of the jungle that we just have not seen in 2025.
I mean, I will say I do think this is an uncharacteristic performance from Jun. I do think he's been one of the slightly brighter performing parts of JDG, especially throughout the whole year. Maybe this split, we could argue that there's not so much there, but in this game specifically, right, it was without a doubt an uncharacteristic shocker, as we're getting a glimpse and a look at maybe Pays getting a little bit ruined by Riot's hitboxes, but even still, it's Monkey making those plays, and it's WE that are just being unrelenting in their aggression.
Well, the good news is for game 2, it's don't do whatever we did in game 1 if you're JDG, right? I think one of the big issues that they had was no early disruption on Monkey, right? Monkey got the better of the early jungle pathing, right? Because Shun did not go and take those bottom Krugs, so he was, yeah, you know, a camp up, which isn't really the biggest deal, but when the game plan is to set this guy behind, that is a big deal.
Exactly, it's a massive deal, and they just weren't able to execute on it nearly well enough. As you know, we're just getting time after time of Monkey highlight reel or Taeyun highlight reel. It's really quite entertaining to get ourselves a little bit of a glimpse of. And again, you know, we're talking about seeing Zhuo get caught out here. Yeah, you're playing Nautilus in the late game. There's only so much that you can do. But for JDG, this was a draft that they kind of opted into. They knew that they were giving up Yunara. They knew that they would probably be trading it for the Pantheon. And then in terms of those priority picks that they got, what did they make good on with them? You know, they did pretty much nothing with the Pantheon, and the Kai'Sa answer, Pays never really got anywhere near that highlight reel moment. Honestly, just because he was too far behind.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do when you're that far behind, especially with the way that not only Taeyun played, but he piloted the Yunara specifically. I think it's pretty obvious here, dude. I think you have to give him the MVP, mostly because even that first play to get him fed was him. Like, it's not like, oh, you know, we gifted him, spoon-fed him 2 kills. Like, nah, he worked for every bit of those kills that game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah, they definitely spoon-fed him the Zhuo kill, but the fact that he earns one onto Pays as well, that's the big ticket sealer of the deal for me. I think Monkey found those fights when they were already winning, so like, who's the reason that they actually won the game and that they were ahead in the first place? I'm happy to give that to Taeyun, so I think MVP going to the WEAD carry. To be expected, a chance that it goes to Monkey, but really if it goes anywhere
unethical.
else, we are very, very, very worried.
I'm worried about the ethicality of the vote if it goes to Monkey. Because, yeah, well, I know he did a lot this game. He had a couple of plays that were very uncharacteristic of a guy who's on his best champion. And I think that Taeyun maybe made one mistake at that fight near the Baron pit, where he kind of positioned himself against the wall to get to be forced to flash over the wall because he positioned himself against the Ornn. But I still think it's good enough to win an MVP.
An 8th MVP for Monkey! Woo!
I'm not as angry as other picks would have made me, but this is not right. This is incorrect. Yeah. This upsets me.
Hath been robbed.
Yeah, this upsets me. But you know what doesn't upset me? Our coffee members. And if you'd like to support the LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project because the vast majority of your contributions go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments do go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it plays on-air talent like myself and Rudude and our content creators. If you subscribe to our coffee, which will be linked in the chat, you can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. But that will do it for us here for Game 1. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we're back, we'll see if Team WE will be able to 2-0 or if they are cursed to play Game 3s forever. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. We just saw Team WE absolutely decimate JDG, looking to break the Game 3 curse and take a 2-0 win against the team not named FPX.
And it's desperately needed for WE, really, because if they can avoid the bottom two of Group Ascend, then they put themselves in a much better spot when we look at the play-in stage of Group, of the LPL, there we go, the playing stage of the LPL once we get past this Rumble stage. So what it is that WE need to do here is win again, and that's something that has plagued them for 8 out of their 10 series, is find 2 game wins in a best of 3. So hopefully they can do it this time round. I mean, the expectation is that JDG will probably force us to a game 3, and then from there it really is a case of who knows what's going to happen, because WE have earned their mandated win, it feels like, in this stage, and I don't know what JDG's response will be.
Congratulations, you have received your league-mandated victory. Now you will lose game 2. WE obviously hoping that they take this one, mostly because, again, 68 days. That's a long time to not beat a team that's above you in the standings. JDG, they're not like the team that they were in Split 2, but they are still above Team WE in the standings. And if JDG drop this one, I mean, all bets are off for where they could finish. At that point, you're just hoping that they, with the rest of their split, they find some sort of cohesion together. And I want to talk about that a little bit. I think that Zhuo, you know, obviously in the late game, we touched on it a little bit. You're playing Nautilus. You're behind. You kind of just throw your hands up. What can you do? But early on, did not make very much of an impact at all.
No, and I mean, yeah, like you say, right? Early on, you're playing Nautilus. So what are you doing? Like, let's actually try and accomplish something with our time. Instead of what was ultimately a very lackluster performance, and a performance that he'll be happy to forget quite soon on. But for Zhuo, you'd like to think that this isn't just all that you can expect to see from him. I do think that he's been relatively absent for the most of his time on JDG anyway. And it's really, I hope that he's providing something to the communication of this team, because if he's not, then it really just does feel like he's along for the ride.
Yeah, and he needs to not be. We talked about it. He has to actually make an impact for this team. You cannot add a player this late into the year hoping that things will change, and they do literally nothing. I'd rather them be actively worse, so that way you could say, well, we have nothing to lose by making another change, so we may as just roll the damn dice and see who's available. Yeah, calling up everybody from other regions. Like, call up some NACL players. I don't know, bro. Do something.
I would rather them pick somebody who will lose them games and win them games in the same breath than pick somebody who won't do anything. And that's the takeaway.
Yeah, they just did not link up at all with Shun that game, who, again, as we talked about, was not really making a big impact. You mentioned the amount of Grand Starfalls. There was one other Grand Starfall he had, but that was after a fight had already started, and he had started the fight. He had not started it, but he joined the fight without it. Yeah. And then he re-engaged to go try to kill Taehoon and failed.
Oh, yeah,
not good.
The fabled auto-attack cancel, seemingly plaguing JDG twice now in as many series after an almost game-defining Varus auto-attack cancel from PES in their previous series. But for WE, it's about continuing this course and making sure that they can convert this into a 2-0. For JDG, it's about making sure that their plans from draft actually get executed on, because they very clearly had one in game number 1. This time round, though, they get to do it on the blue side, so we'll get to see whether or not they can make some really proactive, positive plays as well. The hope really there being that they can force us to a game number 3, that they can set us up for a super banger best of 3, and that really we get to see that mid lane, I think, continue to develop. I mean, Karis didn't have a bad game. Scout wasn't particularly abundantly present, I'd say, on the Aurora, but neither of these two mid laners particularly showed off. I think Karis had an okay time on the Ori, and then the performance on the Aurora was to be expected.
Yeah, and I think the issue with that is if Karis has a very stable game, and it's like, okay, his lane was fine, he was solid, that's a huge win for WE. If on Scout, on the other hand, for JDG is like, well, he didn't really do much early, that's bad. That is actively bad. Like, these teams are not equivalent in that sense. And you just see it later on. It shines through where one makes an impact and the other one does not. We are into the picks and bans here. This time around, WE adding Azir to their list of bans. Talia might be the last one, or it might be picking up by JDG.
Yeah, still got Varus as a pick to think about, whether that wants to get picked or banned. Like you've mentioned, the Talia's there as well. Trundle taken off the board, so our jungle priority does subside a little bit here. Still have things like Lucian as well, if teams want to try and take something with a little bit more early game aggro. But with plenty of AD junglers still on the board, and I think that mid lane being the most important role to keep our eyes on. I like the Renekton ban taken away from Xiaozu, so it's a question of, do you want Varus? Do you want to take this Gwen as well, which has been left out, or rather not the Gwen that's been left open, but the Talia that's been left open. And then they opt into the Varus for Pays, a comfort pick for him for sure. So we'll see if he can pilot that to this great success.
When Pantheon's not available and you have Talia, guess what else you do? Pick Xin Zhao. It's just the combo that works. Expecting Monkey and Karis to once again play like they did in game one with the Orianna and the Skarner, putting in a lot of work in some of those fights, except this time it's going to be seismic shoves. Wind becomes lightning, doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, and I like the Vi pick here over Wukong, for example. I mean, Vi will end up at her end destination, and the Ahri coming through actually for Scout. So this is a very playmaking centric mid laner. This is something that puts the agency and puts the onus back into Scout, makes him the carry for the squad, and means that he's the one who's going to have to step up to take down WE. They can go for top here. They can maybe look for their AD carry if they want to try and play to match. Or instead, taking this Alistar here is quite smart. They don't really need to feel threatened by a Sylas, and they can secure themselves a really good matchup in the bot lane by banning away some of Alistar's big answers.
Yeah, and already with Nico going away, so there's no poke to be had. There's a world where maybe we see a Renata come through or Renata get banned, but you have to be really snappy on the handshakes for that. And I'm not sure that Renata is going to be a huge, factor if JDG like to pick it, but it does get taken away.
Yeah, still got things like your Braum as well for disengage. I mean, don't expect to see it, but Milio's a really good answer to the Alistar as well, with the instacast Q on the headbutt pulverize combos can be quite useful. JDG though, very easy for them. They should just be banning out some of those strong traditional AD carries. Again, this is a relatively dive-centric composition for WE so far, so things like the Jhin could potentially be taken off the board. We also need to consider the Corki as a pick that is very frequently picked up, and then the Ezreal, I think, for Taeyun, his most picked carry in that bot lane role, most likely just to be the pickup here.
Okay, are they gonna go for top instead? I guess there's no worry here if you want to pick your top laner now, because Varus has already been picked up, so that will be the move here. That will be a Cassante that Cube has been alright on, but Xiaoshu has been quite good on whenever we've seen him.
I don't know that it was worth taking above all else, but they opted into it regardless, and with the Ambessa ban there, they gave a little bit of safety to Cube in the top lane, setting up for this pick. Blind into the top lane. Again, I do think that WE just round out this composition with an Ezreal, but then I do tend to think that that makes their composition a little bit low in terms of damage. When we look across the board, and might actually have Taeyun looking towards something a little bit more hyper carry focused than that Ezreal. For JDG, they've gone for, again, another very sort of pick-centric composition, with this time an onus on resets. They've got Aatrox ulti reset, Ahri ulti reset. They've got the resets of Varus cooldowns as well, if they're able to proc some blight stacks. So JDG killing that first target, using Braum to isolate one individual, can go very well for them.
We see the compositions are set. It just feels like, how well can WE protect Karis and Taeyun? They can front to back so well. The problem is with Aatrox getting into the muck, Ahri and Vi to the back line. If you take out any of these carries, you just immediately handicap Team WE.
Yeah, I definitely favour JDG's composition coming into this. I think that WE have a much more difficult time trying to play this comp out. They're going to have to play very safely. Karis and Taeyun are going to need to be incredibly proficient with their positioning and their skill shots as well. as you've mentioned, it's so easy for, you know, this triple dive threat, Aatrox, Vi, and Ahri, to take down one of those carries. It's going to be on the Alistar, on the Cassante, to make sure that there's an element of safety for those backliners. And yes, Taeyun on the Ezreal can use his Arcane Shift to make him land in one place and the Vi land in another after a cease and desist, but it doesn't make it any easier when that follow-up can still come through so easily.
And it feels like this time around the JDG composition is one that wants to fight at level 6, because while you do have impactful ultimates over on Team WE, mostly this Weaver's Wall, I think you have to force Karis to get off really strong Weaver's Walls to cut off JDG, but even then, depending on the members you cut off, they might still be able to continue the fight.
Well, let's make sure that those fights can be continued here. It's game number 2 between WE and Jindong Gaming.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
I think one of the big worries here, just in the overall macro sense, for Team WE, this is them, their start of having their revival and potentially something like a split 2 run. And if JDG don't get it done here in a matchup that we expected them to handle, that they've been able to handle for all of the year, except for that one playoff appearance, this puts them down in the muck. This puts them as a team that you can't have hopes for the rest of the season. You can't even have hopes for the regional gauntlet. The team that going into the year you expected Worlds. That was the expectation. And I think right here is where we'll see what diverging path their story takes.
I think Worlds is a big call if JDG are able to get there, and that's, like I say, something that will be very tricky for them to find, as Vampires can get stunned up by the concussive blows. And early scraps coming through on this bot side, all in attempts to try and establish some semblance of push. Try and make it so they can get to level 2 that little bit sooner. You can see frequent trades from that Winter's Bite, well-placed positioning from Vampire as well, as he's able to block some of those spells. But level 2 is coming through faster for WE than it is for JDG. They've been able to win out on that push war.
Just going to be a headbutt pulverized and a little bit more damage, as we know that Taeyun is so proficient on this champion. Double heals are going to get expended down here, but everything's all right for WE's bot lane.
Piercing Arrow connects as well to not necessarily equalize the trade, but you can see already that both of those potions have been used with our junglers. Who's making it down here that little bit faster? If either one of those skips a camp, could very well be the difference maker in this sequence. Jun walking into this bot side, though. He's going to be spotted on the banana brush. Actually dissipates that ward. Instead, goes straight back into his own jungle and is actually quite happy with his own red buff.
Yeah, and again, it looks like a scenario where we're not going to see any disruption on Monkey. And we saw in game 1, no disruption whatsoever. It was a successful game for Team WE. And we've seen in the past, when you're able to slow this guy down, it's bad news for WE. So I am very concerned the unwillingness of Shun to try and get his team together and say, hey, we need to do something about this guy.
Looks like Xiaoshu has made his 200th game in the LPL appearance.
Woohoo!
Congratulations to him for that. Able to find a quick trade onto Cube on that top side as well. But as you mentioned, for Jun, it's all about making sure that Monkey is uncomfortable. Now, he's spotted on this ward, as it looks like he's just going to walk in, try and place down some cursory vision before those resets come through. Deep recall from Scout means that he's absolutely fine, and now actually an engage into the mid lane by Jun.
And the teleport's coming in as well, but Monkey is here. They're ready to hop on the target. All right, we're going to see cooldowns burnt by Karis, and that means the Charm's going to go down onto Monkey. They're going to go all in for him, but the flash for flash means that he's in trouble, and it'll be first blood going over to Scout. But the rocks are going to get blocked as well, and a miscue there.
Yeah, Karis using his W signs his own jungler's death warrant, unfortunately, as that's the bargaining tool that Talia has. When you use that spell, it means that you can't really fight after the fact. It's all of your burst, all of your CC, everything being wasted in an instant, and it gives double buffs over to Scout. The charm, not necessarily blocked by Monkey. I do think that Scout was aiming for the Talia, but the fact that Xin Zhao tanks it is he's the one that walks forward. He's the one that has to ultimately pay the price with his life. And with both of them flashing as well, it definitely feels really rough.
And it's just what the doctor ordered. Monkey's been disrupted. Speaking of some disruption here, Xiaoshu, yeah, this is tough. He is going to flash away, though, and because Monkey has no flash, he will be able to escape with his life.
Yeah, and you have to imagine that Monkey used his cooldowns on the Krug camp, and that's why he's not using Wind Becomes Lightning and not being able to audaciously charge into the K'Sante and help him take down the Aatrox. So maybe a little unfortunate, maybe just some bad timing, as it's a nice little escape from Xiaoshu on the top side.
Well, now we're starting to get to the point where Scout's level 6, Shun is level 6, this Dragon is up. This is where we expect JDG to really have this comp pay off for them. Shun and Scout making plays around the map, targeting out any of these members really not named Alistar or K'Sante. And you'll get kills.
Yeah, that is the hope. And I do think that as we look at that late game situation for WE as well, it's all about making sure that they've got that stable front line. They've got Vampire, they've got Cube, who are going to both do such a large amount of work as frontline threats, and then giving space over to Taeyu and to Paris to be able to pump out that damage. But you can see that just in the lanes already, WE finding themselves quite far behind. Yes, in the mid lane it's expected off of that 300 gold first blood, but top side down a little bit of gold between the plating and the CS advantage. Same to be said down on the bot side as well. Despite the fact that we saw some really good early trades from Taeyu and Vampire, it's PES and Zhuo that are just coming out on top and actually able to make a bit of an advantage. They now transition this into a Dragon where Monkey can't take the Herald or the Grubs rather on that top side.
And one thing that I really loved as this Dragon goes to JDG is immediately when Shun hit level 6, there were multiple pings on that mid lane. Now, Karis had walked up to go ward on the top side, but they know what the assignment is. So we're seeing a couple summoners burnt down here, as we still haven't gotten any sort of swap come through.
No, and I will point out as well that for PES, this is Lethal Tempo Varus, looking towards that Blade of the Ruin King, recognizing that between Vampire and Cube, he's got a lot of front line to try to get through. So he's going to do it with on hit, not necessarily looking to try to poke as much as we have seen from other Varuses. So I like this adaptation, just recognizing that given the nature of the enemy team composition, it's going to have to do consistent DPS as opposed to being able to poke and probe away at some of the members.
Seeing a lot of pings from both sides onto these Grubs. 25 seconds until they're up. Pretty solid for both teams. I think that it would be very good for Xiaoshu later on. You want to make sure that this Aatrox can do what he can in the side lane, get as much gold as possible. That means knocking down these turrets, because this guy needs to be a menace later for JDG to go over the top.
Already this transition into the mid lane has come through. Scout lands a quick charm and an engage from Vampire.
Uh-oh. Well, he's fine.
Unbreakable.
But, yeah, but he's down. Lost a lot of HP. That's tough early.
Lots of posturing and Scout. Second charm
here we
lands.
go. Vampire making the
not
play on the
gonna
Scout, but Scout's able to slide away, and here's the turnaround, and they've got everybody with every single ultimate. JDG just keep WE enraptured, and even a cleanse by Taeyoon at the end of the play.
I don't know whether it's just me, Yanni, but that just felt delusional by Vampire, I'm going to be honest. You're playing Alistair with maybe, if Karis is immediately present and ready to land the flick back, there's a world where you can find that.
Oh, here we go. I like it. Can we actually kill PES? He will flash away. As well, going to try to land these slows on the Vampire. Here's the turnaround. The PES will wisely back off. It's all JDG early. They're going to get all these Grubs too. Yeah, it was bad.
So Grubageddon picked up for JDG, and early advantages going in the pocket of an on-hit Varus. I mean, he's most likely going to get very accelerated to that Blade of the Ruin King, handle those tanks in those team fights quite well. Vampire, you know, engaging onto the Braum, yeah, sure, fine, you don't look like you're going for a massive commitment. It's this second engage where Monkey gets hit by the charm, but where's the follow-up that Vampire sees? Karis being right there. Could this be faster on the W? He just doesn't throw it and then misses it onto the double carry that he goes for. It's a double fluff, let's be honest. Vampire should never go for an engage on an Ahri with ulti, and then Paris shouldn't miss a seismic shove like that.
Yeah, I guess his thoughts are, hey, if this seismic shove lands flush, we have the damage to go kill her, especially with Monkey there. It is a tough angle, but I see it. I don't know if I'm willing to let Karis completely off the hook, given what we saw earlier with the miscue with Monkey. But again, as we've already talked about, very ill-advised. And now, Team WE, they're looking like they're speaking fluent Game 3, Rudude. It is not good early, and I don't know if you're going to be able to get to 6 items against this team, man.
Well, the AI bot from the beginning of the game did favor JDG through the start of the game, and then as the game got later and later, say that WE, you know, maybe they can come back into this one, just based purely on those drafts, and we'll see whether or not that ends up being true. But I do think that as the game gets later, I really value the power that PES is going to have going for this on-hit style, where he's shouldn't feel too pressured, really. If he gets Cassante on top of him, he's got some peel from the Braum. He probably gets Chain of Corruption on top of Cube as well, so might be able to space out, to kite himself out to safety and keep himself alive. And I mean, for JDG, again, I think that in game number 1, PES probably one of the brightest spots that they had alongside Xiaoshu on that top side. Drake spawning in 30 seconds, though. Already attention's turned back down to this bot side, and the first items have come through for the majority of JDG players. Obviously, with this tier 2 boots pit stop, PES not quite there yet.
Oh, he's on a ward. He had no idea. It's a solid ultimate to try to keep Shun away, but it's not going to do a damn thing. It is another kill for JDG right before this objective. And this game 2 was what game 1 should have been. The expectations that we had for JDG coming into the series.
And again, right, we saw a dominant game number 1. It was so convincing by WE. And then in game 2, it's just the complete opposite, where they're misguided. They don't really have the same ideals about how they want to play out the match. And it costs them here. It's really disappointing to see that they played so well, so significantly better than JDG in the first game. When you look at this second game, it's like a different set of players has loaded onto the Rift. It's, you know, Monkey 0 and 3, and now they're looking for this fight. But Unbreakable Will comes through. They don't even look to expend the seismic shove to go for the fight or to try and prolong it in any way. Yeah.
And the biggest gripe that I have with this is, while Ezreal is strong when he gets Sheen, he's not like Corki strong, where like, oh, you have a tier, right? It's okay if you're Corki because you're still incredibly strong. Ezreal, when that tier is still not done, he's a little bit weaker than Corki, right? And then you have Karis, who also has his tier item. So you're taking these fights when your main linchpins of this composition that bring a lot of damage are just on tier items and nothing more. And then you're already behind, and now it's like, all right, well, Taeyeon's finally got his Sheen, but guess what? You're down 3,500 gold. Like what can you do if you're Taeyeon at that point?
If you're Taeyeon, it's not a lot. I think the hope for WE was that maybe Monkey and this early game Xin Zhao would have been able to find a good amount of sort of control through these team fights. Is why you pick the Xin Zhao, is to be this dominant early game jungler that you can use in these skirmishes. However, that just didn't successfully happen. Varus is really strong early. Vi, Ahri, no slouches in the early game themselves, so they were more than happy, JDG, to throw hands with just the single power point of a Xin Zhao, and it ended up working out very well for them. So again, it's now about WE looking to get to that 2-item point, look to try and start scaling up, and hope that that's going to be enough, and that JDG aren't farther down the road to put them in a position where they just win.
And in 1 minute and 10 seconds, this Herald is going to come up, and we know how much a well-placed Herald can break open the game, especially when you have a lead like this. That's now 4,000 gold. This turret going down too. And it's not like you even needed first turret because you just took everything. You already got your feats. I mean, this is a clinical match from JDG here. It felt like they got the draft that they wanted, and they've executed quite well.
Still a lot of game left to play. Still an opportunity for JDG to do something crazy and for WE to potentially capitalize on it, but for all intents and purposes right now, does look very good as a push onto that top side tier 2 is happening. Looks like Cube is able to catch that wave though quite nicely. And a trade of tier 1 turrets is about all that it is. Drake spawning in 2 minutes 20 and Herald spawning in just 20 seconds itself. With Pays on that Blade of the Ruin King, very good item spike for him. I expect JDG to probably take as many of the fights as they want right now.
And I love that you pointed out, you know, the game's not over yet. There's plenty of time for JDG to do something crazy. I'm looking for 5 minutes from now, because you know it spawns in 5 minutes.
The Otacon,
it's Otacon,
baby.
the throw machine. It's so strange. Otacon in Split 1 was the absolute, like, everybody threw on that thing, man. It was so bad. Everybody was tossing their cookies when it came to Otacon. And in Split 2, it seemed like everybody learned how to play around it. And in Split 3, we've gone back to everybody not knowing what the hell to do when Otacon's up. And speaking of not knowing what to do, I mean, Vampire just feels like he's doing stuff for the sake of doing them. Well, he's going to throw that Ignite down onto Zhuo to cycle Summoners. We see Scout dropping his ultimate down. Big double knockups coming through. Vampire forced to flash away. Is Taeyun a little low on mana? Won't be able to actually get any damage down as the Herald spawns.
Alright, well, double flash on Karis and Vampire used for effectively Ahri ulti and Zhuo's ult as well. That's a win for JDG. Yeah, they'll take that every day of the week. They can just rinse and repeat now. This Taliyah is very susceptible to going down. It's still not quite yet with that Seraph's Embrace. The added safety that provides not going to be available to them. And I mean, for JDG now, they've got the Herald in their back. They've got this 4k gold lead again. It's business as usual for them. Scout even feeling so confident as to be able to take away jungle camps on the Ahri. Not something that we've seen for a good few seasons. You know, mid lane is able to try and do those counter jungle maneuvers, but in this game, Scout knows he's up to it. Feeling really confident to do so.
All right, so with this Herald down, Dragon in 35 seconds. You have Trinity Force on Taeyun. Still, you know, just not able to do much even with the Braum shield up. We do see Shun is going very deep here with Zhuo, just to get more purchase down on the bot side with the teleport coming in. Scout joining the party as the siege is on this mid turret. I don't even think you're going to need Herald just to escort a wave in, and you'll knock it over. It's a gentle breeze that'll do it.
Yeah, and then maybe they can look to use Herald, potentially to take a tier 2 turret, potentially to break open the bot lane tier 1, complete the sweep of those outer structures. Drake spawned in a couple of seconds. Mid lane priority established by JDG, despite the fact that WE are attempting with many more members to make it happen. Varus' piercing arrow actually does a very good job, and now it's about how well the WE face check. Right, Vampire still waiting on his ulti, 5 seconds before that's available to break a charm. Walks in, finds a quick tag. Nice this jockeying. Small
yeah, they're trying. They're trying. Monkey has walked a little bit too far forward. He's got no ultimate, and Shun is going all the way in, trying to take him down. Here comes teleports as Cube joins the fight. The knockup is there onto Scout. Let's see if he fishes for another ult and a charm, but it looks like they'll just wait and wait for Cube. Cube gonna buffer there, so he'll be able to get out, but the dragon is still JDG's.
Yeah, a really good buffer by Cube actually keeps him alive, but again, it's a very small silver lining in the context of the game, where it's another find from JDG. This time it's Paige, Chain of Corruption from Fog of War, catches Monkey off guard, and no amount of present guarding keeps you safe when you get cease and desisted, and double stuns come through, knockups off to the back of it. So really solid sequence of events on the JDG AD carry. Once again 4-0 on this Varus, who, looking at how well he's going to be able to tear through some of these tanks with those 4 kills, you expect it to be quite well. As you can just see here, Pays, I like this positioning, playing off to the side, looking for those bits of poke with the piercing arrow, and then just spots that Monkey's way too far forward.
Yeah, and the Crescent Guard's not going to help you when Vi is right up in your face. You know, knockups are beautiful there. Yeah, they didn't get more, and maybe JDG could have gotten more, but with the way that they've been playing, you know, in Split 3, it's okay that they didn't go for more. The game is very nice and controlled here. You are up so much, just don't chase for anything. It's
literally
fine.
In 5 minutes, they're going to get a chance at Soul. And I think that when we're looking at games that are so drawn out, and in particular when fights are looking to be so drawn out by WE, this Chemtech Soul is actually going to have a boatload of power for JDG. because WE don't have that burst damage, they don't have that capability to just take you from 100 to 0 really, really quickly. And it is going to be little bits of chip damage. It's repeated instances of damage that mean that there's going to be added value to that below 50% HP threshold. And when you get that soul picked up, JDG most likely just going to continue to win the fights that they're already winning without it.
So Otacana's up in about 10 seconds, and I think if you're Team WE, you just have to wait until Taeyun gets Muramana, right? He's very close to finishing it. I think that if they can just delay JDG until he gets that second item, where Ezreal really starts to hit his power peak, it gives you a chance. It might go from 1% to 2%, Rudu, but it's something.
Yeah, it's exactly, and I think that even 2% is a little bit generous at this stage, but
I
we'll
agree.
see what WE can accomplish with this.
Oh, goodness me.
I expect JDG to win this game. Thank you, AI.
Hey, they went down 0.0 or
Astute
0.1% just now. Oh, never mind. They just went up 2% again. They're 0.2%. It's over. It's not over, but it's not looking good. And we don't know what Team WE can actually play for here to, find a way back into this game. We do see a teleport coming into the top lane, and we're going to see Scout teleport to join the rest of his team as that Herald got used, and it looks like Team WE, they're going to try. They want to find a way in. Zhuo just playing bouncer here, knocking up 3 members. Teleport coming in on the flank. JDG, they're going to peel off the Otacon potentially and wait. I don't know, man. This is really confusing. Cuba's on the back line here. He's going to all out. Pays over the wall. Meanwhile, lots of low health bars on the other side as Xiaoshu just doing his thing. Is just rain tanking right now. Look at the heals, man. He's got 2, and you know he wants to find more. That's a triple kill, and he won't get the quadra, but he damn sure worked for it as JDG ace WE.
And it's one of those fights where if WE were even close in gold, maybe they could have won that. But Xiaosu's so tanky, he didn't even get his Sterax popped through that. And the Ezreal just doesn't have the damage yet. Karis doesn't have the damage yet. And at that stage in the game, you just don't have the ability to take these fights. I mean, JDG didn't play this great by any means. Zhuo's a little too far forward, doesn't particularly get saved nor bailed out by his team. But there's no protection for Pays here. He has to pretty much do all of the work solo versus Cube. And again, fortunately, Pays has got 2 items, so he's pretty much able to 1v1 the Cassante, which is something that we don't normally expect to see. And he's even able to get a little bit crazy with it, go aggressive on the Varus over the wall, and make sure that he's absolutely fine. And I mean, for JDG, just business as usual for these lower tier teams, it feels like. Back resumed
to our regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah,
it's
back
exactly what
to
it
WE
is.
finding game 3.
Yep, exactly. This is totally how we expected it to happen.
I mean, unironically, I did just say this is just quintessential WE. You can't get excited after 1 win.
You did. One thing you can get excited about is Xiaoshu, man. I mean, this guy, this addition for JDG, tons of questions coming in about how effective is he actually going to be. And he's played quite well in a lot of these games, and this one is no exception, especially this time on the Aatrox, seeing him off a tank, making impact. Yeah, his team's way ahead, but, he's showing up. He's doing his thing.
Picture in picture there of how that pick ended up going through. It is Scout on the Ahri looking to
Hey, this time they found Scout. Yeah, they hit him with the combo, but the problem is it is far too little and way too late. They are going to run over Team WE. The all-out is there. They knock up Shun, but he does manage to get out of turret range here. True Shot Barrage not actually going to do anything. There's the root going down on a Monkey. He will fall shortly as Shun once back in. He's going to heal up. The turret's going to fall. And Xiaoshu just tanking on the front line as best he can. His Pays ended up dying there after the knockup from Cube.
It's not clean from JDG by any means. A good knockup from Cube and some good little skill shots in from Taeyun as well. WQ did land at that stage. Probably means that they don't get Soul here without their Varus, which, again, is just a little bit of them reaching a little too close. Karis doesn't have teleport, so as long as Taeyun can poke and prod away...
Charm goes down.
Never
Damn, Cube
mind.
is dead. Vampire's dead. Xiaoshu is massive. Scout on the chase along with Shun. Yeah, man.
Yanni, they will in fact get the Soul. I was wrong.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly,
turns
bro,
out, I think that even with Pays dead, they still have more gold out on the field than WE do with all 5 members.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting, not gonna lie. It's an 11k gold lead right now. Was there really ever any doubt? Yes, there was a lot of doubt, but you know, if you've been watching the LPL most of the year, you know that despite the fact that these are some of the better teams in the world, if you're not the top teams, and some of the best if you are the top teams, there's always something that surprises you.
There's always a little bit of tomfoolery.
There's a little bit of NA in these teams. Not just on the broadcast, but actually on these teams.
There's a little bit of shenanigans that are afoot. Some unjust plays. As Vampire did just hit that blast cone, so JDG knows somebody's there. Instead, I think they're going to grant clemency to the cow.
It's okay, buddy. You'll be just fine, Mr. Cow.
Hello!
All right, we're going to get some damage onto Scout here. He's gone golden, but Shun on the backside trying to deal with Karis here. Multiple teleports coming in. Monkey frontlining, doing what he can to try to kill Pays, but that's not going to happen in any world. Cube is now desperately trying to run away, but he's mired in the muck of multiple members of JDG, and we're just waiting for them to mercy kill Team WE.
Yeah, and you can see the range that Taeyun has to play at. It's at the edge of his own skill shot, so it just looks like he's missing all the time. But if he gets any closer, he just gets killed by Scout, or killed by Jun, or tagged by a Winter's Bite from Zhuo, and then chased down off the back of that. So, not really anything that these WE carries can do when their front line gets melted by a 2.5 item Varus, 2.5 item Ari with 10 stacks on a Dark Seal, 3.5 item Xiaosu, who's done an incredible job this game at being a massive part of their team fights. And yeah, like you said, Yanni, I think the mercy killing is what we're waiting for at this stage.
I want to pick your brain because do you think this game 2 is a more accurate depiction of JDG or a more accurate depiction of Team WE? I think it's got to be Team WE, right? Because I mean, but we've seen JDG actually have some games where it's like, wow, they are pretty dominant. Maybe not this dominant, but pretty good, and they look like a team that can do some damage. But
I look back at how they established this lead, right? So the WE carries had rough laning, I think, right? Like their lanes didn't go well. They were all down 300 gold before anything actually happened. Then they were fighting with a composition that really couldn't fight that early. That's the fight that WE elected to take. Engaging onto Vampire, or Vampire engaging, of all people, onto an Ari.
Yeah, that was when you knew.
Out. Basically, the point is, it was self-inflicted by WE.
It was.
It wasn't JDG winning the game. It was them just being handed one.
Yeah, JDG have been known to punish a mistake or two. We're going to see a double knockup. Pays is going to flash out. This might be the last one, as Vampire is going to fall. That inhibitor is going to fall too. And Xiaoshu is just ending the world of Team WE. And everybody is shoved back into the fountain, dude. The Nexus turrets are under siege. It is over. It is merciful. I'm reminded of the VTuber 06 or 072 031 051. Tough game for Team W.
23 kills for JDG, a mere 2 for WE. A brutal loss from after a brutal win that they found like that, where they pretty much did the same thing to WE as JDG just did to them. So yeah, this is a rough one for WE to take, and honestly, I'm just deflated because it was so one-sided, and that we just saw WE do this. So how is it so easy for JDG to do it back to them, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this just happens all the time, man. I mean, I think back to the Weibo series, right? Where it happened again. It was the exact same thing. It was Team WE dominating, and in the next 2 games, they just get absolutely dominated. What was the main differentiator? The first play that gets made gets Monkey killed. That's all it took. Yeah. It's the little string that you just pull on, and Team WE just falls apart from there.
Yeah, and again, I think that it's a little bit of Monkey reaching too close. I think that he's still not quite fully familiar with the capabilities sometimes. Like when he wins MVPs, it's because he's winning games for his team, but equally, much like we asked for the JDG support, He's also losing them games, and multiple times, really. In that series up against Weibo was a real proponent for why they were so far behind. I think in this series as well, in this game number 2. Not really making too much happen, and unfortunately when he's looking to make those plays happen, it's misguided, it's not at the right time, and it's not with the correct setup. So WE falter in their game number 2, and I mean it's a case of which team are we going to get, who's going to get that blue side performance once again in our final game of the day, or of the series rather.
I wish I could call it the game 3 comfort zone for Team WE, but it's been anything but comfortable. It's just actually so brutal to like look at the schedule and just highlight them and just see all this gray, right? Like they've won one game that's gone the distance, or one match that's gone the distance. It was against FPX.
Yeah.
That's one of that's their 2 wins are FPX
and FPX. So yeah, it's a tricky position for WE to be in. They'd love to be able to find one up against JDG, but realistically, it just looks. It's not looking likely, unfortunately. And when you've got such an uneven gold graph as well, when it's just so clearly so one-sided, JDG were just on a steady rise throughout the entire game. But this is what I mean about it being more representative of what WE sometimes falter with. Karis missing skill shots, Vampire engaging onto an Ahri. What are we expecting to happen as WE here, if nothing else? It's just so fundamental that you can't kill an Ahri in that position, and yet they're still looking to try to fight it.
For as good as Monkey has been on some engaged champions this year, there have been some moments where he makes a couple of oopsies, right? He's still a young player. He's had a great amount of development so far this year, but there are moments, and that was certainly a vampire moment, a certified vampire moment, that honestly, like, I often hesitate to say, like, oh, one play ruined the game. That kind of ruined the game.
It definitely didn't make it an easy position for
No, not in the slightest.
It definitely wasn't net positive overall for them. And in terms of tracking our supports, right, we talked about Vampire there, and I mean, for Joao on this Braum, a serviceable Braum job, I'd say. Was walking around, was auto-attacking people, did what he needed to, and I think that Scout really had a really good Ahri performance in this second game. Not to mention the fact that Pays was incredibly fed and very well positioned. Xiaoshu as well did a very good job at making sure that he was just a menace throughout the majority of this fight as well. And you can just kind of tell that JDG had the tools in this game. They found that first kill, they reset, they did well.
Said, guys, we're not going to lose to WE like this. We're not going to get dominated in 2 games in a row. No, that's not happening. Now, I shouted out Scout for his really good Ahri performance. You're absolutely right. He had a great game. Do you think it was an MVP-worthy game?
I think in other games it was. I think in this game it wasn't. I do think that Xiaoshu was the deserved MVP. Now, whether or not that ends up being perpetuated by the rest of the LPL broadcast team is completely up to them, as we disagreed in game number 1 anyway. But the Aatrox was an absolute fiend, and I mean, Scout was probably the one making the plays, but I think Xiaoshu was the one who was distracting WE all that much.
Yeah, you know, you could give it to either of them, and it's totally fine. I think you can make a case for even Shun to a certain extent. Probably a little bit less so. I wouldn't really seriously consider
making arguments for Shun.
I wouldn't either, but if somebody told me that, I'd be like, I mean, all right, I guess. Like, I can buy that. I don't think I would, you know, I don't know how much I'd spend on it. You know, maybe not a whole lot if it's my last, like, $5 in my pocket. I'd spend your last $5 on it.
Oh, okay, that's nice. I don't know if I have $5.
I mean, I don't think I've got $5 up here. I do have some stuff. We have a Scout MVP. This might be $5. I don't know. I don't know what the heck this is. Scout MVP. What was that?
Like I say, it was him or Xiaoshu. I mean, Pays did really well this whole game as well. But it's good to see that, you know, Scout, a player who we've criticised throughout this entire split, getting an MVP. Well done.
Well done to him, and well done to JDG. Let's see if they're going to be able to close this one out, because we have made it to the Team WE Game 3. These 2 teams, near mirror images of each other. Will JDG separate themselves from the muck and the peasantry at the bottom, or will Team WE drag JDG down with them? We'll see after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast, where we find ourselves in WE's playground, Game 3.
It's WE's playground for like on a lease, right? Like they don't own it. They're not by any means the guys that are running the show in Game 3. They're just the guys that keep turning up and then keep on getting smacked down when they get to Game 3.
Oh yeah, can you beat me on my turf? Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
We can beat you on your turf. Again and again and again. Let's see if it happens again.
You know, to continue some of the Britishisms, it's a can they do it on a rainy Tuesday night in Stoke? Yes. Yes, they can.
I've actually heard that. I actually know of that, which is crazy. I don't know what the significance of Stoke is, but I've heard the expression.
It's just imagine New Jersey but English, you know? You're from New Jersey, that's really mean to say, but you know?
Yeah, I was like, I mean, I like New Jersey.
Well, the standard operating procedure for Americans in New Jersey is that they don't, so that's my...
They're all wrong, because they don't leave the state unless they can't afford to be here, which is tough.
Okay.
But that's getting into stuff that, honestly, as a 30-year-old American, I really don't want to talk about. I don't want to spend any more mental energy on that sort of thing. I'd rather, oddly enough, spend mental energy on Team WE and JDG.
Woo! Me too, man. Me too.
Mired in the muck. This is mud wrestling. This is the ugliest thing you may have ever seen in your life. This is a team with two teams with so much promise in Split 2 that have just completely lost the plot, yet maybe trying to desperately find a foothold in the mountain that we call LPL Split 3.
Yeah, and again, to set some expectations, I guess, for these two teams, for JDG, there is still a world where they can make top 4 and they can skip the play-in stage. Their performance does not warrant us thinking that they can do that, but they can, right? That's possible. Then also you have WE here, who technically can maybe like just about make it into that position, but most likely, again, not going to happen. We're looking at 2 play-in teams at the minute, and it's about dodging the bottom 2. Whoever wins this series most likely just dodges bottom 2 by nature of the fact that they beat the other one here.
Yeah, let's see. For JDG, the last games are BLG, AL, Weibo, and Weibo again. They do the back-to-back at the end of the year, at the end of the split. I'm not gonna lie, with their form, that's looking like an 0-4, maybe a 1-3, and a 2-2 at best.
Yeah.
And for WE, it's Top Esports and IG, and they're done. Yeah. Well, that looks like an 0-2, but that looks like those might go 3 games. Who knows?
They'll probably win one. They'll probably win another couple of games.
They'll probably win one of them.
0 more series wins. With 0 more series wins is the rule as far as WE go. But again, this is a WE team that in Split 2 shocked everybody with their late season run, that really put a spanner in the works of a few of our expected MSI representatives and ultimately sent a couple of them packing. And whether they can do that again in the back half of Split 3, I really hope that they can, because there are some great bright spots of this organization and of this team in particular. And to see them flounder like this, it's more so just disappointing for me.
All right, so it's time for WE to put that second game out of their minds. We don't know what happened. We've got the Men in Black pen. They've been erased from the memory. We don't know how we managed to drop a game, guys, but we did. So let's just not drop the last game. It's that easy. Just win, baby.
I mean, if just win was that easy, why wouldn't all the teams just go 14-0?
Bro,
you know?
Honestly, dude, I'm so with you on that, man. These teams don't know what's up.
I think they should. Me personally, I think they should all just win all of their games. But we move into the draft for game number 3. Importantly, mid lane's pool severely reduced. I'm looking at things like Victor at this stage as to be one of our more prioritized picks. It did get banned in game number 2 as well, and with the Azir off the board, it sort of reaches the fold with Ryze as our go-to mid laners more so than anything else. But instead, WE put Cube in quite the controlling position with a Sion ban away and a Yorick B1.
All right. The question is, can Team WE actually pilot a Yorick composition correctly? I've seen so many teams they'll have a really good 4-man squad that says, hey, we can disengage any fight that we want. And they choose to engage when their top laner's not there. And they just lose. I don't know how we lost that fight 5v4, guys. It looked so good. Well, it's because you have Yorick split pushing. You properly let him do his thing. You improperly decided to take a fight. I don't know. I can't trust a 2-8 Team WE. There's a lot of teams I can't really trust. So, despite the fact that I think it's good, I don't like it here.
And it's on WE to prove to us that they've got the chops to be able to make it work. Now, Ryze did end up getting picked up for Scout. We're now looking at some of those AD junglers. Nocturne still available. Jarvan still available as well. As we're remaking the draft, guys. Hold on. Sorry. If you thought it was going to be an easy, quick, clean series with me and Yadi on the desk. No.
No, you have no idea. Oh, man. All right, so did we lose anything else? You know, did we...
Do you know what the word rural means?
Rural, yes, I know what rural is.
Yeah,
it's the
have
middle
you ever
of
been
nowhere.
to rural Egypt?
You know, I can't say I have.
Okay. Sorry, I have this thing at the minute where to make myself tweet more to get more engagement for the LPL, I just start trying to find out random things about my co-casters on stage. Yesterday I found out that you can pat your head and rub your tummy. Today I found out that you've never been to rural Egypt. And that grapes can't juggle and ride a unicycle at the same time.
All right, I got you then. What's your favorite thing to do on a rainy Tuesday night in Stoke?
I've had exclusively one rainy Tuesday night in Stoke, and I don't think I can say what happened on that for broadcast reasons.
This has to go in the Discord chat. I must know.
No, not yet.
Please, I got to know at some point. I'm not going to say it on, you know, if you don't want me to say it, I'm not going to say it.
The story starts with me and two friends from university meeting up just after lockdown lifted in COVID.
Only bad things are happening here.
In Stoke, yeah.
Yeah, only bad things are happening. All right, never mind. I understand. You can fill in the blanks with your imagination. We are being told to start the game. I'm hitting the start button. It's not working, guys. I don't know. Hang on, let me look under the hood here. Nope, no start button here. Unfortunate.
I've got it locked away somewhere. I can't remember where it is. I've just moved house. It's in one of the boxes. My apologies,
what do you mean, bro? Go grab it. What are you doing?
I don't know which box it's in, bro.
This guy's hinting, bro. Start looking. I don't care how long it's gonna take. Go find it.
Okay. I'm not going to do that.
I understand.
I fear I would be fired if I just got up and left. But
I understand we have a great time here, but I mean, come on, man. Like, the other guys have to wait through, 6 more games because you know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
All right, we're back in the draft.
Thank the Lord. And nobody ever finds out what happens in Stoke. Yorick B1, Ryze R1. What comes next? Oh, it wasn't Ryze. Oh, I guess that was their plan then. Okay.
Renekton and Ryze are kind of close.
Well, they hovered Renekton first, which was the bit that made me laugh. It's like, how have you messed this one up? Nevertheless, they have.
The are a little bit different. They do start with R.
Yeah, they do very different things, is my genuine analysis on the situation. You're welcome, everybody. That's why they give me the big bucks. And looking at those junglers, like I say, it's going to be something to keep our eyes on because a lot of the premier picks have been taken off the board, and there's a world where we see something like a Sejuani come in for JDG, especially with that Renekton pairing on the top side. It can really make Cube's life quite difficult. We have also got to highlight that this is a game where Annie has been left open. Previously, we had seen it get banned at least once in the series, so it is giving a little bit more agency over to Karis to be a bit of a playmaker as opposed to somebody who is reliant, who they are relying on for consistent DPS, and it still doesn't reveal too much about those two crucial carries of WE, right? We've got Monkey, we've got Taeyun, both of them still just waiting for their pick, and we need to see what it is from WE that they end up revolving back to.
Going with a lot of early strength here with this Corki. We know that Andy level 6 Tibbers stuns can really run amok in a fight. This isn't exactly the disengage that I was hoping for when they locked in Cube's Yorick. So it looks like they are just saying, we do not care. We will force Cube to join in fights whether he likes it or not.
Yeah, just like every good team should. Top laners get no agency. They just do what they want. Or they do the opposite of what they want. They do what their team wants, and there are no other options for them.
You know, while we're in the second half of bans, I got a question for you. So, we went and we first picked Rise, and then remade the draft. Just to pick Rise on R2.
Yeah, I think that.
Why?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They could have probably just picked Renekton on R2, and it'd be fine.
We'd be in game by now.
Yeah. I'm not familiar.
There has to be
with
something
League
else. Yeah,
I'm
there
not
has to
familiar
be
enough with
another
League
reason
Ops to be able to tell you what the answer is, I'm afraid. What I can tell you is that Rel's been locked in, and that we've got a Poppy ban from JDG, which does sort of incentivize that maybe Renata gets taken off the board again here, just with the power that Engage tool has. I mean, in terms of Engage that WE have, we've still got Leona, we've still got a look towards a Nautilus as well. Never mind, that's banned, but the Leona could still come through.
Yeah, that Renata still being on the table, I think, is a pretty interesting shout here. It's not really a fantastic lane with Corki, but it is a good counter into the Rel. I think you kind of have to play a little bit for a stronger Corki lane. I just think this champion is so strong that you want to do whatever you can to win the 2v2, especially when you have such a proficient support player when it comes to engages. Despite what you may have seen in the last game, that's the couple of times that he kind of messes up. I really like a Leona pick here. It is a little bit hard with the dashing Lucian, but it is a strong lane.
Hey man, just cheat, flash Q, and then use the Zenith Blade afterwards. That's the tried and tested combo for Leonas globally. Is you use your flash instead of your Zenith Blade to close that gap onto those slippery AD carries. For WE, though, it is looking very much Engage focused. They've got the Leona, they've got this Corki who can dive in with you, they've got Annie as well, who's very proficient at finding backline access, and just to top it all off here, Yanni, we've elected to go for Nocturne.
Hey, you know what? Why not? Especially because no matter where you're going, aside from maybe top, actually even in top, listen, when the chips are down, you got to go with what you're good at.
Hey.
And I think that this is not cohesive in the slightest. But sometimes you just got to say, F it, we ball.
I love Kindred. I love Kindred here, right? This is a full dive composition that we've just talked about for WE. What does Kindred do really well? Stops people from diving. Rise is going to do really well here with the Kindred as well. I think that that's the juice combo here, is this 2 versus 2. Like you said, I do think that it's a little bit all over the joint. We've got Renekton and Lucian who kind of want to dive in. We've got a little bit of a Kindred and a Rise who want to sort of sit back and scale. So really JDG, they've got a good bit of early game in that bot lane and top lane, and then they've got the insurance policy of Scout and June as we move later on into the game.
I just worry that this requires so much finite community, or like fine-tuned communication, that once Nocturne turns the lights off, JDG is going to be chickens with their heads cut off, bro. They're going to be not knowing what the heck is going on, and then all of a sudden Nocturne's flying in, Timbers are getting dropped on people's heads, Shun is getting immediately blown up if he's not immediately dropping his ultimate. That's my worry. But maybe it's just, I'm thinking worst case scenario for a team that has been very disappointing.
Yes, I mean, both of these teams have had their highs, both of these teams have had their lows as well. And for me, WE went out and won game number 1. They just sat back and lost game number 2, like gave over game number 2. It's about how they decide to play game number 3.
Summoner's Rift for the last game of the first series of the day. Let's see if Team WE can break their awful 68-day streak, not beating a better team.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
All right. So,
Yeah.
regular line of scrimmage here. Shun starting on the top side. It's just a race to 6 for Monkey. Think that WE need to make sure they do everything possible to make sure that A, he doesn't get disrupted, or B, he finds a way to get 6 faster than the average Nocturne.
True. Let's spawn him in a 7th jungle camp. They actually did that. It's Scuttle Crab. Let's spawn him in an 8th jungle camp that he can take and full clear.
It's the second
time and
crab.
time again. Let's find a 9th jungle camp that Monkey can take. It's called the top.
You know
A
what?
10th jungle. Okay, I'm stopping.
I wanted to continue it. I'm so glad you did.
Okay, Taeyun on the Corki though. We've talked about comfort picks for Taeyun quite a lot in this, I'll say this split, because he heavily defaults back to the two champions that we've actually now seen him play in the last two games. The Ezreal and the Corki are his two most played throughout this split, and a lot of comfort for him on these picks. And you can see now battling for that level 2. Looks like JDG are going to get there first.
Yep, you've done pretty good damage, but that phosphorus bomb not landing does mean that the it's not a great trade. And do keep in mind that if you've been living under a rock or you really haven't seen Lucian too much without enchanters, stuns will proc his empowered passive, so you will still have good damage.
You will indeed. Now we need to once again, I say once again, whenever you have a Kindred in the game, it's time for everybody's favourite mini game is do we win the crab roll? Looking at it, the junglers are clearing away from one another, so Monkey should take the top side crab. Jun should take the bot side crab, and whether or not he gets his first mark is going to be completely reliant on the RNG gods of Riot Games. Does the crab spawn bot side with a mark or without a mark?
We're gonna find out real soon. I'm awaiting with bated breath because that first one, generally speaking, probably one of the easier ones that you're gonna get unless lane has gone horrifically poorly for you. Because then the second one is when it's like, all right, well, we've got our advantages, we've carved them out somewhere. Here's where they are. Come and get it.
Yeah, and you got to go fishing a little bit to try and find it, as you do see that there's a
find the bot lane here. All right, Pace is below half HP. Remember that Corki does so much getting that turn for good damage in as well, but even he will be taking quite low. As the crabs spawned on the top side, RNG has abandoned JDG and the LPL all at the same time.
As JDG has abandoned that bot side attempt at a dive as well. Jun was walking over a wall to get there, but that looks like Scout going to take a little bit of damage here. Probably absolutely fine, because this is Annie early on, who doesn't really do a lot of damage. And looks like Jun actually going for an invade, using that priority from the bot side to try to take away a Raptor spawn here. Whether Jun can wait for the mark to spawn on it, we'll wait and see. But whether he gets it at all, actually, is the question. And the answer is a resounding no.
A bunch of puffing out our chests to, you know, display some dominance. I'm gonna take your jungle. No, you're not. Well, I'm gonna go take this crab. All right,
okay,
go for
buddy.
it, bro.
Nice. Okay, really smart play from Jun, actually. So what he does is he waits for Monkey to take the crab on the top side. He doesn't take the crab on bot side because he low rolls on it. So he waits for it to spawn once that second crab has died down, or once the first crab has died on top side, waits for a respawn on the mark to come through, knows that it's going to be on that crab in the bot side of the rift, and then takes it for himself, securing a first mark after all.
You know what? That's advanced level Kindred play here. Space is really taking it to Taeyun in the straight up 1v1 here. And yeah, you know, Pace missing a little bit of HP, but as long as you're able to dodge out on some of these abilities, you can always dash forward and try to make plays. Flashes will be burnt though.
No flashes, no summoners really burned by Taeyun, which is really important, as we can see continual aggression from this JDG bot side. Pace really looking to try and find an advantage, and understandably so as well. Let's take a look at the items, right? It's a tier on the Corki versus double longsword for Illusion. Expectation is that you should be coming out on top of these fights.
Another back here. I wonder if we'll see any sort of swap of the lanes here. Unlikely, given the fact that I think both sides are pretty okay with staking in the 2v2. And it's a small CS lead for the side of JDG, but you want all your power down here with this dragon up. Keep in mind in 2 minutes, grubs will be coming through, and you really want to get them for your Yorick.
I feel like the times that teams with Yorick get grubs is so few. I haven't actually seen a grubs Yorick, I feel like, this entire split. So I just want to see what happens if it ever actually does come to fruition. And hope that something like that gives the win condition back to WE. It's now JDG looking to make a play down on this bot side. Remember, Taeyun has both thumbs.
And ward expired at a perfect time. They're going to mark up Vampire as well, and he will not survive. It'll be first blood going over to Shun and a second mark.
No, he didn't get the mark, actually.
No, he didn't get it. No!
Wasn't started in time.
It looked like it finished.
This was a change that they made to Kindred very, very early on.
This is true.
And they made it just so that you can't do things like that, where you spot somebody who's not super overextended, but like reasonably overextended. You can't just mark them, find them, and kill them. You have to be planning a little bit more in advance than that, as Vampire falls, and it is a kill picked up by the Kindred. Again, a part of this late game composition that JDG had drafted that will go very well and will get accelerated with these kills. Normally on jungle picks, you can be thinking, well, we don't really want our jungler to get the gold. In this game, if Jun gets gold, he is the best late game hyper carry from the jungle that you can really think to have outside of a Karthus. And you can argue that gold being on either Jun or Scout, best place for it to go. PES is really just along here for the bridge into the mid game and some sort of power from that.
Give it all to Shun here. We do have Monkey on level 6, so Paranoia available whenever he wants to drop it. Vampire chilling in the mid lane here as the bot lane has gone up top for the side of JDG. These grubs spawning in about 15 seconds. We see Vampire will be headed up there as well. It's both of these squads on a collision course.
Who's the one who's going to be caught out? A reminder that we've lost a couple of summoner spells already. PES no flash from the early skirmishes, Vampire no flash as well. But outside of that, everybody largely fight ready. JDG the ones to start it up. There is a level 6 for Monkey. There is the engage tools for WE. If they want to go for something, this is their time.
Even if you take one or two, you're in a pretty good spot. It looks like Shun is going to get the second one. Here we go. Lights are out. This Vampire got engaged on over on the side. This Rise could be in a little bit of trouble. Monkey getting the shield. Zhuo trying to get away, but Taeyun doing a lot of damage, pushing forward, forcing JDG away. And they will take their prize of 2 grubs and be content.
Remember, they've still got Jun here with Smite, with the ulti available. Now Karis has no ult, now Monkey has no ult. I wouldn't be surprised if JDG walked for it.
Here we go. We're going to get on top of Shun here. He's going to be able to flash away. Lamb's Respite getting used. PES going to fall. Monkey not able to kill this guy yet. Is Shun trying to cut away, but he can't. And now Zhuo is the only one left alive, but for how long? Not very. Team WE picking up 3 kills.
It's a Vampire engage this time, well guided, as Scout went back to base but was a little bit late to get in. Scout misses the ward.
Oh, the fear, the heal. Vampire, can he get close to help his boy out? Karis flashing over the wall because he wants to close this out. But a bit ill-advised there.
The based Annie combo of Flash Molten Shield gives a little bit of movement speed over to his support.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, baby. You're getting rooted up, and PES is looking to take you down. Zenith Blade will connect. PES dashing forward, flashing forward, getting it done.
Where's your flash, Karis? Where's your flash? That's one of those situations that feels really bad. You are immediately punished for the over-aggression that you sought and that you ultimately weren't rewarded for. But it's Vampire that starts this off and quite wisely turning onto Jun here. I think that JDG thought that they would be more favored, but not really able to get any damage down out of this Kindred. The Lucian not able to get into the Lamb's Respite. Taeyun free-firing the entire time here. It does mean that this is a very free fight for WE. The fact that Scout doesn't really get in time at all is also really, really telling. Costs them very dearly. And looking at those items once again from the mid lane, there is a 0 gold lead, but the difference in items is quite telling.
One thing to note, there's a big lead up on the top side right now. A 20 CS lead for Xiaoshu, right? He is putting in a lot of work. He's got the heal cut too. It'll put in some work as JDG with this small lead. This last grub is up, so it just looks like JDG will look to pick this one up, but maybe... Okay. I was thinking, I'm like, there's no way he doesn't know that they're there, right?
He's in the middle of 4 people. I think going for the grub may have been bad. But Zhuo, face check, nice. No, puts a ward down. It immediately gets cleared, but it probably saves him a good chunk of his HP bar. And with WE having a run of things through that fight, you would expect it to be that they can continue trying to snowball this game, use the Corki, and maybe use some of that early power of this early Malignance from the Annie. But that's not really been the case just yet. Would like to see them try to push that pacing of the game a little bit more with Scout, immobile as a Rise on the top side with Monkey. Having the Paranoia once again now ready, you can see that JDG are positioning up for this top side, but I'm not against a world where WE look to contest it.
You see a lot of pings up top. A lot of blue pings. that maybe Monkey is ready to go after he clears out this wave, but the jungle is just lit up. He's not going to have an angle, so he's just going to head down to the bottom side. Curious to see what they do with this camp that does have a Kindred mark on it.
I mean, the very sad answer and the very likely answer is that it probably just gets cleared, and we may not end up seeing all that much from that. As for JDG, the fact that they've got a gold lead here despite losing out on that first fight, definitely pretty good. They've got Essence Reaver finished for their Lucian, Kraken Slayer picked up for June as well. That first dragon of the game actually does get secured. With the gold lead for Xiaoshu as well. I'm waiting to see what he can bring into the team fights as well. I do want to call out Xiaoshu's Renekton as maybe his best pick from the split so far. I think that he's looked actually very, very incredible. We're fighting.
Oh, we're going seriously deep here, and what a save here by Shun. The question is Pei's going to live? The answer, very much no. Zhuo going to hop over the wall, and it's a nice pick there for Team WE.
Maybe routing out the Crocodile as well. All dive, no breaks, and that's exactly the philosophy that they've gone for. Now, the wave is very far away, but I think that just Qs and rockets from the Corki and the Nocturne will be able to keep this Renekton under the turret, sign him his own fate, but JDG have walked in. They're trying to defend in here.
Xiaoshu trying to go down with the ship. He will flash and get stunned. Whoa, big Magnet Storm here. Big damage coming through, and it's a 2-for-1 for JDG.
Massive disruption underneath the turret. It's a great Magnet Storm from Zhuo, holding his team largely accountable for some of their previous mistakes. He was there to defend them, there to say, actually, no, you should have left, you shouldn't be here, and I'm going to be the one to come and bail you out. Massive Magnet Storm locks up WE under the turret. They don't have the ward onto Taeyun, and unfortunately he does get that recall off. But a big defense, and JDG, I think, continually putting themselves in a better and better position. I think as this game gets later, JDG have a much easier time with the Kindred and the Rise, so WE the ones with the burden of execution early on.
So difficult. Take a look at this replay. And, I mean, Zhuo, this was the impact that we're looking for this guy to have here. Everybody ends up stacking up, but he gets everybody. So good.
Yeah, it's 4 people in the Magnet Storm, and, you know, Taeyun and Cube, yes, they're able to get out to safety, but that's because they've already lost 2 of their members. I'm very much in a position as JDG where I'm happy with that play. Any fight that goes even neutral for the JDG roster is winning. They're just sitting back. They're quite happy just to sit and wait. Scout's already a level up over the Annie, and that's before the Rod of Ages has even started stacking.
Oh my.
And that's going to balloon within the next 10 minutes. The Kindred, not up in gold necessarily, but I think keeping pace with the 2-1-2 Nocturne is a pretty good position for Jun to be in. He's not yet made it to that 4-stack marker, but as soon as we get there again, it's going to be a really good spot for the Kindred to be in. And we'd like to think that without WE having too many ways to push the envelope in this game, they're really, you know, at a struggle bust situation.
And as the Rift Child gets started by Team WE, one other shout I want to point out here is that Cube hasn't really been able to do much of anything, right? He's got a kill, but there's been no split push pressure coming down, and now they're going to really turn up the heat onto Cube here. Vampire might try to bail this boy out. We're getting a dueling teleport coming in. It will be a 4v3, but JDG will just cut and run.
Yeah, and Scout with Phase Rush does get out to safety. It's a Rift Herald for a teleport, really, as maybe the red buff gets secured as well, but even still. A win that I think WE will take. They're going to need the Herald to push the pace of this game, and without it, game would have definitely been a little bit harder. You once again, I wanted to call back to something that you said earlier, Yanni. You talked about the Void Grub team and the Yorick team wanting to be the same, and found it once again where that's not the case.
Lights go out. Who's home? Monkey. Does he want to find a way in? No. They're just going to blow up Vampire. Tibbers can't block enough. Now JDG looking to rush down Karis. He will flash away, but he gets stunned up. The CC is too great, and it's a double kill for Shun.
The Kindred popping off here. The pick that took us a little bit by surprise in game number 3, the R5 from Jun, knowing that this was a good Kindred angle. He'd spotted it long in the draft and just needed a little bit more confirmation. Finds himself 4-1. finds himself in a great spot to carry this game.
He's got 4 stacks too. That's the best part. He's got that first breakpoint, baby. That's all you want. And it's not super late. Let's take a look at this replay. This Vampire just biting off a bit more than he can chew.
Yeah, you can see he's just trying to get a ward into the brush, puts an exhaust down, and WE in a little bit of two minds as to whether or not they're actually going for the engage. The teleport from Xiaoshu, who ends up, I think, sealing the play here. Without this teleport, maybe WE would have gone a little bit deeper, tried to play off of their Tibbers and the relatively strong Annie. But again, looking for a Realm Warp play onto Paris, who has no flash.
He's got no flash. Yeah, all right, let's go after him. Let's take him down to below half HP. He's got no teleport either. So that Realm Warp used to secure this dragon, it looks like.
No crash down commit there from Zhuo, decides that he doesn't want to go for it and want to risk losing his life. Knows the dragon is the ultimate play for them, and with a lot of HP, he can still look to find an engage. Jun and Monkey here, sat dicing for a 50-50. Taeyun zoning off Pays.
Cube on the way. Here comes that teleport, and the dragon will go WE's side, even with the investment of the Rise ultimate.
Yeah, so look at the minimap actually. Xiaoshu decides not to go for that push onto the tier 1 turret. Instead, he's looking to maybe group back up with his team in the mid lane as it's WE pushing in, using that Rift Herald. They want the turret, and it looks like actually, Arnie, they're going to get it. Yeah,
Rise can't show up to this either, so they might even get a second one here. It really depends on how much they want to commit. They'll get the second charge at the very least, and Team WE will now back away.
Very curious from JDG here. Xiaoshu this whole time could have been pushing, could have been collecting minions, trying to do the same thing that we see Scout do in this instance, but maybe just a little bit split on their decision making here, as I do think that the Renekton should have spent more time pushing up that top side, establishing a further gold lead, making it so that this Yorick is never going to be able to push in a side lane against him. And now he's gone for it, but what are you going to get out of this? Karis shows up, you've got Monkey in the wings as well. You've walked up to the turret, not even auto-attacked it, and not sure if this is a Xiaoshu call or if this is a JDG call, but it definitely felt wrong.
Yeah, there's something is just not entirely right there. It is all right, though. JDG are still up about 2,000 gold, and they've done well to kind of foil a lot of Monkey's plans. We haven't seen too many impactful paranoias. We've got a 4-1 Shun on the other side and a scaling Rise. All in all, that means that things are going according to plan here for JDG.
Yeah, you can see that there's not really too much, I'm going to say, pressure on the JDG side, right? Like, they got pressed away from the dragon and they went, all right, sure, you can have it. They got pushed out of their mid-tier 1 turret and they said, okay, you know what, you can have that too. And despite that, they're still 2k up to the good. I think waiting for Trinity Force from June to be finished is their next port of call. Once that gets picked up, they're in a much better position to start trying to take these fights. Maybe with the Flicker Blades from Pays as well, they will feel like they're in the best spot. And Seraph's just now being finished for Scout means that those 2 item spikes are already beginning for JDG.
The throw magnet.
But
Throw magnet Otacon has spawned. We haven't really seen too many in this series, but you know the moment that we mention that it's not a throw magnet, immediately a throw will occur.
Yeah, it's a. So far, these teams have been disciplined around that neutral objective, but
surprising given their standings.
Exactly, and I think that as we, I want to quickly call back to some of the trends that we looked at from the pre-show, something that we were looking at in our second game as well, is this Scout versus Karis matchup. Not that there's been any particular laning situations that have made us think that one person has performed better than the other, but currently looking at it, Scout is 2 levels up over Karis, is doing very well in terms of CS, and that level lead again in 4 minutes time, it's going to go one step further. We checked in at 10 to 11. During that time, Scout's gone from 11 to 14, and Karis, trying to work his way through 12.
They're going to try to make a play onto him, but he's going to be able to slide out just in time. Another paranoia that does not get its intended effect.
Yeah, and with Scout not having flash as well, that really sucks that he can't find his way, or that WE can't get anything from that, because now when the Nocturne goes in, Scout's flash will be back up. It means that safety net is there, and an immediate teleport back out onto the bot side to re-establish that pressure. Vampire with a little bit of PTSD from this brush means he's going to use the Pathfinder from the Nocturne to try to check it, but JDG have already started up with Atacon here.
Oh, baby.
Finished for Pays and for Scout.
Here we go. Cube on the backside here, but is now being pinched by Scout and Pace. Teleport is going to come in from Xiaoshu as he shows up to the party. The Otacon will reset. There's a lot of just posturing. Cube with no flash, backing out. And once again, JDG will start this up as WE look for another plane of attack, but they're all split. Cube is going to die all alone.
They've just taken the portal and left their Yorick out to dry. They were looking for an angle into this fight, and they still are here. The poke from Taeyun isn't nothing. This Corki not weak at this stage. Now Paze and Scout going to be the ones taking up the tanking mantle.
All right, Vampire's going all the way in here, trying to get on these priority targets. Here we go. We took out Shun. He is dead. Monkey's dead, but Xiaoshu saving the day for JDG. A triple kill, an ace, and Otacon in complete control.
A cardinal blunder by Jun is saved by the Renekton from Xiaoshu. Another massive performance from this top laner that JDG have picked up. A really solid Renekton player who is once again showing and proving his salt here in game number 3. Double flash from JDG picks up Cube at the start of this fight, and this looks like JDG should just be able to take the Atacon uncontested, but good poke from Taeyun. It incentivizes WE. Makes them remember that actually the only way we win this is if we keep fighting. The game doesn't get better. They get outscaled. They have to take this fight. But keep your eyes on Xiaoshu in this fight. Walks immediately into Taeyun, takes him to stun him, constantly keeping him occupied, and just so happens to be able to flash in and cull 2 of the Meek that are in front of his face.
Goodness me, he called 2 of those, and then he called the 3rd one afterward with the auto attack. And whenever you see a Renekton do that, you're like, oh man, this isn't your regular Renekton. This is Australian Renekton. This guy is absolutely massive in his element in the Outback and is taking Team WE Outback 4-1-3. They're going to try to make a 3-man play onto him. I just don't really see it happening. We're investing everything into kill Xiaoshu. He will slice away. Oh my goodness, he's in the 3v1 and he's just decimating WE.
And he wins the 3 versus 1. Not just by living, but by taking down Vampire as well. Karis whiffs the Tibbers, which means the stun goes wide, the stun goes unpunished. Taeyun flashing forward. Rocket.
Oh,
dodge.
the sidestep. Oh, another sidestep. Wave the wave flag, rude dude. Wave it.
Yeah.
It's over. Somebody stop the damn match. Ring the bell. JDG have delivered a knockout blow to Team WE and continue to pound away.
The inhibitor will fall, and you saw that there was a moment where JDG thought, do we want to take the inhibitor? And then they walked away saying, no, probably not. And then just a moment of clarity dawned upon them that this game's over. We can take the inhibitor if we want.
Goodness me, man. That was depressing to watch. This is just...
thing is...
it's just game 3 WE, I guess.
It's exactly what happened to them in the Weibo series as well, and they have to keep fighting. The game doesn't get better. I can't emphasize this enough that the sooner this game ends, the better for WE. For good or for worse.
Yeah.
Because the longer the game goes, the worse it gets for them. So either lose fast by trying to make plays, or start to turn the game back into your favor, again, by making plays.
Yeah, and I think the worst part is just that angle on the Renekton. It's such a slim angle, but it's the best that they really get there. That's the problem, right? Like, under no circumstances are you like, this is an advisable play. Yeah. But if it's the best play you have in a game where you're bleeding out and you get outscaled, I mean, what's a team to do, man?
And importantly, the sad part for WE is that it was possible. I think if Karis lands his skills, lands a spell, the Renekton probably dies. Unfortunately, you know, it's a miss. It's the Tibbers going wide, which means that there's no CC follow-up, and that the Renekton can end up just living, healing, doing what he needs to. As now JDG, probably quite rightly, going to turn their attention up towards this Baron. I mean, there's not really a lot more for them to find in terms of those objectives for the time being. We've got 2.5 minutes on the Drake spawning, and maybe they're going to look to try to take this tier 1 turret down first before they look to it, because, you know, the map looks a little bit wonky at the minute. It's like, I don't know if you've seen, but there's a guy on TikTok who just only trains his traps. This is kind of the thing that JDG are doing at the minute, where they've got the inhibitor in mid lane, but they forgot about the early steps, and they've still got tier 1 turret topside to take.
This is just, oh man, I imagine just somebody on WWE with massive traps and just no legs, bro. But
yeah,
I mean, this is tough. And I think the worst part about this is that it is a 4,000 gold lead, and it feels so much worse, Ruby.
Yeah,
I don't know about you, but it may as well be 10K.
Yeah, the idea here that you can look at the AD carries and go, oh, there's only a 500 gold difference between the ADs. It just doesn't matter. Like, because there's a 4-level disparity now between the mid laners.
Yeah.
Scout is absolutely so much further ahead of this Annie than you could ever possibly imagine. And there's a 60 CS lead that is pretty big. But for a 2k gold and for 4 levels, you would anticipate it to be a Flame Horizon, for it to be worse than it looks on paper. But it's not, and it looks like, you know, that you look at the gold, you think, yeah, this isn't completely over. But then you look at the comps and you look at how the compositions function, and you realize, this game is most likely chalk. This is like a 1% fight that can be found by WE if they actually get one.
And even then, you would need to win like another one. It's not like, unless you absolutely blow the doors off JDG, it's not like you're winning the fight and winning the game off that. And I love that you mentioned the Flame Horizon, because I was thinking that. I wonder if we'll find a way to see one this game, because it looks like we're going to the 3rd dragon. We do see that Vampire is forced to flash away, and it looks like Scout's gonna mosey on his way. Oh, I thought he was gonna go to the sideline. I thought this man wants more CS.
Of course he does. He's playing right. He's teetering on the edge of 10 CS per minute, so he needs to keep it up. You know, that's the goal here. It's not win the game. It's make sure that the CS numbers look good. Monkey, has he been spotted, or has Scout been spotted?
All right, Scout's gonna go golden. Try to mitigate this fear. He'll flash away. A lot of teleports coming through here. And we have this gigantic Renekton right on the AD carry, eating him for breakfast.
Who has the Nocturne? How has Taeyu ended up on top of Xiaozhu? That shouldn't happen.
I don't know, bro. I'm gonna keep it a stack. I'm gonna keep it a stack. I have no idea how this happened. They just lose the plot in 3rd games all the time. Like, we're not even seeing how poor plays. We're just seeing questionable things happen. And now JDG are looking to finally put this away. They say, who needs Baron? Well, we're gonna try to get some of these kills. Flash is burned, sure, but Karis is not gonna be able to escape the clutches of Scout, and neither will Vampire.
And now the dealer's choice in terms of what JDG can get after this. Baron's up, Drake's up, there's an open inhibitor that they can take as well. Looks like it's a 4-1 split. Scout has teleport as well, so he might look to try and disrupt this Drake. Because if you look at the minimap, Monkey immediately turns tails, goes through those Hex Gates, and is going to look to take the Dragon. So it's really looking like JDG are looking to end the game on this Baron. Because they're delaying their Soul Win condition for another 10 minutes, and it does mean that WE are going to be able to, at the very least, stall out for another 5.
I don't know, bro. I think JDG's siege power is going to maybe put them away here. We do see Zhuo is on the long flank here. Scout is level 18. Here come the Hex Gates. This man's going over the wall with the double stun here, looking to take out Team WE before they can even find a way to recall. They will be able to at least escape for now, and now they're going to try to lay the trap here. On the backside, this Lucian is just trying to survive. That ultimate down from Shun means that people will stay alive. Shun absolutely trying to get out. Taeyu chasing them down. So they do find the rise. And Zhuo is just in no man's land, but we do see Xiaoshu, who is 6-1, trying to bring up the rear and maybe make a play happen. And somehow, some way, Team WE have found kills, and now they're going to maybe try to find Xiaoshu here, as Karis is on the way, but it doesn't matter. Win. It's another 3v1 that he's just winning. He just wins these, man. Here we go. He finds another, and he will finally fall the Monkey. A triple kill, and Shun will try and pick up the pieces. Here is Pays 2 to wrap a bow on that fight that the exclamation point was put by Xiaoshu.
The croc from the top lane comes home to slam WE. The game will fall after, and Jun pays the double marksman. How weak can these turrets feel?
Very weak. These turrets are gone. The hopes of WE beating a team better than them are gone. The hopes of JDG making out of the muck, they still remain alive for now.
Okay, Xiaoshu deserved MVP, maybe in game 2. If he doesn't get it for this game, like...
I don't know, man. I'm gonna riot. I'm gonna raise hell. They're gonna get a strongly worded letter from me, and they're gonna be like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah, and I'll send an email as well. Like, I'll fax it over to them, get it there ASAP.
I love it.
We'll be really angry. Like, this Renekton was just incredible.
Yeah, can we call? Perhaps
International
as well?
fees may be quite high, but we could.
That's fine. I'll bite the bullet on it.
Kelsey?
I'll bite the bullet for Xiaoshu.
We'll see. I'm sure our producer will be okay with that. Coming out of the budget. That's what your coffee money's going to, everybody.
Hey, listen. You know what? You better think it's worth it for the game that guy played if he doesn't get MVP. I mean, he wins a 4v1, wins a 3v1. There's just not much more to say. The dive on the bot side that he helped turn around too early in the game before he was even super powerful. I'll give a lot of that credit to Zhuo. I think Zhuo actually had a pretty solid game on this rel. I think he, there we go.
Nice.
I think he had a pretty solid game on this rel. I think this is the first game that I can confidently say Zhuo made a mark.
Yeah. Zhuo did something.
And it was good.
Present. And it was positive, yeah. He turned that fight around down on the bot side. His anti-dive on the rel was really solid. It gave them a 2-for-1. And, you know, from there, kept on continually finding some really good engages. I mean, it was overshadowed by the fact that the Renekton went nuclear in the majority of those fights. And that largely it was WE again hitting their head against a brick wall and unfortunately having the outcome that you would expect when you do such a thing. And now JDG find themselves 4-6 record. They've separated themselves from WE, which I think is really important. That now gives them the breathing room, right? How realistic is it for WE to win 3 of their next series? It's just not. And that is how is it? Yeah, they'd have to win the rest of their series to go above JDG, and that's just not really going to happen. So our bottom 2 are pretty much decided at this stage, and it keeps JDG in contention for being able to make it to the top 4, but that's still a bit of a push.
Yeah, just looking ahead here, you know, they still need a leapfrog Weibo, right? And Weibo has anyone's legend, which I think at this point of AL's, the way AL's playing could be a loss. They have FPX, which should be a win. They have IG, which on the day you don't know what Weibo you're going to get. You don't know what IG you're going to get. Who knows? Maybe the last 2 days of the season between Weibo and JDG are the differentiator between 5th and 6th. Now, the differentiator between 5th and 6th is not very high. It is LGD, Thunder Talk, or Ultra Prime.
TT.
Yeah, well, we have no idea if it's going to be Thunder Talk or Ultra Prime. We might figure that out in our next matchup between those 2 teams. We have no idea what the hell is going to happen down there in Nirvana, man. We thought we had a muck down here on the bottom of Ascend. I don't know what the heck we have down there in Nirvana, bro. But it ain't inner peace, I'll tell you that much.
It's not. Again, to look at damage percentages, it is so rare that you will see top laners have a higher damage percent than have the rest of their team. But the fact that it's 10% higher than the next closest member on his team is crazy.
Yeah, honestly, well played. All of these highlights just need to be Xiaoshu's.
He wasn't here for this. Or did he?
He was not here for this.
This is Scout's teleport, so he wasn't here.
Hey, this is where he got his CS lead, though.
Oh, true. And guess who won this fight? WE. Coincidence?
The math checks out. They say don't tell caster to do math. Live on cast, the math checks out. This is when you knew. Oh, this might be bad news for Team WE.
This was the Zhuo show in the early to mid game here, as he's has a personal vendetta against Cube, and wherever he went, it seemed like Zhuo was there. But then this fight as well, this is where the Renekton started and then never stopped.
Yeah, and Zhuo being much more of a spear guy than a Cube guy, and you know, this looked for a second like it was really good. I'm like, oh, Look at these good health bars here. Maybe JDG will... Oh, never mind. Xiaoshu's got it. Listen, anybody can do it. Xiaoshu can do it. There was a game earlier this year, in this split, where he absolutely took over. I think it was in the first series that he had. He absolutely, or something really early on, took over, had a crazy fight that willed JDG to victory. This guy just seems to come up clutch.
Yeah, and his Renekton, I do think, is looking like his best pick. This isn't the first time that he's performed incredibly well on it, and it most likely won't be the last time. This is, yeah, look at all the teammates that he has. Look at all of the support that he's got from his team.
Yeah, man. This was solo queue-esque, by the way. When you just know that, like, oh, this is just terrible. I mean, like, the mistimed cleanse, just everything about that is... This stinks. You know you lost at that point. You just knew this game was over already. We were in the phase where JDG were just running over Team WE, and again, I think the problem that I have with a lot of these series is that it just raises more questions than answers, because for Team WE, we knew that, yeah, this is the Team WE that we expect. They win a game, they drop the next two. And because it happens all the time, we don't actually know if it's JDG playing well or it's WE just having an inability to win a second game in a series.
A part of you wishes that just get rolled, you know, like just go 0-2, and then we can say with confidence, okay, you're this good. But they win, and they beat JDG so convincingly in game one that we're just wondering where that was.
Like,
where did they go? What happened?
I don't know, man. This is just a hilarious at this point. It's just a meme. Like, this is a meme of the LPL. Ethical MVP. Round of applause to the voting.
Putting away the pen and paper.
Exactly. No, we are not sending strongly worded messages.
Sent back to the draw.
Yeah, this was a really fantastic Renekton game. I mean, this is exactly what you pick, or this is exactly what you envision when you have a Renekton pick. You're like, hey, Renekton's going to do stuff early on, and then maybe he'll get super fed, and then maybe he will just absolutely run the rest of the game, which is exactly what he did. Very good stuff there. But Rude Dude, that is it for you and I. So do you have any thoughts on this series and any thoughts of the upcoming games?
I hope that JDG are a better team than 6th. I really want them to start pushing and make it so we have a top 6. That's it. That's all I'll say. I just hope that they can do that.
They still have time. They will at least be in a play-in match. So it's between now and then, essentially, for them to figure it out as a team. It's not a whole lot of games, but maybe it's a whole lot of scrims. Well, that will do it for myself and Rude Dude. We will have Ralpha and Alk Battery picking up the baton from us for Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk, and IG and Top Esports to round out the evening. So we're going to go ahead and take a break. And when we're back, you'll see their beautiful smiling faces and Ultra Prime versus Thunder Talk.
What's up, y'all? We're getting ready for our second series of our Super Saturday. It's Rafa and Alk back at it again for the Alpha Casting Duo, and we've got a banger headed your way. Don't let the team names fool you. We're just as excited for this series as any other ones. In fact, Alk told me before we even got onto the series that he's way more excited about this series than the third series of the day, which, you can believe it or not.
I just think that the third series is going to hurt a lot of people in the chat, myself included. So I want this one to be a very fun one. This is my second Nirvana series of the season. And look, I know people were saying before the games, this is like kind of a crap sandwich. You've got two good ends, and then you got something in the middle that not a lot of people are looking forward to. But I'm one of the guys, I'm going here for the Oreo fill-in on this one.
Hell yeah. Well, let's get right into the thick of it. Starting on the blue side, it is Ultra Prime kicking off our second series of the day with Jung in the top lane, Junhao, Saber, Baya, and Xiaosha rounding up the rest of the roster. When we look at this team overall, quick things. It's still a very developmental focused team. Junhao, Baya, and Xiaosha all coming from that BLG junior roster. It's a very exciting prospect to try and build this team up over the course of the year. Obviously, not a lot of games have gone their way, but I know that talking to you, Alk, you're still favoring this team in general over Thunder Talk.
They've been making improvements throughout the split. Remember, we cast our minds all the way back to the beginning of the year. This was kind of like the PCS team that was going to be in the LPL when we had Rosie Love and Wako still playing. Obviously, that bot lane has been swapped out. And even with some of the growing pains of bringing in a player like Baye, I think with the fact that Jung and Junhao are playing some really, really great League of Legends here at the end of the year, Baya has only shown improvements, and the laning phase for this team has looked really, really strong. So I'm hoping that we can get to see some of that growth as they make that final push to make it into the play-ins.
Sure thing. And one of my favorite things is actually to hear from the players themselves rather than the casters up here on the caster desk. So I'm pretty sure we got some words from Baya regarding his support Xiaosha.
我觉得白是一个比较好玩的人吧。我觉得小夏是一个很坚定跟很乐观的吧。打得 beautiful 下个。今天跟上场一样打得很勇敢。今天肯定是 AD， 肯定是辅助，没辅助不好赢，只能说。Elk， 我的偶像是欧文。欧文吧，我想跟 Elk 一起打。AD 对辅助来说相当于孩子一样，要把他慢慢喂大。辅助对 AD 来说更像是保镖吧，保护 AD。我觉得对方会用提莫恶心我，我觉得 AD 会用德莱文。上单很乐观吧一届，然后打野也是一个很乐观的人吧，中单比较温柔一点吧。我觉得上单是一个很乐观，然后很努力的人，打野性格很好，然后中单性格也很好。希望你1年后可以有机会进世界赛。我也是的吧，希望你1年后能进世界赛吧，或者拿个 LPL 冠军。哎，对，你帮我陪我帮你。你先，那我这样。OK。开打。那你给这个，给这个吗？好了。
Boom. One true pairing right there. Baya and Xiaosha just consistently glazing each other, giving some nice words about their solo laners as well as their jungler. I like the word usage. Optimistic, gentle, very, very positive, very wholesome language here. But we got to keep things rolling because we got to talk about the other team on the red side. Thunder Talk Gaming is their opponent. And while this roster had a lot of magic in the very first split of the season, at least for me, Alec, it's been a while since I've covered this team, and I know that talking to you and some of the other members on the broadcast, this roster of Hoya, Aki, Satab, 1xN, and Feather, it still seems like it's the 1xN and Feather show, but this team comes way more together holistically when the solo lanes are also being stable.
This Thunder Talk roster has really felt like it's been the same all year long. I don't think we've gotten too much growth from any of the individual players. We're continuing to see more and more of 1xN and Feather really performing as a bot lane duo, but when we've seen Thunder Talk survive, it was back in the lane swap meta where you could have Hoya on weak side, you can give him less resources, and just funnel as much possible gold into 1xN and Feather. So it kind of sucks to see that we're at the end of the year. This team was previously in Group Ascent and Split 2 and just have not lived up to that same magic that we saw from them. Except, Rafa, of course, with you being here, we did have to show this again. EDG fighting their first loss, an almost undefeated Split against a kind of a team that no one was looking towards for them to be able to beat EDG.
Yeah, I was definitely not expecting Thunder Talk of all teams to take the first game loss off of EDG, which then seemingly has started the overall descent of the perfect season to no longer the perfect, or at least undefeated series record, as that was quelled by Ninjas in Pajamas just a couple days ago. But Thunder Talk at least being able to show a decent formula of how they were able to take down EDG, and something that they can look forward to in trying to replicate going up against Ultra Prime. I kind of put it towards the Smolder cheat code, but as you said, it was still a game where Satab looked great on the Aurora. Hoya was still quite impactful in a lot of these fights, and if Thunder Talk want to continue that stability, they need to replicate that same formula going into Ultra Prime.
You and David Shynock, man, both you guys hating on the Smolder tech for a free win. It happens. But yeah, I think when we actually do get to see players like Satab actually have comfortable performances, that's when Thunder Talk really start to shine. Because again, 1xN, one of our best AD carries, I think statistically, is also looking like a potential prospect to maybe join a top level team next year. I mean, damage percentage in terms of his team, he has 33% of Thunder Talk's damage. That is first in the entire league. He has first in CS per minute. He is third overall for gold generation and fourth for kill participation. I think this guy is really incredible. The stats show it. I think the eye test also, you can see it in this player. It's just the pieces around him that have not really all gelled together so far.
And much similar to the developmental prospects on Ultra Prime this year, I've looked at 1xN for the longest time over the course of 2025 as a player that his main goal is, if the team is not performing, then he's got to put in as much work as he can to make it look like he is the only person keeping them afloat so that he can get on a better team next year. Unfortunately, you know, 2025 at the beginning, I thought that maybe Split 2 was going to be different, but of course, you know, the beginning did not carry over throughout the rest of the season. So now, 1xN, just continue to make yourself look good. Maybe next year, another team will pick you up.
He looked really good on Thunder Talk last year as well, which I think was the really impressive part. It was okay, you had a breakout year as a rookie. Sure, that happens. I think that, you know, more frequently than not happens, especially in the LPL. But it's that second year. Can you beat the sophomore slump? And now, it's the end of 2025. We have only 2 matches left after this for both of these teams. And with them having very similar records, this is basically the race to get into play-ins, this match between these two. So we're already here into draft. Thunder Talk on the blue side, they've gotten rid of the Gwen, the Galio champions that we've seen from them time and time again. Wonder whether or not we're going to get that Scion first pick, or we're going to be looking towards maybe empowering a player like Aki.
Rumble still up and available in case Hoya wants to grab that for himself now that at least a couple of the champions that are bad matchups are gone. Aurora is still another thing to consider, as that has always been a troublesome counter pick that has arrived not only as a flex, but also as one that Rumble also hates to play into. Ultra Prime, things like the Aurora aforementioned, Pantheon's available. Okay,
yeah. Pantheon gives them some early skirmishing, obviously there for Aki, someone who really wants to, trying to put some early pressure into the game, and especially for one of the problems of Thunder Talk being some of their side lanes. If Ultra Prime do get caught out, that is a way for them to make an advantage for themselves later on in the game. Ultra Prime are going to go ahead and seem to take away a really powerful mid laner against Saber, one of his most played so far in the split with the Talia, but are going to pivot away from that potentially.
We'll see if they continue to go for the Talia, because denying it away from Satab when you already have the Pantheon for a guaranteed combo still seems like the ideal play, but Ultra Prime starting to ponder it. They went for the Trundle guaranteed instead, knowing that Hoya would have likely have gone to a tank pick, so now that makes the tank prospect a little less ideal here, since the Subject 8 will just turn that guy into balsa wood.
Yeah, I mean, that'll not only that, but if you're gonna play a mobile mage in the mid lane, things like a Ryze or a Victor or even the Orianna here for someone like Setab, you're under threat very early on to potentially lose your flash or lose your life in this lane. So Trundle can be effective, especially as an early duelist there. So let's see what else ThunderTalk are going to go for. We have been getting a lot of Rumble for Hoya. I haven't been the biggest fan of it, as I really think he has performed best when he is able to soak a lot of pressure on the other side of the map. We're going to be going ahead and getting more of a pick composition, one that disregards the front line of Ultra Prime with this Orianna and this Pantheon and potentially an Mbessa coming on through.
And I think the pivot away from the Rumble, not because you personally have noted the Rumble deficiencies that Hoya has shown throughout the split. Oh, okay, well, never mind.
My Rumble deficiencies. Oh no.
Does Zhang just slam Aurora here? Because we've seen it as a powerful counter pick, or do you want to save it for another point in the series?
I think the Sion is just too OP here, man. Like, you got Sion and Ornn on the same team now. Or Sion and Trundle on the same team. This is beautiful, and I love this from Ultra Prime. Take away the Smolder so we don't get a scaling situation. I don't think this is a perfect game for Smolder, as there aren't a lot of tanks. So coming into this second phase of draft, we'll have to see what the 80 carries are looking for, especially for Baya and Xiaoxia. They have been very aggressive in lane, especially if they've gotten more games coming into the patch. In their last 8 games, they've gotten first blood in 6 of them, 4 of them for Baya.
Well, that is one aggressive 80 carry taken off the table with the Lucian. Next best option probably could be looking at something like Varus or Jhin if you want a little bit of extra lane pressure there. We've seen things like
Varus is
Sivir
banned.
be picked. You're right, so no Varus there either. So Rakan taking an option from Feather that can either pivot between engage or disengage. This now leaves the support pool to things like Alistar. Rel is still available, but Alistar priority should be skyrocketing at this point unless Ultra Prime want to save their support option for the 5th round and try to wait out what Feather is going to pick instead.
Leona could get a little bit of value with how short range, but I do like the Rel and the Alistar that you had mentioned. It's going to be the Nautilus taken away by ThunderTalk here. They're going to go ahead as Ultra Prime and take this Alistar, give Baya more options and see what his matchup is going to be, as well as the rest of what ThunderTalk's composition. Because right now, what ThunderTalk are showing is if you don't have Flash, or if you're not a mobile enough carry, we can catch you out with an Equalizer, with this Pantheon flashing forward, or even the Orianna. So I like this. What Ultra Prime are going to have to be aware of is whether or not ThunderTalk are going to have the ability to bust through tanks, because there's a Sion, there's a Trundle, there's an Alistar. You need a champion not like a Jhin to be able to actually fight versus Ultra Prime's front line.
Does Corki fulfill that role, Dimitri?
Corki is, I think, strong in the lane, but can be a little susceptible to some range. He can poke out the Talia, but I'm afraid that when you have a Trundle pillar, you're basically forcing his Valkyrie in a lot of instances.
They go with the Kai'Sa instead. Late game, I'm a little hesitant to say that Kai'Sa is a true tank buster, but maybe with the full dive commitment that ThunderTalk have set up for themselves, the identity is eliminate the backline, get rid of the damage dealers, and then they can deal with the front line after the fact. And Ultra Prime go for a last pick Sivir just for a little bit of extra mobility, trying to empower the rest of the team, and of course that extra wave clear power that can help stall a game out potentially for Ultra Prime.
I think the wave clear part is just so important for them. It lets them move between objectives a lot faster, which has been an issue for Ultra Prime. Setting up before an objective, like a Dragon, like a Herald, a minute and a half before, what do we see? Someone on Ultra Prime gets caught out, and it makes the game very tough for them. So hopefully the Sivir gives them that added utility. And even in the laning phase, I know a lot of our casters and a lot of people have been thinking of Sivir as this really weak early game skirmisher, or this weak early game kind of champion, but she can fight in the minion wave with the boomerang blades and with her Q. She can be very potent to be able to fight you and push at the same time. So this still gives Xiaoxia and Baya the ability to fight 1xN and Feather.
Compositions are locked in for both teams now. A reminder to everyone, both Ultra Prime and ThunderTalk Gaming have the same series score, 2-5. There are 3 series left after the conclusion of this one here. So a big win for either team would give them that extra layer of security and safety in trying to play their way at least into the play-in stage for playoffs. A loss here, based on the strength of schedule that we see later on, could mean that their season will come to an end at the conclusion of the Rumble stage. It's Ultra Prime taking on ThunderTalk Gaming. Let's hit the riff for game 1.
Oh? I heard a single Gyro. Wait. They're all
Get
on
off
their
your
phones.
phones!
They all have to go on Weibo and say, hey guys, I'm at the arena. I'm watching Thunder Talk versus Ultra Prime right now. I get it.
Guys!
I get it.
If one of the teams loses here, it doesn't look great for their chances to get into the play-in playoff stage.
They're in the audience, okay? They're in the audience. If my players are getting on the stage for one of our most important matches and they're looking out in the audience right now, I'm coming back on stage and we're having a talk, okay? So when we look at these two teams though, Rafa, we have to be thinking for Ultra Prime, getting any dragons early is going to be feeling really good for them. And then for Thunder Talk, how are they going to be able to leverage some of these lanes to get into good spots for team fights? Because you have a Rumble, you have an Orianna, expect for team fights to be really easy.
The formula is very straightforward. Land all of your R keys together, get that wombo combo flowing. That one item spike is going to be super critical for champions like the Pantheon and the Rumble. Obviously, the Kai'Sa and the Orianna will continue to benefit as time goes on, but if you're able to accelerate, and more than likely we've seen Kai'Sas start rushing things like the Kraken Slayer. Although, would you
it's
think
broken.
that
It's very broken this game.
Yeah.
Like Kraken Slayer in general, the changes to it make it very, very strong. I was gonna maybe hypothesize that maybe this is a game that 1xN can opt to go for Static Shiv to try to match the wave clear of Baya, but I think the damage loss when you have a Trundle, Alistar, and Sion, I think it's too much to be worth.
Do you ever think Blade of the Ruin King is a viable option into heavy HP frontline? Or are you just trying to kill the backline? I feel like you're just trying to dive the backline.
I think you have too many items, right? Because in terms of item economy, 1xN needs to be able to get a Rage Blade. He also needs to be able to pick up the Kraken Slayer like we were talking about. Kai'Sa is very flexible in that manner, so we'll see if he ends up going for it. We have both junglers starting on, both going towards the top side of the map here. Pretty interesting. It seems more like Aki is trying to cover for his Rumble, but I don't think as a Pantheon you really want to run into this Trundle very early on, and we're seeing Baya actually take a early recall and move top lane.
Lane swap proactively done here for Ultra Prime. And I'm imagining that Zhang is going to get this wave crashed as much as possible and then just look for a recall and to teleport to the bot side. And the fact that Xiaosha has yet to move, I'm curious if Xiaosha is going to stay here or if he's going to just join Baya later on. As Aki is going to encounter Junhao in the river. Junhao with the chomp through the shield, even though Aki deflects a lot of the damage. Doesn't have any more left in the tank, and Junhao now has full control of the river.
Ooh, yeah, I actually like this because Xiaosha gets to stay up on experience. He gets to stay there with his with the top laner in case there is any action from this Pantheon. And while it was a minor mistake there from Junhao, this just makes it impossible for Hoya to do anything here in this lane. Because now, this wave is going to eventually bounce back towards the top side and bounce into this Rumble. But you don't want to be overextended in this lane versus a Sivir. And if there's an Alistar nearby, then Hoya's in a hell of a lot of trouble. There's not a ton of vision, as you can see already on the map here, for Hoya.
Wow, they're sending Feather to the top side of the map to give him that extra layer of disengage power, potentially. Xiaosha also arriving around the same time. If they can at least get this wave to recorrect itself and not trapped on Ultra Prime side of the map here, at least it'll be safer for Hoya, because if this Rumble starts to fall behind, Zhang is going to be like, whatever, I'm Sion, right? But Rumble getting decelerated on that first item spike, getting decelerated, now sharing levels on that level 6 power spike, that gives an angle for Ultra Prime to try and look for an early dragon if they want to go for it, or it could even affect the Grubs timer coming up in 3 minutes.
Also, 1xN hasn't taken a recall, right? Baya, with him leaving early and moving into the top lane, he picked up a Cole to start, so he's getting more gold per gold than 1xN is right now. And Hey, for Thunder Talk on their side, this does mean that 1xN is getting gold and experience solo, so he might have access to his ultimate a little bit sooner than his counterpart. Flash maybe from Setab.
Seismic shove set up by the pillar. It's beautiful, but the phase rush into the flash allows Setab to disengage. Aki now trying to fight back in that counter gank, and nothing more will come from the play.
I think it's just too late though from Setab, because now you're stuck in this lane. You have no teleport, you don't have any flash now, so as the Orianna, you're in a really big world of hurt. Just 2 minutes before those grub spawn, you need to be able to find a timer to reset, and Saber, with having the Talia wall, can basically move to whatever side lane he wants while you're stuck under this wave.
It's going to be another about 4.5 minutes before Setab's flash does come back off cooldown, which aligns very nicely with that objective you called out. Neither team has really gone for the dragon, so we're missing the window on getting an early Drake stacking win condition for either team here. It seems at this pace, I imagine that both teams are just going to invest as much time as they can into farming gold and getting as close to their level 6 power spikes for these champions here before that grub timer. Now, the other thing I want to talk about, Dimitri, is that you mentioned for Ultra Prime, one of the things that has been plaguing their games, even though they have strong early games, it's their ability to not lose summoner spells right before an important objective. So far, it has not happened yet.
We've hit the 130 mark, so I'm looking.
Oh, like clockwork! Saber's overextended and Thunder Talk pick up first blood.
He thinks that he's allowed to move in the bottom side jungle because, hey, Junhao's taking Scuttle right underneath him, right? He should be able to move down there, but a great pocket of vision. And now Ultra Prime, I don't think it's going to mean all that much because as we see on the map right now, Baya and Xiaosha are pushing out on the top side. And all of this time, Feather is roaming around with Aki to maybe apply pressure on the bottom side. We're going to see Aki, he gets one more jungle camp and he will have access to his ultimate. Xiaosha is going to teleport down to support the play on the bottom side. I think this is a great start here for Ultra Prime. Even though Saber did go down, there's not all that much that ends up going missing for it.
And Thunder Talk are not able to really benefit off of that play. Saber doesn't burn flash either. He just accepts the death. He knew that he was going to go down. Now he still has spells up. Remember, Setab is not going to have flash for this Grubs play, so he is still could fall victim to a proactive engage setup either by this Alistar, by the Talia, or even by the Trundle with a pillar.
And now Feather had to take another recall. He's half a level down on Xiaosha. He'll have his ultimate for these upcoming Grubs. That is such an important timer for them to make right now as Ultra Prime. So I like what they're doing. We are seeing kind of the difference in styles already with Baya just now hitting level 6, gets the flash out of Hoya.
Equalizer now being used, so neither of these top laners are going to be involved with this Grub fight. Both of them just trying to compete for wave priority, but advantage does go over to Zhang since he burned Hoya's flash.
And Zhang still has teleport. Same thing here with Hoya. Instead of playing for the Grubs, they're going to go for this Rumble.
Seismic shove, can he land it? It's a flashless Rumble. He's slowed by the Unraveled Earth. Good patience by Hoya, but he still steps in range of that decimating smash.
Nice, and now Saber gets all of this wave to himself. He'll be able to grab the second wave that also crashes under this turret. Wonder where Zhang is going to go for the teleport. You can see that Xiaosha is walking towards the top side. Junhao has the rest of his top side camps to clear. Thunder Talk in trade will be able to grab themselves all of the Grubs. When you look at this team composition, when and where are they actually going to be able to hit turrets with this team? You have a Sivir who's always going to be able to clear waves, maybe with this Rumble, but Sion already, Spectre's Cowl and the Negatron Cloak, pretty tough to move out of this lane as the Rumble.
Yeah, it's a really smart adaptation from Ultra Prime, recognizing that Zhang was able to get solo lane XP as well as gold, whereas Hoya had to share those levels early on, was put in a difficult spot, is already fallen behind the curve 20 CS to a Sion, and anytime a tank is able to get ahead of the curve against a squishier carry champion, it does not feel great to be the squishier carry, as Aki gonna try to jump onto Junhao, has Feather there, but there's more members from Ultra Prime side, and now Aki might be in a world of trouble here. No point in flashing, he knows he's dead, as the teleport was coming in to support the play.
And now they're going to see if they can push Hoya off of this wave. This is a huge amount of resources. Now he's staying under the turret. Now they get to teleport out from Feather. And 1xN can be in the area. They have Killer Instinct available.
They're teleporting back. Thunder Talk put in Feather, and they raise the teleport from Saber. The Magnustorm is going to keep him under the tower, but Xiaosha goes in with the flash, locking up Hoya once again, punishing the fact he does not have have that flash available, and Ultra Prime pick up the feat of warfare.
That is really, really great map play that we were seeing from Ultra Prime here. They're moving very fluidly between the lanes. They're not getting trapped on these small timers around objectives. ThunderTalk a little slow to the play and now getting punished everywhere. Hoya 0-2. This Sion is going to be a menace later on into this game. And I mean, we talked about a little bit of the scaling. ThunderTalk can punch through these tanks with a Kaisa, but Ultra Prime getting these dragons is exactly what we wanted to see from their game plan.
It's so cool to see the just on-the-fly read from Ultra Prime adapting to the lane swap that he has set up by sending Baya to the top lane early on, avoiding the Kaisa lane. Yeah, 1xN is able to get some solo time, but ThunderTalk have not been able to leverage that at all in the first 10 minutes of the game. And so far, it's Ultra Prime with the makings of a snowball. The gold lead is only a few hundred, but this is a foundation for a strong start here for Ultra Prime.
Just taking a look, we have dragons spawning in a minute. Hoya's going to need to push this wave in and then potentially move on down. I wonder if ThunderTalk are going to feel comfortable to fight, because you look at some of the item completions right now. Aki's already completed his Sundered Sky, but 1xN is still a little bit of ways away. He's about 400 gold. Probably this next mid-wave will get him closer to that Kraken Slayer, but he's very behind on his Cole, which we can see compared to his counterpart right now. Almost completed for Baya, and he has the Essence Reaver.
Surprised that Junhao doesn't actually have the Trinity Force available yet, but I imagine the first kill of the game going over to Aki gave him that extra bit of gold necessary to hit the first spike. But Ultra Prime are being patient. Trinity Force now has been completed. In fact, another first item for Saber. It is the Archangels, not fully stacked for Seraphs, but Ultra Prime might feel a little bit more confident now that they are matching power for power across all lanes.
Wait, TT are not going to be able to fight for this dragon now. I'm looking at Hoya. He obviously used his teleport to get back up top lane. He took the Gromp from his jungler, and he doesn't have Equalizer anymore. So this is an objective that ThunderTalk are giving up for now. And are they actually going to be able to use this to pressure onto turrets is my question. Because you have these 3 grubs. We still have all of these plates up for the next minute and a half. I need to see them pressuring. We're seeing 1xN potentially finding some kind of space on Baya early. Already 60% of his HP there. And we're getting pushed in mid and in bottom lane here for ThunderTalk. So how do they get in? Are we going to finally see a Grand Starfall from Aki?
Zhang is already leaving lane so that he could threaten with the power of that unstoppable onslaught, knowing that, as you called out, Hoya cannot join this fight. ThunderTalk are ill-advised. Zhang now crossing the control ward in full vision. ThunderTalk should be very wary, and that is the second dragon secured for Ultra Prime.
I think it's a tough spot there for ThunderTalk. They needed to somehow figure out a way to get Setab into the fight, considering they're on 2 separate sides of the Dragon Pit, so we don't get to see them actually execute on that game plan. Zhang, oh no. Oh no.
Don't tell me it's, oh my god, that's a lot of damage with the Decimating Smash. He's got the Armor Shred from the E, the Mocking Shout, the Flash, what for? Zhang still kills him anyway.
This is the Sion versus the Rumble, and Zhang continues to live up to his moniker that we gave him from Split 1. 1v1 Zhang. He has been so impressive, and I can't believe he's doing it on Sion of all champions. I think a very impressive player who has only, I think, risen in his stock so far in Split 3 and continued to prove his level of play here in the LPL.
You know, the funny thing is, Al, we're not even on the next patch yet, if I'm not mistaken. We are not on 15.16, and Zhang's getting buffs. Next patch. And Zhang says, yeah, I don't even need the buffs. I'm just nice like that.
I'm up a fair amount of experience and gold. I deserve to be nice like that. Hoya, I've had my issues with his Rumble, and we're seeing it live here. 20 CS down, a full level, and now we're looking at Zhang. Completed Kana Crookern. Has the Merc Treads. Rumble does no damage to him at this point. So Hoya, whenever he can get a wave to himself to push against the Sion, he needs to be able to move before Zhang can show up at team fights. Now, we're going to have the Herald spawn in 30 seconds here. Is this finally going to be the team fight that we actually see from ThunderTalk where they're able to connect? You can see that bot lane already has priority from mid. Orianna's making a move. Can Ultra Prime actually fight back? They can use this Talia wall to kind of reposition themselves in the fight, but Xiaosha is also not in the area. I need to see ThunderTalk take control of space.
And look how proactive Zhang gets to be on the side. Already moving to mid lane just so he can be in range of joining the fight with the unstoppable onslaught. That would force Hoya to have to teleport in and give him that extra summoner spell advantage. Junhao using the strength of all 4 members here in the river, pushing Aki out. I don't think ThunderTalk get to touch this objective at all.
Feather recalls. He has Ghost, so he's already back out on the map. Teleport's going to come in. So this was the problem. We had the
Now we're
Dragon
TPing?
Pit. They were not on the same spot. Now they're going to be coming in all as 5.
Xiaosha with the engage. The Herald is already secured. Aki's in trouble once again. Equalizer right over the top. Feather trying to combo with the Magnet Storm. Aki is forced to run. Feather under fire. Hoya is forced to retreat. He's got no more damage left in the tank. It's a big decimating smash, and Saber's going to cut all their paths off. 1xN is caught, and Ultra Prime surge into full pyre mode.
Oh man, they get the Herald. We saw all of their abilities land, by the way. That was Equalizer. That was the ultimate from Orianna, and it did no damage versus Ultra Prime. So they grab themselves the turret, they'll get the objective, the fight win. It seems like everything is coming up ace trumps for Ultra Prime. Now, Junhao, do you have the tech? Can you drive? This is a tough corner to lean through. All right. Look, you can't do everything, okay? He can't win every matchup.
If he hadn't made that curve, I would have dropped the headset and said, all right, let's just go next. Game one's
I'm already ready to go next. Because look at this fight. I want us to watch Hoya and Seitab here. They land everything. Equalizer onto most of the backline members. Baya's getting caught. There are 2 members. Baya and Junhao get hit with a shockwave. And just does nothing here. Alongside with that exhaust that we saw, Ultra Prime are not only really tanky, but there's just a missing amount of damage here from ThunderTalk. I think that they missed some of their window, especially from this top side, and we're seeing now Ultra Prime really capitalize on these mistakes.
I don't fault ThunderTalk for taking the fight if they believe that the game doesn't get any better for them. It just still feels so questionable when they've already lost so much trying to force a fight when Zhang is so accelerated. For me, this might feel 2020 retrospect. I feel like ThunderTalk had to find fights before the top laners got involved because Hoya is so irrelevant compared to what this sign can bring to the table. Aki, Seitab, and 1xN still had a little bit of gold to be able to at least tangle with their counterparts in Ultra Prime, and now the advantage is completely lost.
Well, I mean, we kind of talked about it, right? Like, you do need to see some level of coordination here from ThunderTalk. We need to see them actually fight a little bit early, but their positioning around objectives and how Ultra Prime played the map made it difficult for ThunderTalk to be able to answer.
Yeah.
So the lane rotations that we saw from them kind of cut out that game plan from ThunderTalk before they even had a chance. We said before the top laners got involved, well, Baya recalled at 3 minutes into the game. He made sure that Hoya was going to be involved in a negative way here in this game. So Ultra Prime now, we've got ourselves already here at Soul Point, potentially at 18 minutes. We have yet to see a Grand Starfall from Aki that has been at all effective.
Now they're trying to catch out Xiaosha, but he goes into that ultimate for the extra damage reduction. Zhang just cutting off the front line here, and the Equalizer is just doing nothing. Here comes the Grand Starfall, but Aki is in the middle of all 5 members, and Seitab and 1xN are caught by the Raptor camp. They can't even step up. Ultra Prime just wiping 3 off the map super easily.
This is a very important match. We talked about it during the pre-show. If Ultra Prime are able to win this series, it doesn't outright give them the top 4 seeding going into the play-ins, but it makes it very easy for them, especially when you look at their upcoming schedule. EDG and LGD after this, the final 2 matches for Group Nirvana for this team. We take a look back at this fight. A great catch out here from Xiaosha. I love the positioning from Zhang to make sure that no one can jump on through. The unraveled earth, the traffic cone that we actually got to see from Junhao makes it impossible for Seitab and 1xN. This is such a clean fight, and we're getting some of the best gaming that we've gotten from Ultra Prime all year long going up against TT.
I believe it. This is my 2nd game of casting Ultra Prime, and memory isn't serving me correctly to really confidently say I've seen better games than this, but just off of the strength of how well they are playing against ThunderTalk right now, this just looks like a different Ultra Prime altogether. In fact, the way that Junhao has been able to coordinate things across the map, this is why I first got excited about Junhao back in Split 2.
Yeah.
Obviously, the big caveat, Dimitri, I will say, that was the time when Nefiri first came into the meta, and Junhao was the first one on that train. And ever since then, I was a big fan.
But he's been a big leader for this team, right? Like, ever since he's joined the roster, every time we talk about Ultra Prime, it's like, okay, are they going to grief Junhao? Because he's been the best performer, pound for pound, most consistently for these guys. And when they brought Baya in, he had a lot of positioning issues, but we're starting to see that is slowly getting ironed out, and it's really good to see that we're actually getting growth from our Group Nirvana teams, where I think, you know, sometimes, especially once we get longer into a season, we get into some older narratives. We're like, okay, these teams are not really changing from game to game, from match to match. Now we're seeing the re-engage coming from Ultra Prime.
I mean, Feather just burned Flash trying to catch out Saber, and yes, you got the Talia Flash, but the Weaver's Wall will punish him surely. Shockwave is nice, but there's just no damage behind that thing, and Aki, once again, in trouble, getting bitten down to pieces. Junhao takes a chop of that Pantheon ass, and Thunder Talk lose out on their jungler. The Otacon is now for free.
Yep, that's a free one, and think about the experience now, guys. They're going to be so far ahead. You see Baya already half a level up. You see Saber, a little bit more experience. I'm looking at top lane. Jung is 2 levels over this Rumble. I just want to see what happens with the Otacon. I want to see how much experience he gets and how much further ahead he is going to be of Hoya.
Saber will get a chance to catch the wave and make sure that 1xN doesn't get a free turret outright. Otacon is secured. And I know that somewhere in the world, over on the East Coast, Super K-Man is smiling from ear to ear, seeing that his boy, Jung, is putting on a hell of a show tonight.
He's playing well. I'm a little sad because the Otacon experience was not as much as I was really hoping for. I thought it'd be like an insane amount. It's basically, at this point, we are a little bit later. They do have a little bit more experience, so it's only half a level for him. This is Feather being a little too adventurous. Maybe if they catch out Saber, they can find a killer instinct. It's just too late. And again, the solo lanes here for Ultra Prime are so important. Jung is taking no damage this entire time and making it impossible for 1xN to walk forward. It is such a difficult job. He's hitting, and then he's gone. The fact that Hoya and Setab could not do anything with their ultimates means that this game is, I think, pretty doomed. 7,000 gold, Otacon and Soul in a minute and a half here for Ultra Prime if they can close it out.
It doesn't even get a chance to do any meaningful damage to this top tier 1 turret. It has remained ever stout and untouched for the past 22 minutes. Hoya trying to see if he can find a flank angle here, but everyone from Ultra Prime steps back, and we see the first proactive Grand Starfall as it gets practically nothing.
This is the second Grand Starfall we have seen all game. Maybe you were looking for Saber or for 1xN to use his ultimate, but the turret is still up and available. We cannot be making that play if we think we're going to be doing anything in this game. Thunder Talk have completely squandered what could be a very strong game now. If there is a chance for them to win, it has to be here. 2 items for 1xN. Setab, same thing for this Orianna. There has to be room for them to be able to play. I think when Jung actually just wins this 1v1, Saber's going to come help.
The Weaver's Wall doesn't cut off their escape route. However, Aki is still slowed by the Unraveled Earth. Setab is going to try to escort his jungler out. Feather slows the fight down with the Magnus Storm, but the question still remains the same. Does Thunder Talk have the damage? To what extent is trying his best? He finds a shutdown on Abaya, but what is the cost as everyone else from Thunder Talk is starting to fall, and Ultra Prime will carry out the pieces, and Jung just does not give a damn. He's going to take 3 turret shots. They're going to take a 4th one. They're chasing it into the base. There's nowhere you can run, Hoya. And that is an ace for Ultra Prime.
Jung just took like 7 or 8 turret shots for the entire turret fight, and it just does not matter. They're able to dive. They get another turret here for Saber. I loved the re-engage there from Xiaosha to lock up 1xN, and that's the only kill that they're going to get during this fight. Ultra Prime continue to dominate here in this game number 1 of this series.
What a fun game. I'm having a blast. Obviously, Thunder Talk fans are not having a blast, but
they haven't been having a blast all season, if we're being honest.
That is
all 2025 has been real tough to watch, especially in Split 2.
A wise man once told me, Alec, that's just how the matchup goes.
We've got Dragon here. This is Soul. I see that Aki is kind of walking away. I think that's basically the game. If we're being honest with ourselves, guys, like, not only is it a soul, but it is a soul that reduces the amount of damage you take when you are below 50% HP. If it was already difficult for Thunder Talk to find kills, they have 3 of them in a 20 kill game.
I like how
it only gets tougher from here.
I like how you said that with the Chemtech soul, that is practically the game. I think, even to be more fair, the game was over at that river fight 10 minutes ago.
Oh yeah,
For me,
but there's
yeah.
always a chance. We're in Group Nirvana, baby. Anything is possible. So
True.
I was giving them an out. We called out that, you know, Ultra Prime round objectives, they get a little bit iffy. The Saber thing happened, so I was hoping it was going to happen again as we have a little bit more of a competitive game. But we're getting a picture-in-picture there. Maybe there's an objective bounty. That'll be another win here for Thunder Talk. It'll be their first turret. There we go. Come on. Oh, I think the wave is stacking there for Ultra Prime, so I don't think they're going to grab that turret there if you are Thunder Talk. And this is now the impossible part of the game if you are TT, because you are trying to walk into a Talia and you're trying to walk into an Alistar.
Bro, the cyberbullying is continuing to never end for Hoya. He does manage to escape. Aki with the Grand Starfall finds nothing again, and now he's just landed into his doom, forced to flash away from the pillar. And Baya steps up, trying to make sure that he doesn't get isolated. That's a big Magnet Storm from Feather. He's been landing massive ones all game. 1xN trying to find Baya once again, but the flash from Junho.
Oh!
1xN's able to outplay it. He's still trying to keep this game alive, but he cannot deal with the Troll King that size. And Ultra Prime, once again, eliminate 2 off the map.
They're thinking about doing this Baron. I think that Junho has a little bit too low HP. Satap can teleport back if there's any wards nearby. Seems like Ultra Prime are going to grab themselves a big purple worm 30 seconds before Baya spawns, so I don't think they're going to give it to him. You already saw how tough it was for them to find that kill. I just imagine if they didn't have the soul. Maybe it's a little bit easier there. We had to look at this replay. More bullying, like you had noted during the call against Hoya. More missing spells, though, I think, from Saber that make it, you know, as prolonged of a fight as possible. But we're kind of nitpicking, if we're being honest, at this point.
I just feel so bad for 1xN. You can see how hard he is working to make a comeback out of the most lose situation that Thunder Talk are in right now. When I say lose, I mean doomed. Because it is...
It's the same thing, basically. It's a lose-lose situation there. If he dies, then, you know, that's your carry gone, but you gotta be able to do anything you can. There's multiple members stacking on the bottom side of the map. They're trying to make a map play. I like this idea.
Oh, the sweeper! Saber's like, wait a minute! There's 3 people here, and a teleport's coming in. Now all 4 members are dedicated. 1xN is about to join the party, but he doesn't have any summoner spells. Xiaosha sectioned off by the wall here. Here comes Zhong. He's going to step up and make sure that 1xN can't get into the backline quite yet. Magnet Storm from Feather. There's no follow-up. Aki is trapped by all 4 members, and Zhong is refusing to die. This tank is immortal. Now 1xN might be in trouble next. Killer Instinct over the wall. Finds Baya again. I mean, 1xN is putting on a show, but it's practically a 1v9 performance that he has to work with here because everyone else keeps dying, and Ultra Prime continuing to lay down the pain on Thunder Talk.
Can we end the game now, guys? We're 28 minutes. It is a 11,000 gold lead, Ultra Prime. Surely we can finish this one out. By him going down, does stall this one out. How much more can Ultra Prime get with a minute and a half left on this Baron? Probably just going to be the inhibitor turret. Has Ultra Prime, they're going to continue to stall this one out. They now have all of the outer turrets of Thunder Talk. We're probably going to Elder here, Alpha.
Oh my goodness. Well, if Elder's on the table, Aki, I know that the Grand Starfalls haven't looked great. I know you haven't really done anything this game, but if there's one chance to make up for it all, steal the damn Elder Dragon.
Junhao, I like the fact that Thunder Talk were like, oh, we're not killing this Trundle. We're just leaving now. They have all of these teleports, and I just want to say, Xiaosha has been playing an incredible Alistar game. He's not only stopping 1xN, but him and Zhong they know the assignment, which is to be as much of a pain in the ass to the carries of Thunder Talk as humanly possible. And he does that here against Satab. We come back to live. Aki is down. Multiple fights across the map, and this might be where Ultra Prime look to turn off and end this game.
Yep, Ultra Prime will try and not even allow for an Elder 50-50 situation to be a viable comeback opportunity for Thunder Talk. all 5 members starting to pressure on the inhibitor tower. Seismic Shove goes wide. Xiaosha pops the ultimate. 1xN trying to burn down Zhang. He is just taking too long to die, and the shield is so massive. Zhang is immortal this game. Ultra Prime eliminate the hard carrier, Thunder Talk, the heart and soul, and with that gone, Thunder Talk, they got no pulse. It's a flat line, and Ultra Prime are going to take game 1 of the series.
There's Zhang. They're hunting for more. It's just too much. They have way too much HP at this time. Xiaosha's going to walk forward. It's going to be one more Nexus turret. Can Hoya Sei Tabanaki do anything but watch?
Hell no. Decimating smash from the unstoppable onslaught. Ultra Prime looking like Ultra Instinct to kick off the series.
Beautiful game 1 to start here. I love the fact how they moved around the map early on. Baya, I think, showing a little bit more wherewithal in the game. There were a couple instances where I think he was late to the rotation, and that's where we saw 1xN find multiple kills onto the Sivir. But at that point, it didn't matter. The game was already over. Orianna and Rumble already missed their window. And when we're talking, I know it's very early to talk about MVPs, but I think Zhang probably gets it for himself on this Scion. Just
absolutely.
The individual performance versus Hoya was enough to give Ultra Prime a really large berth in the early game.
We have talked, not many times, but in few scenarios when a tank gets turbo accelerated like that, especially with a champion like Scion, you can't move him anymore. And the fact that Thunder Talk never got a chance to bail Hoya out or rescue him in trying to get him back into the game meant that this Rumble was useless. And every time that they tried to play team fights, those equalizers, I was counting the health bars. They didn't drop more than 150 HP every single time. And by the time he got enough items, the game was already over.
Yeah. My mind kind of goes back to the second Dragon fight where we saw 1xN and Feather. They were sitting in mid lane. They moved down. Seitab was in the bottom lane and he could move up, but they didn't have a way of being able to bridge the two. And if one of them had maybe dropped a wave a little bit earlier and rotated then, maybe there's a chance there for Thunder Talk to move forward and actually play. But we didn't see that. We didn't see any kind of pincering. I think Thunder Talk just, unfortunately, they didn't utilize this Pantheon as well. And just remember, this was B1 Pantheon. This is one of the champions that, even with some nerfs, a lot of the LPL teams have been very much prioritizing this champion, and feels kind of, it went to waste. We didn't get to see too many Grand Starfalls. A lot of them are useless, the ones that we did see anyway. And unfortunately for Thunder Talk, they're going to lose the first game here in very resounding fashion. You look at that gold difference graph. It is insane. 15,000.
There was very little windows where Thunder Talk were competitive with Ultra Prime right after that top river fight. The descent began, and there is no recovery for Thunder Talk. But as much as we criticize the lack of early proactivity from the picks that Thunder Talk had drafted for themselves, once again, we have to go back to praising Ultra Prime for the way they were moving around the map, not giving windows for Thunder Talk to easily just point and say, okay, this is a clear window, we need to jump on this right now. They were never given that clear go button until it was too late.
Here in Group Nirvana, man, one of the ways you can win games is just play a low and slow game. These teams are obviously not as clean as Group Ascend, and typically games are going to go a little bit late just by way of the cleanliness of some of the plays we're going to see from teams. I love that we got a game that felt very cerebral from Ultra Prime. Yes, there weren't as many like perfect plays, but you can see that there's thought going in between a lot of what's going on for Ultra Prime. So it's only a 1-game sample size, but we have, like I said, seen improvement from this team going into Split 3. They have been able to make at least improvements. When I was talking about them in their Ultra Prime versus NIP series, I was like, this is the team that always can lose a game. It always felt like they got to certain points where they were winning early games or they had a really convincing first 15 minutes, and then by grace of God, they took the 1% chance that actually loses them the game, and it happens. But it feels, so far, at least in this series, again, only 1-game sample size, that we're making headway.
For Thunder Talk, especially if you're Aki, I think the only way I can mentally recover is tell myself, well, JDG played Pantheon game 1 and Shun did absolutely nothing with it, and they bounced back and they cleaned out 2-1 against WE. So just roll off the nerves from the first game, see if they can field something a little bit more competitive. Once again, the big shining hope here was 1xN, and even Feather, even though he wasn't being able to create engages that was game-winning for Thunder Talk, it's because the lack of damage was just at an all-time high, and 1xN is literally having to fight everyone on Ultra Prime, and no one else from Thunder Talk could step up and make these hero moments, and 1xN damned tried his best, you know?
Now, I wouldn't want to do this for any other player in the league, but I think I'm willing to send a few dollars to Thunder Talk, the organization, so that we can get 1xN some teammates. Because this has been going on for 8 months, bro. That is 8 months too long. Now, some might make the argument that with Beichuan leaving, this team was doomed from the start. You might be right. But they had Xiao Hongren. That didn't obviously go that well. They found that one victory against Weibo, which I thought was very funny, that I got to cast with Mila. And then they brought in Aki, and that didn't really feel like he was going to be the player that fixed this team, but maybe with the experience of him playing in the LPL for as long as he has, maybe he could do something there. But this team, we're at the end of the season, and even for all as good that we were talking about for Ultra Prime, I still worry about these two teams going into the play-ins. I think these are two teams that are still looking as underdogs to take any series against a Group Ascend team.
Even for Ultra Prime, who pulled off one of their best games of the year. Yeah. I wouldn't have given it to anyone else. That was an immaculate silent performance. But to continue my train of thought, Ultra Prime, even though this was a great game for them, it's against Thunder Talk. They need to first clean out the series in similar fashion, and then they need to do it for the rest of the split to get ready for the play-in stage against playoffs, because they're not going to play against, you know, the slumps here in Nirvana. While the bottom 4 teams have been inconsistent, they still pull off some really strong performances from time to time, and that's something they have to be wary about. Now for us, that's the end of game 1, so we are going to be taking a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Ultra Prime taking on Thunder Talk again for game 2. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our second game between Ultra Prime and ThunderTalk. And quick mention here, Dimitri. I went downstairs. I looked at my thermostat, and someone had turned it up to 80 degrees for some godforsaken reason. And I was like, who would turn up my thermostat to 80 degrees? And then I looked, there was a small note left on the thermostat, and it said, sorry, had to turn up the heat to cook ThunderTalk in this past game from Ultra Prime. I was like, okay, you know what? Respect. And I want to see that come again in this game too.
I'll go get you some melted butter, bro. You are extremely corny tonight, bro. I don't get it. Look, you're right though. They did get cooked. The Rumble may have been on ThunderTalk's side, but they may have left the burner on for a little too long for the rest of the team. And we'll have to see if ThunderTalk can bounce back, because this was not only I don't think it was a mechanically difficult game for Ultra Prime to play, but just the way that they played the map, the way that they essentially pulled apart and plucked away at ThunderTalk's win conditions very early on, made it difficult for them to win at any point. So if ThunderTalk want any chance to continue to control their fates, especially when we look at these two teams, I mean, ThunderTalk, let's talk strength of schedule even after this series. LGD and LNG, two of the lowest standing teams. I mean, LGD are above them right now and did beat them earlier. And LNG, the worst team, at least here in Group Nirvana. Ultra Prime there as well, in 5th currently. EDG and LGD are their next two opponents. We are expecting that they're going to lose against EDG with the track record that we have seen from EDG so far. But for LGD, I mean, if Ultra Prime win this series, they get to control their destinies as to whether or not they make it into that Grand Finals play-ins.
And for the flip side, ThunderTalk Gaming not winning this series puts them in a huge pickle if they are trying to break into play-ins. I know that for both of these teams, they don't have much left ground to really work with. And we've talked about it before, that there's players on both of these rosters that we were at least I was very adamant and outspoken that I'm not expecting either of these teams to have high hopes, even if they make it into the play-in stage. And I'm just trying to get as much credit and good faith in being able to argue for them to get moved onto better teams or get better teammates built around them the next time they play, if it's on the same organization. But it would be cool, at least looking at Ultra Prime, who just took this game in some of the most dominating fashions we have seen from all 5 individual players. If they can replicate that going forward for the rest of the Rumble stage, it would be a great way to end the season for Ultra Prime on a high note. Who cares if they go out early in the playoff stage?
Yeah, who knows? Well, look at a single best of 5 if they're able to make it into that one. ThunderTalk back on the blue side this time around. Bans stay very similar, although ThunderTalk have decided to opt for the Varus ban themselves. And Ultra Prime, wonder what they're going to be looking to take away. If you are ThunderTalk, some champions that I think if you're kind of looking to maybe get away from a player like Setab, that Aurora that we were talking about earlier definitely starts to pop up in my mind. Champions like Xin Zhao now become very popular because Trundle is already off the table.
And Aurora was a big high priority that I was looking at for the first game, but both teams saved it going into the second one. That's a big pickup for Setab. If we think about ThunderTalk's big upset game win over EDG, it was from a massive Aurora performance from Setab in the mid lane.
All right, we're getting Rise and Xin Zhao, very strong 2v2. Saber now going to be able to set up for Jinhao and be a reliable side laner as this game goes on. Need to be able to survive the laning phase versus Aurora, though, and even if this champion is a flex, in theory, we are looking for whether or not we can get a comfortable enough performance out from Setab and maybe rely on the strengths of this champion to cover over some of the weaknesses we have seen from TT.
I mean, the cool thing is that both of our mid laners are playing on their most played champions this split so far, so we're getting pretty much the best throwdown in the mid lane possible. ThunderTalk already locking in a Nautilus for Feather. We're not on 15.16 yet, so no hype around the Nautilus jungle yet. Don't worry, guys. The next time I'm on a broadcast next week, I will be preaching my Nautilus jungle takeover. But for now, it is Ascena to wrap out the first round of picks for ThunderTalk.
I think it is way too early to be seeing a Senna here. You have Rise and Xin Zhao on the enemy team, and your first thought is, I'm going to pick Senna. this also gets rid of some of that hyper carry potential that we've been talking about for 1xN, so this needs to be the solo lanes of ThunderTalk stepping up and allowing for 1xN to play a little bit more of a facilitatory role here. So I like the ban away from the Smolder. In my mind, if you have a Sen on the enemy team, first thought is taking Smolder, a scaling champion and one that Senna doesn't pressure very well in the lane. So they already have some great dive coming in here from Ultra Prime, so I like the fact that they've gotten rid of the Renekton, and especially the Poppy taken away from Hoya.
Maybe another 80 carry takeaway from Baya, just going down his champion pool. There's no Sivir. Maybe another Lucian ban just to try and limit some carry potential, but I want to look at that Corki instead. Maybe the Armor Shred would be more beneficial. The early laning phase is also quite potent. Ultra Prime, they already know the support matchup, but they're going to go ahead and just lock in the Lucian and give Xiaosha as much breathing room and final say.
In theory, this could be a Leona. I think it would really help with some of the damage, especially the Sunlight passive helping augment that. The lane would be very, very dangerous for 1xN and Feather to play. And for ThunderTalk, now they have to be able to slam where this Aurora is going to go, as well as pick up a jungler here for Aki, slowing fights down, making it difficult for Ultra Prime to walk forward with some of the lower ranged members on their team. I think really works when you have an Aurora and this Wukong now. So ThunderTalk now, let's see, is this going to be the Aurora for which one of our solo lanes?
Is this a good Braum angle for Xiaosha, the way the composition is lined up for ThunderTalk?
It could be. I mean, you have a Xin Zhao on your team, and with the Lucian, you could have an option there. I don't think it's all that bad. Yeah, I think it's fine. So there you go. I know you've been a big proponent of talking about Braum ever since Cubby gave you the talking. He gave you the notes on air. But when we look at this team, though, Rafa, I still feel like Ultra Prime, they have a lot of tools to still be very aggressive. You have a mid lane champion that is going to be very resilient as the game goes on. And we need to see ThunderTalk actually play a little bit differently than what we've seen from them in the past, which is more of a focus on the solo lanes.
And ThunderTalk, at least this time around, are not pressured to try and be super proactive early. You want to use some of the early agency in some of these lanes to give you an edge and make sure that Ultra Prime don't get a massive snowball going for themselves. But Aki, because he's not playing the Pantheon, his fall off is not going to be as condemning as it was in Game 1. Yeah. With the Wukong, you want a little bit more resources for yourself.
And we need to see early dragon stacking here for Ultra Prime. They're going to have priority from the bottom lane. Sivir, when Senna gets access to the Static Shiv, that'll make it a little bit easier for her to contest on the mid wave. But expect the explosive power coming out from Ultra Prime, hopefully giving them the edge to stack up these objectives early on and get around maybe some of that Senna stacking that we were talking about.
Compositions are locked in, ready to go. ThunderTalk staring down Ultra Prime potentially one last time. Can ThunderTalk actually walk the talk, or will Ultra Prime stay on top? It's these two teams clashing once again as we take to the Rift and see whether we see a comeback or a clean 2-0 sweep.
Whoosh. Whoosh.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
Oh.
Any Gyos?
I think they're all on Weibo again.
敌军还有
Let's wait.
30 秒到达
We
战
need
场
the。fan cam to come on through in the bottom left. Show.
Oh!
Oh.
Pause jam.
I heard a faint Gyro.
Me too.
Elio
I
will
heard-
install a cricket's.
I heard the collective voices of two people saying Gyro together.
I don't know if I would qualify
Trending
two as a
Kuti.
collective, but I get where you're going with that.
Sometimes you gotta instill some positive language to hype up the boys here. And I want to see some love for Ultra Prime, because that game 1 was beautiful. That was an exceptional game. It wasn't a bloodbath. It wasn't back and forth slugfest or like, oh my gosh, who finally emerges from the rubble? No, it was just pure domination from Ultra Prime. And if they can carry out a game like that, I want more fans to show up the next time they play.
For now, we're going to have two of our junglers start on the top side of the map. Early vision already placed here by Ultra Prime. See some early skirmishing again. Lucian Braum, one of the more strong lanes you can get. That mid game that becomes a little bit more wary, as it's not like the Lucian of old with first strike and all of these different like ways to proc and to be a very explosive champion. But that vision that I was talking about, look at it from Ultra Prime's perspective. They know exactly where Aki is. They also have a ward on the bottom side river entrance that makes it very easy for them to spot out whether or not Aki was going to either go for an invade or look for anything early. So I like the attention to detail that they've had already.
Early heal popped by Xiaosha just to try and absorb the incoming damage from 1xN and Feather, as Maya went very aggressive, trying to pelt them with bullets under the tower. They're pushed up in the wave, but Baya's taking a lot of damage just to make this trade happen, and with 1xN on the Senna, the sustain is always so difficult to overcome.
A problem that we've been seeing, Junhao's already here in mid lane, Setab.
Is he gonna...
If Saber had it, I didn't get to see, he is level 3, but he could have potentially landed a rune prison there and made it very difficult, or forced Setab to flash. Baya doesn't land multiple different concussive blows. If they had fully stacked all of them, maybe this is a better trade from them, but because they always left Feather at 3 stacks out of 4, now Baya has to take an early recall here. So let's see, are they going to initiate another swap into an Aatrox? I don't think it's going to be as likely this time around. Baya is on the bottom side of the map here, and Aki has given himself some leeway. He's gone for the Krug start instead, so he could actually flex and try to go into the top side, knowing that he doesn't have priority in this lane.
And because they've already forced Baya back and he has to take the long walk of shame to lane, Junhao can't even look for a aggressive early timer, skipping the blue buff to look for a gank and try and offset 1xN and Feather's tempo here. So Aki has full confidence that he can just continue clearing out his jungle as normal, try and get to level 6 as fast as possible. He's going to get top Crab, Zhang, and Hoya trying to do battle in the top lane, but neither top laner is really dropping to critical levels here in HP.
Zhang needs to be careful though, because this wave is pushing away from him right now. I love that our observer showed us that, and he knows that Aki could be up here on the top side. Now with the Scryer's Bloom, all of his vision gets shown. So it seems for now Zhang is going to be comfortable to farm this wave, and Wukong is just focused on getting level 6 and potentially going back towards the bottom side again with all of his camps coming back up.
Meanwhile, Junhao is pathing towards the top side of the map. Obviously, his Krug camp is spawning, but now this will be a power window where Junhao can help Zhang have the confidence to take a very aggressive trade, see if he needs to get a reset in anytime soon. Bot lane has stabilized for now that Baya has joined the bot lane once again. Early long swords completed, but at least for 1xN, he has the advantage of extra movement speed from the boots. Saber?
Oh, they don't know that each other are here now. So Saber finally gets active. This is very dicey. I like that Ultra Prime are moving though. I never would have expected that a Aurora would be losing push in a lot of matchups. She has a very easy combo that very quickly one-shots minion waves. So the fact that Saber is looking and playing the map already shows that, again, Ultra Prime are thinking. They're showing that there's brain patterns. Something's going on up there. I like it.
Neurons are firing, baby.
Yes.
I like it. 1xN finally gets the concussive blow stacked fully on top, and that is a big trade that you want to see out of the Lucian Braum power duo.
Finally able to see some things, but for Thunder Talk, the fact that this early game is going even, 300 gold is barely the advantage here for Ultra Prime. It's a good start to the game here. Now, both junglers on the bottom side of the map, and with Saber having access to that ultimate, this could lead to us seeing a little bit more action around this first dragon. I think Ultra Prime need to be able to stack these objectives if they want to counteract some of the scaling advantage that Thunder Talk have from this Aurora and Senna.
No TPs from either of the solo lanes here, so Saber will have the advantage of being able to move first thanks to the power of that Realm Warp. He did just take a base, so he is going to be late to a move by Setab potentially. Aki is here for the counter. Both junglers are level 5. Feather's getting stunned up here. He flashes away. Junhao now might be in trouble here. Feather goes back in with a dredge line, and just nice patience play from the side of 1xN and Feather, picking up first blood, looking for another as Junhao is forced to flash away from Aki.
They can't get the dragon though. Junhao is going to be able to move into his bottom side jungle. He's a bit afraid of where Wukong is going to be. Xiaosha will have access to teleport. Setab is just now coming back to lane. And his bottom lane is not all that healthy. I think ThunderTalk are probably just going to grab themselves this scuttle and look for a recall afterwards. But a great attempt, and now this is 2 games in a row where ThunderTalk have been able to secure themselves first blood against a lane that we had propped up as having, you know, some of the more better performances for Ultra Prime early in the game.
1xN and Feather just being able to stabilize, and the fact that this Lucian or Braum hasn't really found the early lane advantage means that the next big window that they're looking for is off that 1 item power spike, trying to control the mid-game pace on that mid wave with the Lucian, because right now they are finding very little to work with purely against 1xN and Feather right now.
Okay. So it's going to be the early deployment here from Feather. Same thing as Xiaoxia, just walking into mid lane. This is after the teleport usage from the Braum, so making sure to pick up waves and be relevant in experience. Feather will be closer to level 6 than his counterpart, so kind of gives ThunderTalk, I think, a window, potentially, if they make a play on these grubs spawning in 20 seconds.
None of the AD carries will be here, so a little bit of that early power that you got for 1xN is not going to actually be present here, so this might favor Ultra Prime, depending on who else arrives to the top side river. Jung is level 7, so is Hoya, both have flashes. They could get involved. This could be a very, very bloody skirmish. Aki's the first one in the river as Junhao is completing his Raptor camp. ThunderTalk should be able to at least get the first grub, if not all 3 at this pace.
Yeah. You say that both AD carries are down there, but one of these AD carries is more useful from across the map. And the other one is Lucian. So both of them hitting level 6. It looks like ThunderTalk, they're going to be able to secure all of those grubs like you had mentioned. And is this really the team that's going to be able to utilize that? Because again, we saw ThunderTalk last game get the grubs, and that was with Ultra Prime getting a pretty massive trade on the bottom side of the map. This time around, they have some ways of being able to poke, especially with the Senna and Aurora. So we'll see whether or not they'll be able to utilize this in a few minutes' time as we get closer and closer to some of those swaps to get out of the laning phase. Junhao is going to start up this objective, and Feather does have ultimate. I think that's a really big play for them if they can make use of it, especially if Aurora comes on through as well.
Satab would have to teleport right now if they want to make the play.
Yeah.
Seems like it's not going to be the case. So Ultra Prime will secure the first dragon of the game. No contest whatsoever. Feather is stepping up to see if he can catch one of the bot laners here on rotation back to the lane. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Aki cannot get in position fast enough to follow up on what could have been a dredge line into depth charge combo.
Okay, so 15 minutes. Imagine it takes about 25 seconds each to be able to finish that. So let's say ballpark 17 minutes from now, there's a soul here for Ultra Prime. 26 minutes in the game, 27. I don't think that's that bad of a start from them. Obviously would have wanted to see, but the laning phase here for Baya and Xiaoxia has not gone as well right now. But aside from them, everybody else is feeling really good. Zhang is up 20 in this matchup right now, and even with Saber going even, he's already very tanky with just the Catalyst at 9.5 minutes.
This Rise is going to feel great the later the game goes on, and while Aurora is still going to feel powerful with each spike, you just imagine how much AoE damage Saber's able to output in the past games where he has been able to really strut his stuff on this Rise. The fact that it's been picked 4 times for him this season is no coincidence. Same case for Satab here. We have yet to see sparks fly between the 2 mid laners so far. No real proactive roams quite yet. I know a Realm Orb was used by Saber, but I think it was just to get back to lane for tempo.
This game is boring as hell! Where's the action? we at least last game, we got map movements, we had gameplay, and now... Woo! Oh.
Wait, Xiaoxia just flashed over the wall.
He doesn't know. Okay. If this is what the gameplay is, I don't want to see it anymore. No more. I was kidding. I was just joking, guys.
He flashed because he knows there was a ward. No, he flashed over the wall to get through the fog of war. And now Xiaoxia is here first. Aki cannot move fast enough. Hoya is getting cyber bullied again. The Dawning Shadow gives him some reprieve, but not enough to save his life. However, Junhao will give his life just to make sure that ThunderTalk do not get more.
All right, Aki's going to be able to grab this one. Satab is going to catch this top wave. It's Hoya getting cut out again, but look in mid lane, what's happening? Satab is not pushing a wave. He's not going to be able to grab this turret as Jung will teleport back to the top side here. Saber gets a push in a wave on mid. Is it good punish here from Ultra Prime? Able to grab at least 1 kill on that trade and honestly get the flash away from Hoya, but I'm looking at this now. Honestly, Rafa, flash and the ultimate from Junhao and from Jung, That's not a bad trade on top of the flash from Braum that they don't know about.
Thunder Talk do not have to concede much there. Yeah, Hoya does go down, and it feels potentially a replication of what might come after what we saw in Game 1. But Thunder Talk are not out of the race quite yet. They're still technically even, if not ahead, in gold right now. And they have a scaling component, a late game insurance policy in this Senna. So Thunder Talk do not need to slam the emergency button anytime soon.
Well, Saber finished the Rod of Ages, and now there's an Essence Reaver here for Baye, but I'm looking at 1xN. 11 minutes and already has a static shiv. Really impressive stuff here for this AD carry. And now has the ability to contest in the mini wave to push against Baye. There's another movement here coming on through. It's just Xiaoxia covering for Zhang on this side lane. Aki is going to be able to clear all of his waves. And we talked about some of the scaling here for Thunder Talk. There is an available way for Ultra Prime, but they have to play side lanes. That's the thing. They don't necessarily win fights if they go very late. They can try to dive and overpower this Senna, but I think a lot of their power comes from these individuals in the Mbessa and the Rise having a lot of power in their kits.
Which is why I really like the adaptation that Ultra Prime have made once again. As soon as they lost the window whereby, oh my goodness, that was a lot of damage, and he still had the public execution available. So Hoya might just be forced to reset and recall here. But the fact that Ultra Prime recognized Baya's already behind the curve, 1xN is totally fine to stabilize. There's no point in trying to play for the Lucian while he's down Essence Reaver until he gets that item back online. They take that window, give a little bit of love over to Zhang, and he's now continuing to accelerate ahead because Game 1, massive top gap. Ultra Prime going to try to find another advantage through that way, too.
He's 40 CS at 13.5 minutes. Like, Zhang is absolutely bodying Hoya. And it's not like Hoya has been a top-level top laner, but we were, as a broadcast, really impressed with Hoya and the rest of Thunder Talk when they did their one good thing for the year, which was beating BLG. And that's it. It's kind of like the you gotta let it go, bruh. Like, there's not much going on here, and Hoya has been kind of a struggling member on Thunder Talk for a long time. So to see a kind of newer face to the LPL, Zhang coming over from the PCS and playing so well, it's really inspiring to see. So that'll be Saber losing his Realm Warp, but he does have Teleport, and there's a Dragon spawning, but Thunder Talk are feeling very empowered if they can play around the bottom side of the map.
Satab should definitely be calling, hey guys, I have ulti advantage over this Rise. I'm gonna level up. Let's try and force a fight here and find a flank angle for me. Right now, just taking a quick scan, there's one blue ward on the bottom tri-bush by that bottom tier 1 turret if they want to try and find a flank angle for this dragon.
Especially the fact, Satab has to find a recall first. That's the issue, because he's half HP, he's kind of low mana, he basically uses his ultimate, and that's about it. So he needs to get a recall in now. He's more focused on getting this turret, maybe not even going to be here for the fight.
Ultra Prime forcing the fight right away. Crescent Guard already popped by Junhao, but then they take the main more damage.
No!
Oh no! Satab!
Alright, well, Aurora can't be here for the fight now. Look, Aurora can't be here. Saber, are you going to recall? No. Thunder Talk, they're going to have access to this dragon. Instead, Ultra Prime, what they're going to do is they're going to take their camps here for Junhao and get Saber another wave. Maybe he even gets the first turret of the game with the top lane tier 1. A massive mistake coming in from Thunder Talk's mid laner.
Thankfully for the rest of the team, they're able to still get the second dragon of the game, and Saber does not feel confident in overextending his welcome, trying to look for the turret. He doesn't know where any sneaky wards might be placed for a teleport to come in from either Satab or Feather with the Unsealed Spellbook.
I think they're just making a play for the Herald that's up now. I think that's really the play here. And we're gonna take a look at this. Satab, you missed the Q.
Oh,
that's the first big one. This is just, it's tough, man. You got the ultimate, you got the E-procs, and that's it. I don't even want to say that's an outplay, because that was just Satab, unfortunately, missing out. And he will not have ultimate, at least for the time being. If Thunder Talk can slow the game down a little bit, wait for that to be up, that'll be an advantageous fight for them as we come back to live. And you can see that there's some wards coming on out as Ultra Prime do want to think about contesting this objective.
Satab down the between worlds for the next 30-40 seconds here. Saber has control of the wave, and he's got support from Junhao already looming in the shadows off of that Krug camp. Thunder Talk have hit big item spikes, though, across the majority of their members here, so they should feel empowered in taking a fight against Ultra Prime. Doesn't necessarily mean they have to force anything outright. This composition does better the later the game goes on. And as long as Jong doesn't get involved, I think Thunder Talk should be favored.
Ooh, that control ward that is in the tri-brush that Junhao is sitting in doesn't have access to that one ward that Saber is walking over. And that, I think, spoils a lot of the plans here for Ultra Prime. Now, Herald's going to be started here from Thunder Talk. Jong does have teleport, but where is he going to go? It's going to be into the mid wave. They're going to connect as 5 and try to play around the entrance to the river.
Hoya's already here first, though. Junhao goes in with Xiaosha. Big Glacial Fissure. Jong onto the back line, trying to force out what extend! And the Senna has been publicly executed here in China, and Ultra Prime are running down the rest of Thunder Talk. And my goodness, Thunder Talk, I thought they had an angle there, but has been dashed away by Zhang's Ambessa.
Oh man, Jung makes the play happen, and that is the power of this Ultra Prime team. There's no real tanks here from Thunder Talk, so the ability to get right into the back line with either Junhao or this Ambessa, that is absolutely incredible. We get to look at this fight one more time. We talked about them all trying to reconvene into this entrance into the jungle, and the pressure between the Braum and the Xin Zhao. This is now 1xN's flash as well, so the next 5 minutes, he always has to be worried about a potential engage.
Seitab just trying to run away as well, even with the flash. It's just a proactive one from Baya.
Yep.
And once again, we are staring at a similar story here, Dimitri. Ultra Prime find a massive window on the top side in the same damn spot. And the story just might repeat itself here in Game 2.
This is such an impressive game for not only Ultra Prime, but again, if we are going to see an early MVP, Jung already making a standout performance, 40 CS still up on Hoya, and I cannot talk about the fact that, I can't talk about more Jung and his story. I mean, coming over from the PCS, this guy was kind of a Riven, and he was playing Riven, Aurelia, he was playing all these fancy things. We see him here in the LPL, and we were thinking, okay, we're going to get more of that. Obviously, Ultra Prime, the early start their split was not perfect in split number 1 and split number 2, but he has, I think, only improved and continued to show off some of those mechanics on more of the, I think, unconventional. I think Ambessa is more of that kind of play style, but Sion included, right? He was styling on the Rumble in game number 1.
Jung does it all, man. He had the 1v1 moniker for a reason. And even though we didn't really get a chance to see that title and mantle really live up to its name throughout 2025 as a whole, it's a great series for Zhang to continue to step up and be a huge difference maker and be the leverage that Ultra Prime can really stand on to pry this window open against Thunder Talk.
Okay, so we have a little bit of setup here, 20 seconds before that Otacon spawns. Do Thunder Talk feel like they are in dire straits enough that they maybe look to try to force this? You can see that they're making movements into the topside jungle. They're going to put down wards, potential flanks here for Hoya. If not, all of this is just going to be a focus for them to get the turret in topside. Senna is nowhere near this objective right now. So what do they do? And while Ultra Prime is, or while Thunder Talk is doing this, Ultra Prime, they got another wave on bottom lane. Baya just shoved in mid, and Xiaosha has access to the teleport, so he can be on any side of the map at a moment's notice.
Jung has 2 items, man. This is a scary Ambessa. Shojin available. Normally, we talk about how Ambessa really likes to spike on 2 items rather than the first one. He already did a miracle job in finding 1xN in the backline in that first fight with just an Eclipse. So now you have to imagine how scary is the Queen Mother herself going to be when Thunder Talk try to walk their way into the topside river. And the way that they are conceding vision right now, I feel like Ultra Prime are just going to pretty much have their way with this objective.
Possibly true. We are so bored as observers. We are zooming in on Hoya farming Grom. That's the only way he's going to be able to do anything here. Dragon is up and available. We see pings. Ultra Prime are a little scattered. Do they go for the Otacon? Are they going to play for the objective? They're torn across the map. They got to get Baya to recall now. He's going to stay out on the map. This is a little bit dangerous. He does not have his flash for the next 15 seconds. He'll have barrier up and available. Maybe we actually see Ultra Prime make a play on 2 sides of the map, especially with them having Roam Warp. That is always a possibility for them.
having such a strong macro advantage, knowing the fear that ThunderTalk have in trying to walk and contest vision right now in the top side river. Unfortunately, Ultra Prime don't have to do the super creative play that you were advocating for, but they'll take their time. They'll be able to reallocate their laners. Saber just committing the teleport back to the top side to make sure that he can get the first wave push. There's a ward dropped here. I don't think it spots the control ward, but the blue ward already does. So for ThunderTalk, they don't feel safe trying to contest that ward anytime soon. And because Saber is here on the first wave push here, I mean, what can ThunderTalk do? They still have some decent spikes, some decent wombo combos to play for. But who do you go for? There's no... Everyone has Flash on the side of Ultra Prime, and they're just going to start up the Otacon.
Ooh, look at this ward. You had noted it before, and nobody from Ultra Prime knows that this is here. So this is complete in vision. Can Aki make the steal? It is going down incredibly fast. And now Jung's
He's taking the long way. Junhao steps up. They back off the Otacon for now, just trying to take Feather for a free picking. Here comes Satap over the wall between the worlds. That's a lot of damage onto the backline, but Satap is forced out early, and Jung is doing everything he can to make sure. Wait a minute, Hoya steps up, finds a double kill into the backline. Jung gets annihilated, and Ultra Prime lose out on the top laner, but here comes the Realm Warp, but 1xN is way too low. He tries to section him off against Junhao, but he is separated from Aki, and a moment of hope for ThunderTalk is dashed away by Junhao.
Can Aki, he's not gonna even attempt it, man. Okay, he has to. I think he recognizes that with the gold lead that they now have, 4,000 here for Ultra Prime, it's gonna feel like 5 and 6 if they finish this Otacon. Aki is trying to make the steal. We can see that Ultra Prime, they're in the waits. They're gonna pick off this Wukong, and that might just clinch up this game here for Ultra Prime.
Junhao continuously reading Aki like a book, knowing where he wants to go thanks to the vision that he had laid down in the river. No angle, no way back in. The Otacon has been secured, and at 23 minutes, Ultra Prime have a pretty damn good advantage in closing out this series.
This Aatrox could have had a bigger impact if he didn't get absolutely slapped in the first 15 minutes of the lane. And unfortunately, that's exactly what we do get to see. This is a good fight, though, for ThunderTalk. No pressure onto Senna until the very end of the point. And then look at where the rest of the teammates are. They're all in this kind of choke point here for Satap to put down damage. But Jung is 1v2ing versus Aki and the rest of the team. But now the rest of the damage is split up, and a lot of where Ultra Prime are strong are in the top side of the map. This bottom lane is not working. I think that Xiaosha is more useful with Junhao right now than necessarily with Bayern.
Yeah, just a really good Realm Warp from Saber 2 to make sure that Aki did not feel safe in bailing out his 80 carry there. And now, the next objective for the play, Ultra Prime looking at Baron spawning in the next 25 seconds. Infernal Dragon, the third one for Ultra Prime potentially in the next 1 minute and 45. I imagine that with all these flashes burned down from ThunderTalk, Ultra Prime should just feel confident in trying to dare ThunderTalk to walk into the topside river. Look at the vision control. It's still on their side.
Yeah, very, very nice play so far from Ultra Prime. Can they close this out? A 2-0 is really important. Both of these teams are 7 wins. ThunderTalk are 11 losses. Ultra Prime are 12. When we talk about head-to-head and what tiebreakers are for play-ins, it is game differential and then head-to-head. Really important that Ultra Prime are able to close out series. Uh-oh.
Hoya pops the world under for the extra movement speed boost, but Saber locks him down, so he doesn't care. And Ultra Prime have eliminated the top laner of ThunderTalk once again. Junhao getting rooted here by 1xN Senna, but not going to merit too much here. The rest of ThunderTalk trying to see if they can at least push in the mid wave, but they can't even do that safely.
Oh my god, John?
Diving Satap under the tower, forcing out the Between Worlds. Okay, well, that's ulti for ulti. Satap does win out on that one.
I already thought it was pretty risky for Ultra Prime to start up this Baron. They had to take care of the mid wave, and really what I would have loved to have seen from them instead is play one more mid wave, wait for Jung to have teleport, and then you can make the play onto the Baron with Hoya no longer on the table. But now they're going to have to retreat and now give over some space into the top side. Maybe rotate some of their vision into the bot side if you are Ultra Prime with Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. We get right into this replay. We can see what happened to Jung. I'm glad that he's looking for it. I'm glad he's at least, you know, getting frisky with Satap, because he probably saw what his mid laner did, and he's like, I can body this guy. Watch this.
It's one of those situations where maybe Saber solo killed him, and he was like, oh, this guy's so bad. You can kill this guy. And then Jung's like, all right, bet, I'll try. Ah, man,
Like,
I messed
wait a
up.
minute. I can do that versus Aatrox because I have upgraded steel-plated caps. I cannot do that versus the full AP Aurora here, who has max HP missing damage on her passive. Okay, my bad. There will be Ultra Prime grabbing themselves the dragon, and maybe just a consolation prize, that kill onto John. I think that might be the only good part that's happened here for Thunder Talk, as sole point for Ultra Prime, and 3 potential Infernal Dragons in their back pocket if they secure that.
Ultra Prime starting to slow things down here, which still does benefit Thunder Talk in this scenario. There's still a Senna that is scaling and effectively getting a longer range the more souls that she is able to accumulate. So the nice benefit for Thunder Talk, that even though this is a massive advantage that Ultra Prime have garnered for themselves again, this is still a game that we believe Ultra Prime, the onus is on them to close it out and win from this point on. At least there's a lot more hope for the side of Thunder Talk this game.
So now Ultra Prime, I like this. Push off of the mid wave. Saber has teleport and his Realm Warp. Let's get right into the top side jungle of Thunder Talk and push any vision out. It is complete darkness here, except for a single control ward right next to the mid lane wave. Trying to set up some kind of vision.
Good blue ward. Oh, Feather. They're getting jumped on. Glacial Fissure knocks him up. Aki goes in for the counter engage. Massive Cyclone doing massive damage.
Zhong
already gets out, but Zhong finds the public execution, forces Aki to flash out. Here comes the calling. Satab completely locked down and pinned. And here's the flash from Saber. Doesn't hit the overload. He might get stacked here. Does he have Seekers? Yes, he does. He's got the stasis and he buys time for himself, but the center route is perfect. Saber does not fall yet, but 1xN is trying his best. He may not be playing Kai'Sa, but he's still making the plays on the center, and the rest of the team is stepping up to buy him space. And now Ultra Prime are on the back for the first time this game. 2 versus 3. 1xN can carry right here. He's got the range. He's got the CC. And Thunder Talk are bringing it back.
101 stacks here for 1xN at 28 minutes. Him and Leave, it looks like, might be our best Senna players in the entire league. That play alone, Ultra Prime overextended. They don't have enough damage to be able to punch through everybody on TT. And that is going to be the Baron going over to them. Xiaosha and Baya, but Baya with a quarter of his HP here. Can he
Flashing
find the
barrier
Senna?
available. 1xN, no sums, but look at the range difference.
Yeah.
Baya realizes, yeah, without calling, there's nothing I can do here. Baron secured by Thunder Talk at 29 minutes.
How much gold does the Senna have? I want to see when we get out of the replay. He had a BF sword. Does he finish the Infinity Edge? All of this damage put into Feather. Zhong is not here. Saber is not in the area. So all of this time is just being fought for Senna to rail away at Ultra Prime's front line. And even this, yes, it is a mistake here from Saber, but this should have been the end of the play. What is Saber doing? He misses a overflow. Oh my god, the overload does not land onto Hoya. That could have been the kill that they were looking for, but instead, you give over multiple stacks and a lot of gold to this Senna.
Shut down Bounty 1. Shut down Bounty 2. Just like that. All of them fall. And Baya and Junhao, fortunately for Junhao, is not able to escape that one either. Aki gets himself 1k gold at the bank!
Oh my god, he finishes as an Infinity Edge off of that fight. Jesus.
We said it before, it was a 5,000 gold advantage, but there was a lot more hope riding on Thunder Talk this time around. The late game insurance has come to fruition. The investment has paid off, and now it is a more even state game for the Thunder Talkers here. Zhong is still going to try to play the side lane, try and use that advantage that he has been having all game long, because that is really the only thing that Ultra Prime have going for them. And now the question becomes, Dimitri, 1xN does not have summoner spells for the next couple of minutes. Can Ultra Prime find a window to punish that, or are they gonna wait for something else to arise? Infernal Soul is coming up in the next minute.
Guess what? That's your window right there. If they can get Infernal Soul, the burst damage there that's available maybe makes it difficult for 1xN to survive. A Guardian Angel completed for Aki, I think, is a very important buy for him. And Satab, looking for a little bit more gold. He should have his death cap when he leaves base here. There it is, 3 items. This is about as powerful as Thunder Talk are going to get before the soul spawns. A very important fight if Thunder Talk want to keep this series alive and keep their hopes of staying in contention for the split play-ins.
Gold advantages be damned. It is no longer that kind of game anymore. It is now going to come down to execution difference. Ultra Prime versus Thunder Talk. Can they protect 1xN? He has continued to move heaven and earth to keep Thunder Talk in contention. Was not able to do enough in game 1. Can he make the difference as Jong is now wrapping around the shadows, looking for the perfect flank angle? The control ward
that
will
was a
spot
Roll
him.
Morph used. Okay, Roll Morph is no longer available here for Saber. This is a very important fight yet again. That second dragon that Thunder Talk were able to get may have saved the game for them.
Hoya's going to body block Jong and make sure that he does not get the wraparound on the left side. Jong might try to look around on the right side. There's a control ward there on that loop. Another control ward for Thunder Talk only in the banana brush, so Jong has to work only from this position onwards. The Infernal Dragon will reset here. 1xN goes back to the wave. And Ultra Prime look for an angle.
This is an extended fight, and this is good for Thunder Talk. It is up to Ultra Prime to be able to pull the trigger here. You have all of these tools, but they're very low range. It is on Junhao and onto Jong. Can they get in the back
Feather!
line?
Dredge line right onto Xiaosha. Glacial Fissure erupts. Hoya's now over the line. Public execution when Jong into the back line, looking for 1xN. He doesn't have flash, but he pops.
They're finishing the
He has movement
dragon!
speed. 1xN, Infernal Soul is secured by Junhao, but it still isn't enough damage. The culling is peppering them with baby shots, and Thunder Talk is being able to rock Ultra Prime's world. Baya gets sent back to the grave. Saber the only one left standing. That's what I'm Thunder talking about.
Ultra Prime unable to deal with the range and the damage that Thunder Talk have. I'm telling you guys, this Aurora champion is so damn broken. I cannot wait for it to get nerfed before Worlds. This champion has been so disgusting, and between that and 1xN, their ability to burst through all of this front line, again, no real tanks here in this game, and not enough magic resist. Jung still does not have any MR. This might just be them looking to push. They get the inhibitor there, and Baron spawns in a minute and a half, and that is just more time for Sunday to get even longer range. And think about all these souls that she's getting. Every percentage point, every 20 stacks that she gets critical chance, and every 1% over 100, she gets more lifesteal. So this is insane here. I want to see what 1xN's last item is going to be with that serrated Dirk in his inventory. You see the range that they're using, and they had complete eyes on Hoya, but it didn't matter. They knew where Jong was. And just watching this back, Setab especially, this ultimate rips apart Ultra Prime.
You even see that Ultra Prime is just getting peppered by the dragon over and over, and finally Feather decides to send it here.
Look, he gets right in the back line, and there's nothing. Where's his team? They're trying to finish the dragon. They're trying to do anything in this back line, but it is way too difficult for Ultra Prime to play. And for TT, they bought enough time here in this game. What did we say in game 1? When you're playing in Group Nirvana, especially a lot of these times, just play for scaling. You know the game is going to go late. There's not going to be a lot of early game pressure. And we didn't see Baya and Xiaosha actually play the laning phase particularly aggressive. They constantly were missing spells. They missed out on combos, and that led to 1xN having an advantage there. And now, even with Infernal Soul, I don't know if Ultra Prime can win this game.
Between Locket, Knight's Vow on top of 1xN with the healing that he gets from the Piercing Shadow, or the Piercing Darkness, I should say. I mean, 1xN, the only defensive item he has is Black Cleaver for the extra HP, but he still feels unkillable because Ultra Prime, outside of Jong, have not been able to get anybody else on their team onto the backline and look for that assassination. And now Thunder Talk are boasting damage in every single role now. Everyone has been carried up through that really rough point in the mid-game where Ultra Prime were up 5,000 gold. Now it is Thunder Talk with the advantage, 4,000 gold ahead in 35 minutes. Out of 5 was going to break out there in the top side, not going to lie.
Yeah, true, potentially, yeah. But now we're going to be seeing them start up the Baron. Can Ultra Prime even get into the area? I don't think so. Look at how much aggressiveness, and even Saber, he has to answer this bottom lane wave, so this might just be a one-way ticket.
Junhao just flashed on top of Setab, but he goes golden thanks to the Zonias. Zhang trying to section off Hoya, make sure that he does not ruin Baya's world right here. Saber has teleported in, but Junhao already gets dropped. Aki with the second cyclone. 1xN is compromised. It's a solo mission. 1xN forces the flash, but he has the Dawning Shadow for the extra HP, and he just has too much range. Ultra Prime still trying to surge forward. They've got the second win here with Saber and Baya in the back pocket. Setab waiting for an angle here. No between worlds, but he still has the damage with the weirding, and it just punches through Xiaosha. Feather drops. Hoya falls. Wait a minute, Saber, can he cook 1xN here?
Saber, no!
Another overload, and 1xN just outplays him by right-clicking him to death.
Saber, no, man, you can't be doing that, and the death timers here are long enough. They have a wave through bottom lane. Can ThunderTalk end this game? Bottom lane, you have another wave coming with another super minion. Death timers 12 seconds before Junhao is up. ThunderTalk may have ended the series.
ThunderTalk keep their series hopes alive.
Oh!
Keep their playoff dreams alive. Junhao, can he pull off a miracle? I don't think it's going to happen here. We're going to game 3.
Oh my god! ThunderTalk, man! They pulled out, they were able to stall this one to the very end. 1xN, I'll apologize. I said in draft, I did not think that this Senna was a great fit for 1xN. We wanted to see him on hyper carries, but giving him infinite amount of range to be able to play and pluck at his opponents was exactly what TT needed. And Ultra Prime, a few too many mechanical errors. 2 separate times we got to see Saber there miss on crucial spells.
Twice. Flash for the overload. Complete whiff. And it's a big disappointment in that moment, because you imagine in both of those scenarios, the first one most crucially, if Ultra Prime back off after taking the first initial kills, they have great positional advantage to set up for the next objective, which I believe was the Baron around that time. But because they overstep, Saber's forced to pop the stasis. The rest of Ultra Prime start to funnel in, and that's where there's no more cooldowns available, and 1xN, like we said, even though he's not playing the Kai'Sa, he doesn't have the repositional advantage, but he's got range difference. And at that point, Senna is just online.
That's a really tough game to play. I can't believe we just saw a team with Infernal Soul lose. That is an anomaly in just any kind of stats in any of our games here. So it sucks. And I think it especially stings considering how much praise we were just giving Ultra Prime not even 35 minutes ago about how well they had played the first game, how it was one of their best games, and then we see this. Mechanical errors abound here.
Coming from Saber too, this was his most played champion coming into Split 3. We hyped up the mid lane gauntlet between Satab's Aurora and Saber's Rise. We saw a little bit of fumbles from Satab's Aurora on the top side, and then Saber decided to say, you know what? Let me match you. Let me give you a homie stock real quick. And of course, Satab's Aurora was able to scale on up and be a massive damage difference maker there. And now the fact that we're going to game 3, champion pools are starting to be very challenged here, and it's going to force Ultra Prime to continue debating, do we need to now consider how reliant ThunderTalk are on scaling? I know that they've been banning Smolder, specifically in round 2. Do you feel like there is a threat now that they have to just ban it round 1? Would ThunderTalk just slam Smolder early on?
You have to be worried though, because champions like Gwen, like Galio become really problematic for this team. If you're on the ThunderTalk side, Corki is a champion that they haven't really played a ton of and haven't shown any kind of priority towards. They're usually the ones banning this champion, so that's where I'm kind of at on this. And especially for our supports, a lot of the engages are gone. When I'm looking at engaged supports right now, Rakan's the final one up, and that is one of Feather's best champions. So there might be an arms race towards getting a really important support, and even then, we kind of look back. Think about the junglers that are also gone in this series so far. Xin Zhao, Wukong, Trundle as well. Vi's kind of like the last big one. We might see a Jarvan here in game number 3.
All good callouts there. And if they are not banned, you have to imagine that someone like Aki, who has benefited off of just very straightforward champions so that he and the rest of ThunderTalk can have simple to execute win conditions on the engages here. That might be a big priority, as you already mentioned. I'm just trying to debate in my mind if Ultra Prime are thinking how much do they need to prioritize some of the meta picks that are still available, or if they are just pivoting off the fact that if ThunderTalk Gaming gets scaling, we don't have what it takes to close out the game early enough. Otherwise, they have to really believe in themselves to forego the possibility of that and just try and slam them early. But like you said, in Group Nirvana, our teams are not the best at closing out early advantages.
Senna, Sivir, these two champions in particular are already off the table thanks to Fearless. And honestly, most of this game was actually not that poorly played by Ultra Prime. They just failed some really key fights, mechanically speaking. Obviously, we saw that Zhong on a side lane dying to Saber in that first, or dying to Setab in that first replay. But when I think back to some of the PowerPoints, Lucian in the mid game is not as powerful as he used to be, and part of it is you're supposed to try to play this as kind of the pseudo replacement to Kalista when she got nerfed. That didn't happen here for Xiaoxia and Baye. They have been a very aggressive bottom lane, but 1xN and Feather played their hearts out and they outplayed their opponents very early on. So I think it made it difficult for Ultra Prime to leverage the strength of this bottom lane when Senna is even or ahead in resources.
It really did feel like in some of these last moments, Zhong was the only person that could reliably get onto 1xN in the backline. And if there was just a way for any of the other Ultra Prime members to synchronize that engage or be able to have the mobility necessary to get through, another painful moment of the Saber whiff on the flash overload there. I don't know if at that point it would have changed anything for Thunder Talk or Ultra Prime there, but still stings for Ultra Prime fans. As I imagine, 1xN surely has to be the MVP for this game.
So again, these teams have won 7 games. Can you imagine, real quick, before it comes up, how many 1xN MVPs has he received out of 7?
5.
Correct. Can you guess the other 2?
Setab and Feather.
Incorrect. It's Hoya and Aki, both at 1.
Oh, interesting.
So, yeah, 6 now here for 1xN. I think the MVP vote count just for this split alone is indicative of how we talk about Thunder Talk. This really is a 1xN team. We need to see this guy be able to perform. He does it every single time. It's just whether or not his team is able to catch up with him.
But you saw both ends of the anomaly, right? Either 1xN is still doing his damnedest to try and carry in game 1 and it doesn't matter, or you see he's doing his damnedest to carry and the rest of the team can actually back him up there. But that is the conclusion of game 2, y'all. We got a banger on our hands. Game 3, everything on the line now between Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk Gaming. We'll see you right after this break. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for our final game between Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk Gaming. But if you are thinking that this is the last series, well, make sure that you check that schedule again. We still got one more right after this one between IG taking on Top Esports. So the bangers keep on rolling, but we got to conclude this one as me and Dimitri both thought that Ultra Prime had everything in the bag. They got that top river fight just like game 1, but it came down to clutch outplays from 1xN, staying alive and firing true from the backline as that Senna.
That was really, really well played from him, and obviously his team helps out with that, but a lot of, I think, of what we saw was too many missed opportunities there from Ultra Prime. Jung getting into the backline, but then obviously we didn't see Baye or Saber really apply pressure onto 1xN. So a little bit more coordination from this team is what it's going to take. And now with them heading into a third game, game differential is still going to be in favor of Thunder Talk if they win here tonight. So Ultra Prime obviously are going to need to win tonight's series if they want to keep their chances of staying in contention for grand finals play-ins.
Yeah, Dimitri, can you remind the audience what is the strength of schedule for both of these teams after this series?
Why, of course I could, Rafa, but I won't.
Oh, okay.
I'm joking. Thunder Talk, they have LGD and they have LNG, so, you know, fairly easier opponents, even if Thunder Talk did lose to LGD in the regular season. And EDG and LGD here for Ultra Prime. That'll be their last 2 matches. Thank you to our producer, Ilya, for showing this one. These are the standings currently for Group Nirvana. This game here does not lock up the standings, but it makes it incredibly difficult for the loser of today's series to keep moving on forward.
And as we said for both of these teams, they want to continue their run into Split 3 as long as possible, get as many games on stage under their belt so that they can look forward to a brighter 2026. Ultra Prime already taking 2 bans of the Xayah and the Poppy off the table from 1xN and Feather and Aki respectively. Yunara and Gwen are the answer so far from Thunder Talk themselves.
Gwen, very good, and especially for what we've seen from Jung versus Hoya, I wonder if that's kind of the adaptation here in this series, what kind of top laners we're going to see, if Jong is going to pull out a carry top laner here in one of the most important games that he's going to have to play this split. And for Ultra Prime, Poppy, Xayah, and Varus are going to be those final bans, so more of the same, still leaving up some of those hyper carries and more of those late game scalers that we were talking about earlier, especially that Smolder, which comes into question as we get further in this draft.
Ultra Prime did not answer for it at the time being. The Vi, though, that was a big jungler that we were thinking about was going to be contended here. That's the first lock-in for Junhao. I'm still not a fan, though, of locking in a Vi super early, because now you have to make sure that you are pairing champions that can dive alongside the Vi. Otherwise, she's going to feel very, very uncomfortable if she has to make solo dive missions and they are behind the curve.
There's still a lot of champions that can get that to happen, though, especially for a player like Saber. You have Echo that is still up and available. You have his Akali that we have seen. Ari is here in the pool going up against the likes of an Annie. We'll see what Seitab is able to accomplish as those 80 junglers that we were talking about. There could be a Jarvan here from Aki. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that. But I'm surprised about the Galio ban. Ultra Prime have not really shown much priority towards this champion throughout the split. We have a single game from Saber, and it didn't look all that amazing. I think it's a champion that kind of takes away some of the agency from this player. So there's the engaged supports, though, that we were talking about at the very end of the draft.
You did mention that Feather, his Rakan is a signature one, but taking note of the fact that Leona does have a nice time into countering the Rakan and just trying to take that for himself here. Akali, that is a champion that can help dive into the backline of whoever Junhao chooses to die with that cease and desist, and Rakan has the flexibility of being able to go forward or backwards here with the mobility that he has at his disposal.
Yeah, he can play with the Vi in this instance, right? Just go in with the Vi with the Battle Dance and then find the Grand Entrance and the Quickness. So a lot of ability for Ultra Prime to snap and find engages onto Thunder Talk. No. Aki is known for his Lee Sin, but we've had a few Lee Sin players here in Group Nirvana to mixed success. is going to be the case to try to kick away any backline dive threats from Ultra Prime. And Thunder Talk have a lot of setup. The Annie and the Lee Sin alongside this Leona should be able to lock down individual targets and create a battle zone that makes it very easy for 1xN to carry.
In theory, the Lee Sin pick does work here as, like you said, the kick is a great way to disengage people. You can also play make. The hesitancy comes from the fact that Aki has just not had a great overall past few months here in the LPL, so they're putting a lot of faith into one of Aki's comfort picks over the course of his career to see if it can be a crucial key difference in ensuring that 1xN is kept alive. As so far this series, 1xN has been the shining hope, the shining carry for this team, and Thunder Talk just need to make sure he is staying alive.
Corki's taken away. Ezreal, so all of the flexibility, right? The champions that would have mobility to get away or create distance between you and an Akali and the rest of her team. Now taken away here from Thunder Talk. 1xN, you need to be able to take an attack damage carry. I'm looking at his pool right now. You could go for maybe the Aphelios is something we've seen from him. I'm not a huge fan of the Misfortune, but you have a lot of setup here. We're going to go for the Ornn and give him some more time to see what the bot lane matchups is. I like the idea of this, especially with how many 80 carries are gone now. Not only just from Fearless, there are 5 80 carries taken away in this draft. 6 actually with Yunara.
I'm very excited to see what 1xN locks in as the final R5. It may end up being something standard that he could have locked in for himself, but a certain angle, certain conditions can arise based on what Ultra Prime lock in for their AD carry as well as their top laner. We see that it's a Cassante to match the tank power that Hoya is bringing with the Ornn. Via options very limited.
If it's strictly just for the comp, I think Jhin could work here to give you some great length to be able to interact with the rest of the team. Zarya is considered a hyper carry, but I don't think that the team is set up for her. This Ultra Prime team is very, very low range in terms of how they interact with their opponents, and that's exactly what Thunder Talk want from them. I don't know if this is necessarily going to be enough here from Ultra Prime. This looks like Thunder Talk are setting up for a Game 3 victory.
Okay. This is how Thunder Talk were able to get the victory over EDG, being able to stall the game long enough for this Smolder to come online. Thunder Talk, the nice thing for them is they have a lot of early agency and power in this Annie, in this Lee Sin, and even in the Leona to be that early bridge. They don't necessarily have to snowball the game. They just need to create enough time for 1xN to get to that 225 scaling mark. And for Ultra Prime, they're on a clock here. There's no other way to say it.
They have a lot of damage. The ability to lock down 1xN is there. And Jung has the ability to have more interactivity as this Cassante. The Kidnap is going to be very powerful with that all out. But we need to see them execute, and that has been a bit of a struggle. Now, can Ultra Prime use these lanes that they have for themselves, especially in this bottom lane? Rakan and Misfortune can walk up to the Smolder early on and apply pressure. You have this Leona that can protect. And I just think there are a lot of very easy tools, especially with how late some of these games have been going.
The implications of a series win for either team is so grand here for chances to control their fate in making a splash into the play-in stage for playoffs to extend their season, to give themselves even more time on the big stage. One last time, give it up for Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk Gaming as both teams take to the Rift and conclude the series.
One final time for a spot in play-ins. If they are able to win this one, they need to prove it at the end of the season and still kind of look forward towards those Group Ascend teams.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场。
I heard the signal from
I heard
Dio,
one.
and I heard no response.
I heard one. I don't know what happened, bro. I feel like we've really let down a lot of the fans. Not us, but the crews over in China. we gotta fix these crowd mics. Because I've had beef with the guy over at the Beijing, the JDG arena. That guy, I don't know what's going on with the stage mics over there. They're not working, or the crowd mics, I should say. And this one, we're in the default arena for LPL. These should be working.
I'm almost curious the fact that in the second game we got collectively one more Gyro, double the Gyros that we had in this last game and the first game. I wonder off of the result they saw Ultra Prime fumble and they're like, all right, yeah, I'm getting ready for it.
We're turning this down. No, come on, man. We made like the headcanon that there's not already enough fans there at the studio, so no, I'm not accepting this one. I'm going to reject this reality.
Fair enough. I like it. I like it.
We have both junglers again starting on the bottom side of the map just so they can make sure that when they have a little bit more levels and maybe some flexibility in their pathing, they can go towards the bottom side of the map. You can already see that Baya and Xiaosha are taking early control of this bottom lane wave and trying to at least apply pressure to their opponents.
Just like in Game 2, Baya and Xiaosha have the more aggressive lane setup between Misfortune and Rakan into the Smolder and Leona. They're trying to fight for level 2. But in Game 2, they were not able to get that much. This time around, they focused their damage onto Feather, chunking him to nearly 50% HP. And with Aki pathing towards the top side, Junhao, I don't think he'll have a window to look for a dive proactively, so we might just see both junglers just playing towards Zhang and Hoya at that 4-minute timer.
Oh, I don't think we're seeing any top laners getting any action here, Rafa. I think what's happening is we're going to finish our 5 camps. We're going to walk into River, and whoever has mid priority, most likely Thunder Talk, is going to then decide whether or not we see who contests the top side scuttle. Right now it is Zhang who is going to put a ward in that Tri-Brush. They did have early vision from Ultra Prime. Yet again, another game where they're thinking about, okay, let's see if we can get information on an enemy jungler. We know that his Raptors were up for a long time, so he's probably on this side of the map.
Seems to be the case. So far, Saber trying to do his best to contest the wave push against Satab, but he's losing a lot of HP because of it. He went Dorn Shield, but I don't know if he went Resolve for his second runes, if he'll have the sustain from that second wind to at least give him a little bit of a sustain
I think
advantage.
he did, but I can double check real quick.
Junhao's the first one onto the Scuttle Crab. Aki's going to meet him here. Saber gets stunned up, so Satab will have the push. But Aki is just going to concede the top crab. Actually, I think he got it. I think... okay,
yeah.
never mind.
No.
No. Yeah. See, there was a red ping, and so I thought that was the ward signal from this crab, but Aki just concedes it, goes for the bottom crab instead. Xiaosha, you're not seeing this. It'll be nice to harass him.
So no, Saber does not have second wind. He has unflinching and... What is this rune? Holy, I can't see because I have the big pause button in the middle. Oh, he does have second wind. Okay.
Oh, Satab! He queues up the Q for the stun, and Aki's able to pick up first blood.
That's a really OP disintegrate, right? You just, it's point and click. I think you were talking about this earlier when you were talking about Annie players. Sometimes you don't have to do the big flashy combo of landing your ultimate. Sometimes the point and click is just the easier version of it. Just land the free stun.
I hope they get a replay, because Satab not only fooled Saber, he fooled me. I saw Satab open with a flash W, and I thought he was looking for the AoE stun, but if full Saber gets the flash guaranteed because it spooks him, and he leads with the Q, which is the actual spell that carries the stun forward, please replay show, because it was actually super cool.
There's also some really cool stuff that you can do while the Q is in the air. Because of the way that the stun works is that it is when the spell lands or when it applies damage. So if Satab, let's say, is at 2 stacks of his passive, what he can do here is throw his Q and use his E on himself, and when the Q lands, it will stun. Which I think is some pretty interesting tech. So if you're not watching, you have to keep really close eye on Annie and what her passive looks like. We're seeing early control here from Thunder Talk. Let's see if they can snowball the fact that they got this first blood for the Lee Sid and start off with a dragon. Any dragon you can take early on as a smolder composition is a huge win.
You remove that Drake stacking win condition from the enemy team, and you give yourself even more time to breathe in this game. Already the priority gain from that first blood, and the extra bit of gold gives Aki the confidence to just use his team priority in both mid and bot to get the first dragon. And as you called, it's a big thing here, because Ultra Prime, we cannot state it enough. Playing against 1xN Smolder, you are on a clock. You have to try and find ways to accelerate the game before time runs out.
And already, we're seeing some issues here. Saber, it's only a single death, so not going to turn into too much here. But 1xN is already getting some waves in. The fact that they're contesting with Baya and Xiaoxia is a little worrisome in my mind, especially with 1xN having the call. And while they were grabbing the dragon, Junhao went topside, got no camps for himself. So even if he had stolen camps, he's half a level up on his opponent. He'll get level 6 with this Gromp. This is a very, very good start for Thunder Talk, all things considered.
Yeah, because the experience evens out for Aki getting that first blood in the mid lane, so Junhao is at least just putting himself slightly accelerated at the pace. But there doesn't really seem like a window where he can make the advantage realistic here for Ultra Prime. He's now walking towards the bottom side of the map. 1xN still has Flash. Feather has both summoner spells available. It doesn't really seem realistic for Ultra Prime to try and find a kill window on the Smolder early on.
If they can get level 6 on the Baya, then maybe there's an angle, but Xiaoxia is not going to have that ultimate on the same timer. Maybe a play on the next wave, especially with Junhao being ready. Ooh, there we go.
Oh, hey,
All right.
That's good. Baya and Xiaoxia being able to burn the flash off. Now you set up the cease and desist to actually be lethal.
Does Junhao decide to skip his red? No. He's going to finish this objective off and then maybe make a pass over. Where is 1xN going? Because he has lost his flash. He brought teleport instead as his secondary summoner spell. So really just wants to try to keep up the tempo in the lane. He's going to catch this next wave bottom lane. You can already see that both teams starting to make egress over towards the top side of the map with these grubs spawning.
Big level 6 power spikes with the ultimate. Baya throws out the bullet time just to kill the wave. I wonder if Baya's going to look for a recall and just strut his way over to the top side.
Yeah, Feather's going to move on forward. This is giving 1xN time to farm, so Ultra Prime, they cannot waste time around this objective. Xiaoxia, he's going to get the knockup. He should be able to battle dance his way out. Hoya is stuck under his turret, but can join late thanks to his ultimate.
I thought Junhao was about to send it, but Aki still
This
has
is good.
flash. Junhao being patient, just trying to stall out time. He already used a smite, so he doesn't have an easy way of securing it against Aki, who has his own smite available. Feather and Satab now walking into the pit in the
what
river.
What is this flank from Junhao? He's behind them and there's no wards. Oh my god, are they going to try to make an entrance? They need to make this big because they've already wasted so much time.
Who's the target? Who's the target? It's Satab. His flash is still available. He gets perma CC'd, but he's able to move to the right side, throw down Timbers, and Junhao's taking way too much damage from the Big Bear himself. 1xN is able to pick up some kills for himself, and Thunder Talk are making Ultra Prime crumble in the early game.
I was watching Baya that whole fight. He auto-attacks maybe a single time before he walks away. Nowhere in range, and he doesn't have the bullet time, even with all the setup there from Ultra Prime. So, Thunder Talk, we had said they needed to execute fast on the grubs, and that doesn't happen for Ultra Prime, and so it gives TT more and more ability to stack up on this Smolder, get him a kill, and get him accelerated here in this game. If you take a look back at this replay, just watch Baya. He gets an E. He does an auto feather. He cancels 2 autos. Walks up autos Tibbers, and that's it.
No.
Like, that is a large portion of your damage early, and not to mention Saber. No pressure onto the backline here.
We knew that Baya had just used the bullet time to kill the wave onto the bottom side so that he could just beam over to the top side and get there as soon as possible. And that advantage just did not matter. Exactly. It did not matter. 1xN was able to match it. He got there as well. He benefited off of extra stacks, just applying multiple instances thanks to the Snot from his W, getting procs off the Q. And once again, Thunder Talk don't have to play the game fast. It's Ultra Prime who have to accelerate the game. And the fact that Thunder Talk are able to counteract it and come up ahead, this is... Ultra Prime have essentially shortened their lifespan in this game.
Yeah, Thunder Talk, as the team that has a Smolder, have gotten the first Dragon, the first 2 set of Grubs, and they got the first 2 kills of the game. They have the only 2 kills of the game. This is a really, really strong spot to be in if you are Thunder Talk, and a great bounce back considering the fact that there is points in both of the first games where they looked a little competitive, but for the most part, it has been an Ultra Prime series to start off. And now we've got Dragon here. Junhao is on this objective. They've grabbed themselves, or it looks like Junhao is going to be able to finish this. So at least not all of the first 3 objectives are going to go over to TT.
You know how I know it's really going well for Thunder Talk? Hoya has not been cyberbullied once this game. Yep. And he's the horn. He's probably going to be doing the clapping this time around. Ultra Prime sending the teleport from Zhong back to the top side so they can at least guarantee the second dragon of the game. They're going to have to rely on getting those Drakes again, but I don't know if that is going to be possible, because by the time we get into the 3rd dragon, which is going to be around that 15-16 minute mark, 1 item spikes will be online for pretty much everyone. Maybe 2nd item will be threatened if Aki continues accelerating at the pace. We were very hesitant seeing this Lee Sin locked in, but so far Thunder Talk have taken advantage of misplays from Ultra Prime early on. As now Satab in trouble, no flash from the prior fight. They send it with the season assist. Saber finds the perfect execution, and Aki and Feather can't do a damn thing about it.
That will be a huge amount of resources used, because that was the flash away from Xiaoshe just to grab this kill. Aki's going to grab this wave. He still has 2 camps on top side and his blue buff here. So if we were talking about Aki getting accelerated, this is going to feel pretty good if you are a jungler at this point, even if it was your mid laner dying. Doesn't lose all that much. Seitab's actually going to finish off. Oh, Hoya! Okay, I'm not going to say that that erases what happened in the first 2 games, but that's a pretty good, that's a great bellows breath to cancel the all out.
Hoya in all chat, ult advantage. Ulti down.
I don't think that's what he's typing. I think he's typing top diff.
Maybe he's typing into his team and just letting them know. So, okay, well, Kasante has no ult, guys. We are good to go if we want to force a fight anytime soon. Aki even threatening to steal away this red buff. Junhao is nowhere near Feather. Gonna try to help him get out thanks to the safeguard. Doesn't even need it. Wow, this is a really nice spot for Thunder Talk to be in. As
They don't know
Prime
he's there.
Xiaoshe battle dances away. He's out of there.
Can he steal it? Okay, Junhao still gets all of his Raptors. He's gonna get his Krugs as well on the bottom side here. This is a precarious situation to find yourself if you are Ultra Prime. You do have still ways to fight. Bloodthirster completed here for Baia, and we saw that trade in mid lane. 1xN does not have enough staying power to fight, but he has almost 120 stacks at 13.5 minutes. That's not on benchmark, but that's pretty close here for him. And he'll have teleport to get back into this mid wave and have access to the call being completed on this next minion wave. These are massive spikes coming on through very soon for this team.
And for Ultra Prime, even though they were able to gift wrap a kill for Saber on the Akali, he has now just completed his proto belt since he had to take a detour on not only the Darkseal, but as well as the Berk Treads, just to shave off all the CC duration coming out from Satab and Feather in particular with their stuns. Thunder Talk still have a slight gold advantage, and they are the ones forcing Ultra Prime to be the proactive ones and try and make things happen before the Smolder comes online. Next objective is this Rift Herald in 20 seconds.
Am I allowed to nitpick on junglers here? Why is Aki building a Merc Treads? The ult, like the tenacity doesn't do anything versus the Vi knockup. Doesn't do anything versus the knockup from Rakan. And most of this team's damage is physical. You're gonna have a lot of your MR shredded as well. I think this is a small mistake from Aki. Let's see how meaningful it's going to be. And somehow, Thunder Talk are able to grab mid-priority away from the misfortune. And still, I think they can make a play once Satab finishes pushing them the top wave.
Thunder Talk do have a ward on top of that Rift Herald, but it does not seem like they are making any moves toward it. Like we said before, Thunder Talk do not need to force the pace to be accelerated for their composition. If they can't find anything, Xiaoshe does bring in Aki, but he's got Feather outside to be able to safeguard too. And that is the Herald secure for Ultra Prime.
All right, let's see if they can use it now, because not only will the next objective that falls give over the feat of epic monster slaying, but with a Herald, that could very quickly turn into the first turret as well. So if Ultra Prime are able to contest these next couple of objectives, maybe they find themselves with the feats of strength. I just don't know how meaningful it's going to be with this game. It's these small advantages that may end up snowballing into a bigger win. Dragon spawns in 20 seconds, and I'm looking at item completions right now. 1xN is very close to getting himself what looks to be a Spear of Shojin, and that is 400 HP. That is more than enough to be able to eventually sustain in a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of meaningful percentage max HP damage. Jong about to blade the pain down in the Say-Tab. At least he's able to force the
my
blast.
God!
And Aki found Baya with Feather and yeah, they got him.
What? We're getting a replay of that. I already know we're getting a replay of what happened there.
Because I don't know how it happened. I see flashes burned, and there's a kick down.
That's the dragon here for Thunder Talk. They get the first dragon. They get the first two dragons, or the first and the third dragon. They're gonna look to potentially, as Ultra Prime, see if they can pressure on top side. Herald's gonna go down. First turret's gonna go over.
Oh boy, well Hoya is about to go for the run of his life. The Rift Herald already spawned, but everyone else from Ultra Prime is just trying to take a freebie off of the Ornn, who has no teleport and no flash. They're not going to corral this Rift Herald for another charge, and they're now trying to TP and answer the mid lane. Aki pressing forward, but no ultimates available, no flash. Jong trying to cook here, force the flash. The Baya ultimate with the ball time into the grand entrance. That's big. They cook Say-Tab. Can they get Feather? Junhao still has Cease and Desist available, but there's no damage follow-up, so he doesn't pull the trigger on 1xN.
How much more gold can they get though right now? Because they got a wave up in topside alongside that turret. They lost the mid-tier. They almost lost their mid-tier 1. And all in all, this is still, I think, an advantage play going over to Thunder Talk. The gold advantage is still in Ultra Prime's favor, but look at where this game is headed, how long we might be in this game number 3. These are all things that favor Thunder Talk. We get a replay. Baya just walks up, and a connect from Aki through the brush. Incredibly well played to be able to get right behind Baya, who thought he was safe. He saw it flash through all of this. I don't even care about this next part of the fight. It's a recall. Like, sure, Xiaosha gets in and they find 2 kills here. One of them goes over to Xiaosha. It's actually 1 kill overall, so I'm really liking where Thunder Talk are in this game.
Aki's Lee Sin is starting to pay off here. We didn't even need it to do that much this game. Just make sure that you are protecting 1xN as he scales into that late peak power that we see once you hit 225 stacks on the baby dragon. But here he is in the mid game, making plays, putting a further dent into Ultra Prime's overall clock and trying to accelerate the pace of this game. And like you said, sure, Ultra Prime, they're ahead. Like what, 900 gold?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You gotta be crushing Thunder Talk if you want to stop them before Smolder comes online.
Aki is 2-0 right now on this Lee Sin. Not only in game score, but or the in-game score, but also out of game in terms of the amount of times he's played it so far this year. He is overall 17-12 on the champion, so about 57% win rate. And especially he needs a bounce back split just in general. The same thing for all of the Thunder Talk guys, because this guy for Aki, he was on Ninjas in Pajamas playing in Group Ascend for the last 2 splits, but obviously they made a lot of changes. They wanted to maybe make a late season resurgence going through the playoffs, and he was one of the non-performers.
Say-Tab in trouble. The flash comes out from Junhao, and Saber.
Oh no.
Does he get cooked by the last turret shot? Yes, he does. So Say-Tab, even a 1v2, will be able to bring one down with him, and now Aki is chasing Junhao back into his side of the map. Sonic Wave connects. That's the 3rd kill of the game for Aki's Lee Sin.
They got the turret, but at what cost? 2 kills there, and the flash away from Junhao. That takes away some of the bite from Ultra Prime's fight. And look at 1xN. We are at 20 minutes, and he has at almost 200 stacks here. That execute is going to be coming online, and he hasn't even hit 3rd item yet.
Deathblade goes wide, but Baya is still forced to flash away from the solar flare. He cannot be in that position, and now this misfortune could be compromised the next time Thunder Talk look for a play.
Oh, Rafa, look in 1xn's inventory. Double amplifying tome. You know what that is?
Oh, is that
That's a Seeker's Arm
coming?
Guard right there. No, that's a Seeker's Arm Guard. That's a
Oh.
Zhonya's. That's going to make it near impossible for Ultra Prime to find a kill.
Xiaosha? Oh, he TP'd in, immediately forced the flash away. At least he has Unsealed Spellbook and will have access to other spells, but definitely looked a little goofy there. Teleporting into Thunder Talk territory. Satab already walking forward with the rest of the team. They know that the Otacon is the next objective to play for. There's a Mountain Dragon spawning in the next 48 seconds.
Could there be an Otacon? Well, 1xn has teleport, so does Satab if he really needs to. He is obviously here already for this play, but I think Thunder Talk are probably going to transition themselves towards the bottom side of the map, and if they can control and take this objective, Soul Point would be on the cards for TT, and that is such an incredible spot to find themselves as the composition that should not have had access, in theory, to any of these dragons this early on.
As you called, Seekers completed for 1xn. Between Flash, Flap, and all the disengage tools that Thunder Talk have at their disposal, the one job of assassinating this baby dragon is going to be a very difficult one for Ultra Prime to achieve.
He has
Teleport
225! Oh my...
Saber. He already has 225. Oh boy, Ultra Prime, if they do not win this fight, it is not looking good for their chances to come back in this series, but they're going to have to put it all on the line and hope for a miracle play. 6,000 HP already on the Dragon. Saber trying to loop around for a flank, but he is spotted by that ward on the other side. Satab threatening with a flash stun on the target that he chooses. Aki waiting on the left side. They don't even care about the Dragon. Saber flashes in. Aki goes in. Big kick right into the front. Looking for the execute as 1xn is rarely untouched. He is pretty much undeterred, and he is starting to pop these Ultra Prime members like flies. Baya suddenly the last one standing, full HP, but that health bar is about to get disintegrated 2-0. 1xn picks up the double, and Thunder Talk's time has finally arrived.
It's a 1-for-3 trade, and Thunder Talk still grab the dragon. And guess what, Rafa? It gets even worse if you're an Ultra Prime fan, because it's going to be potentially 3 Mountain Dragons for this team. But the team with Smolder on it. We check right back into this replay. Saber, like you had mentioned, he gets caught out. And I was thinking, why is Aki so far away? Well, hey, take away the potential for Zhang to get into the backline and potentially kidnap your jungler. Let him find this kick and peel for 1xn. He knew his job and he did it exactly as he was supposed to, and sets up for 1xn to essentially just get completely fed during this fight.
Lee Sin mains around the world, especially the ones that I see in my solo queue games. You see this game?
What do you mean in your solo queue games? You are the Lee Sin in your solo queue games.
Okay, but I'm saying for the time when I get autofilled and I have to have some other
the
scrub
call is
playing
coming
Lee
from
Sin,
inside the house.
You do not have to go for the ward hop kick flash in every single game. Kick is a powerful disengage tool. Aki recognized that immediately, as you said, and just waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for Ultra Prime to strike first, immediately reacting. Everything is about protecting 1xn, and now the Seekers goes to a Zhonya's. So now he is going to have a permanent stasis effect every time this item is off cooldown. Ultra Prime,
he didn't even use it in
they
the
are
last
running
one.
up.
Like, oh man, this game has gone from bad to worse if you're an Ultra Prime fan. And for Thunder Talk, this feels like a formulaic victory. Play around 1xn, protect his advantage as a player who is leading the league right now and has some of the best stats amongst not only just AD carries, but amongst the entirety of the league. First in damage percentage, first in CS per minute. He needs to be able to carry this team, and he is providing that carry threat game in and game out.
1xn has no flash, but the Zhonya's will be that ultimate line of defense. 5,000 HP. Junhao doesn't even go for the wall. He forced the flash, and he goes golden, so the cease and desist is canceled. Saber trying to get into the backline. 1xn is surrounded, but he is not going to die anytime soon. He finally gets dropped by Zhang, but what is the cost? Saber and Baya, can they pump out the damage? 2,000 HP. Aki's still alive. There's no Junhao. They should secure for themselves. Aki goes big, still trying to finish off Baya. The Sonic Wave goes wide. It doesn't even matter because Thunder Talk still win the fight for themselves, and Ultra Prime have run down on the clock.
All right, 1xN didn't have flash. You saw the Zhonya's there. He ends up going down, but at what cost? Hoya is even giving out masterwork items, and ThunderTalk got the Otacon, so all of that experience is going to be so impactful. More gold goes over to TT. We check back in this fight. This is a mechanical misplay from Junhao, a rare one that we see from a player that has been so consistent for Ultra Prime. Look at this smolder, man. It comes down to Jong, but does it really need to take this long? No! At least in theory. It's already done. The damage has been done, Rafa. This game is all but wrapped up in a bow for TT. They need to simply close out and finish off these last couple games.
When you look at Ultra Prime's composition that they've drafted for themselves, the only member that you really have that will do better with more and more gold is Saber's Akali. It gets, quote-unquote, easier to assassinate, but you have to always keep in mind the Zhonya's cooldown, because that is the one tool that if you play too fast and you use the perfect execution too hastily, then you miss your big burst window. And so you have to rely on other members from Ultra Prime to set it off first, and we saw that attempt, and it did not pay off well, and ThunderTalk are just going to get stronger and stronger.
Well, guess what? They got to be able to fight now, because as Ultra Prime, you may have just lost the Otacon fight. 20 seconds now before that Mountain Soul spawns here, and ThunderTalk looking to finish out this series with 3-5 game record and potentially move themselves up to be in contention for the play-in's best of 5. It'll be a single best of 5 for them to be able to make their way into playoffs. Aki is spotting out Saber now. Such a tough spot to find yourself in right now. Ultra Prime backs against the wall. Can they make what is essentially a miracle comeback? Because not only do they have to win this fight, they have to win basically the next 15 minutes.
And once again, Aki is just having little care about trying to pressure the Dragon. They know that it's Ultra Prime that have to force the fight and get ThunderTalk to walk into them. Aki just making sure that he can punt away any threat onto his backline. 1xN has flash again. Xiaosha trying to step forward. Not a lot of poke being exchanged. The Dragon slowly whittling down, less than 5,000. Now at 4K, Hoya calls the Forge God, looks for the AoE knock-up on the big flash onto the backline. They're going to force the fight. Bullet time will rip Tab apart, but the Mountain Soul is secured for ThunderTalk, and they can still continue the fight. And here comes 1xN and Aki as he flies into the backline. The execute burns Jong. It burns Feather. Baya's left all alone, and Aki will finish the job with a resonating strike. Ultra Prime have lost 3, and they might have well has just lost this game.
Yeah, that's the Mountain Soul. They have Otacon to also help out with some of that damage. It's a little too late here for UP. It's a great one, though, if you are ThunderTalk, leaning on what has worked for them all season long. Tank top laner, engage on the mid lane, and just let 1xN carry. We get right back into the replay for this. Hoya calls down the call of the Forge God, and look at who it lands on. Junhao, Baye, Feather, and Setap try to find the engage, and they set up for what is a perfect fight. I mean, 1xN, he's going golden this entire time. That's why it looks barely even here for UP, is because 1xN is not firing away. He gets back into the fight, and it is a one-sided affair. Otacon, or Baron, is now on the table, and imagine that ThunderTalk are going to be looking towards this objective in a few moments. 40, almost 40% damage share? Oh my god!
Holy moly, 1xN is just... I mean, we've said it before for this squad. 1xN has been the single hope that has continuously moved heaven and earth to try and put ThunderTalk into positions where he can carry the game. But this game 3, I have to say, a big blow up from the rest of his map. Hoya was able to survive against Jong, not give him any windows. Aki and Setap linked up and put a lot of pressure on Saber, so Akali never got online and running to try and pressure 1xN early while he was still stacking up. And ThunderTalk just playing an overall cleaner game, and Ultra Prime went from starting off this series strong to now finishing the series in massive disappointment.
this is such an important win, though, because ThunderTalk have not had the easiest split. I mean, the fact that they lost to LGD was surprising enough here for the split, and they find themselves at 2-5, where this is a ThunderTalk that was just playing in Group Ascend not even 3 months ago. This is a team that we expected to be at the top of the table alongside EDG and NIP, and they're having to struggle against some of the other teams in this group. I mean, hell, they went to 3 versus NIP multiple times and still lost that series.
For ThunderTalk to bounce back, to keep their hopes alive. I mean, this was a team that, at the beginning of 2025, they had one of the greatest upsets that one of our broadcast members, Poor Slayer, got super excited about too early on. Unfortunately, we saw some magic with the Hoya solo kill onto Bin, and then as the rest of the 2025 season took its trajectory, they lost Beichuan to BLG. They had a bit of a jungle carousel, finally setting.
They were already losing when Beichuan was there, to be fair. They were losing, and then it's just kind of like, all right, here's the icing on the cake. We're gonna make it even worse.
Just it makes it even more important why ThunderTalk need this win so badly. They need to make sure that they can end the season as on a high of a note as possible.
Because you're also playing for your career, right? Like, some of these guys, we don't know if ThunderTalk are going to keep these contracts. Obviously, Hoya has been a large part of this roster. Satap just joined this year. 1XN and Feather, again, being long-standing members of ThunderTalk for the past couple years. But you're playing for your spot when you are here in Group Nirvana. We saw it with RNG, right? 4 of those guys got spots on other teams. So they need to, as ThunderTalk, even if you go into the play-ins and you play your single best of 5 and you lose, games like these are really important to, keep in the mind of fans and also GMs for whether or not you'll have a starting spot next year.
ThunderTalk, all on them to finish out this series
Xiaosha,
strong.
no!
Already a flash from Xiaosha is lost. And Zhang just might be in trouble here. He's already getting burned. The bullet time effectively does nothing, was trying to prevent ThunderTalk from continuing the chase and at least saves his top laner for now. But that is a big ultimate expended right when the Baron is up for the taking. Elder Dragon still not going to be spawning for another minute and 20. So now that's the call for ThunderTalk to start the Baron.
Zhang is going to teleport in. Can he use his all-out to find multiple members? Xiaosha also right back into the area. ThunderTalk, they're going to try and start this Baron up. They're going to try and see if they can turn off of this as well. But they are split. Look at where Ultra Prime are.
They're turning off of it now. Flash cease and desist right on top of 1XN. He still has the flash. He still has the Zonias. He goes golden. Tries to prevent as much damage from coming in. Saber tries to fight it. He finds the execution. Wait! Baby Dragon has been assassinated. Can the rest of ThunderTalk pick up the pieces?
No way!
No way! Ultra Prime! Did they just find a miracle out of nothing? ThunderTalk lost out 3 members in a flash.
Ultra Prime have been the team that have had so many struggles. It'll be a single Baron, and the Baron timer will move right into this Elder, spawning in 30. Smolder is an inevitability, but it is not a finality here for ThunderTalk. They still need to be able to play it out, and this composition that overloads onto single targets finally finds its mark. Ultra Prime win the team fight, get the objective, and they still have a lot of work to do if they want any chance of winning this game.
I can't
Oh
believe
my
that
God.
happened.
You have Mountain Soul, you have Flash, you have Exhaust on your support, and Zonias. If you die here, I don't know what else to say. I mean, Junhao and the rest of Ultra Prime get into this backline. The Flash from 1XN. Zhang using the all-out to push him.
I don't know if I saw this right, but I think I saw a Baron Tentacle knock up 1XN, which prevented him from being able to create more distance. And that was the window for Junhao. Now Elder Dragon is the next big play. 1XN, Zonia's might be still off cooldown here. Flash not available. Junhao, does he want to play for the Elder first? Big knock up onto Feather, Call of the Forge God. Tries to split up the fight as Saber threatens 1XN into the backline. Who's going to get the Dragon? Feather secures it. No, it's Xiaosha. Ultra Prime have it on their
Oh my
side.
God.
They popped 1. They popped 2. They're looking for Aggie into the backline. They found 1XN. Smolder be damned. Ultra Prime have the real Dragon on their side.
50 seconds, 30 seconds before Feather is up in the bottom lane wave with Baron and Elder. Can Ultra Prime make the ultimate comeback? They said, Thunder Talk, you beat us when we had Infernal Soul, when you had, the Infernal Soul. You have the Mountain Soul. Hold my beer. Let's see if you can lose with all of these objectives. They have one grub. Can they make the end?
8 seconds on Feather. 17 on Satab. It just might be.
They're gonna do it.
Time. Ultra Prime are sending it into the first Nexus tower. Feather trying to set up Junhao onto the back line.
Satab's coming
the
up.
Second turret falls. Feather doing everything that he can.
Satab.
Surprise, Thunder Talkers! The comeback has been made possible by Ultra Prime.
And the team that has made miracles from losses has done it. Instead of a loss, instead of a heartbreaking defeat, they have beaten Thunder Talk, 450 stack Smolder, Mountain Soul, Otacon, all of these buffs. This should have been a prescribed, scheduled loss for Ultra Prime. And they made it happen. The miracle. They have been making an improvement all throughout Split 3. And this feels like the perfect time to find their peak, even if it isn't as clean.
Look how ecstatic they are. Big hugs from the members there. They know how big it was to come back in a scenario like this. Oh, man. Looks the frustration and disappointment on the other side of the rift. It's so understandable. I mean, Thunder Talk, we were so convinced that the game was over. Mountain Soul was on their side. They had a Baron to play for. Smolder was accelerated. He was so damn fed. And it's one slip up, one mistake. Ultra Prime capitalize. And the miracle comeback happens.
Producer Kai, if we could get the standings updated really quickly, I'd like us to move towards our standings before we get to the MVP, because I want us to take a look at game differential and I want us to take a look at series score lines. This is so important in the race. Top 4 from Group Nirvana make it into the play-ins. And if you're maybe a little bit confused, you're like, what the hell is this play-ins? The bottom 4 from Group Ascend versus the top 4 of Group Nirvana will play a single best of 5 to make it and have a spot in playoffs. This is your chance to make upsets. Now, if we're being honest, neither of these teams look clean enough that they would be able to face off against what could potentially be a Weibo, a JDG, a WE. But if you want any chance of having a shot to make it in and do an upset and make it happen and make the run, it does start here. It starts with a win tonight. We saw it from Ultra Prime, 3 and 5, and game differential, that plus and minus scoreline right there, 4 and 5, could be the make or break for whether or not either of these teams actually are able to push through to top 4.
I think when we look at the expectations of Ultra Prime individuals that are on this roster, this is a bunch of rookies making their splash in LPL. To be able to walk away from this series with the resiliency needed in the face of a Smolder late game win condition like that, those are the games that you remember and always tell yourself later on in do or die situations in higher stake matches and go, guys, we have come back from worse scenarios than this.
Oh yeah.
That's the
Look at that gold
game
graph,
builder.
man.
LPL gold graph, baby. Do we have the emote yet?
I don't even... Okay, this one's not as much LPL gold graph. You see how even the game is for a long time? But 1xN was a huge part of this. I don't know what else. Like, that's a really disgusting damage share for Baye, by the way. 40% of his team's damage. We were saying the same thing for 1xN. And while there were some moments there that were a little bit iffy, I'm glad that the other members of Ultra Prime were able to kind of get it all together. This was not a clean win by any stretch of the imagination. But at the end of the day, Rafa, you know what we say?
Anything is possible.
That is true, but I was more looking towards a win's a win.
Yeah.
We take those. A win's a win.
Fair. Very fair. And it's still Rumble stage regular season. So it's this is, we talked about the implications going forward, that this series gives a lot of influence and at least control of your own fate moving forward for the final last few series you have this month. Man, Ultra Prime really had to bounce back from some big blunders this game, and just much credit to them for having the mental fortitude to do so here.
And this is 2 series left, by the way, after this. These 2 teams only have 2 more series to prove their stuff and make it. And it's games like these that are heartbreaking here for Thunder Talk, for a team that we had higher expectations for, maybe as a top 4 team here in the group. But I think minor things, right? Like this fight in particular, this was a large explosion onto the backline, right? Perfect setup from Feather and the rest of the team. But I mean, I think across the series, we got to see that Jong was just a better top laner than Hoya for 3 games for the most part. We got to see, I think, for most of the series anyway, Junhao and Saber outplay their opponents. Yes, were there moments where Saber could have played better? Sure. But that's up for Thunder Talk to properly punish. We get to look back at this replay. I think you're right. There was a Baron knockup there onto 1xN. But these are the small mistakes that are... You're going to get punished by a better team regardless. And Thunder Talk should have the experience after playing 18 best of 3 series versus Group Ascend teams.
My goodness. It was an auto attack that secured it. I mean, there was bullet time flying through the air.
Jungle diff.
Multiple smites going through. Jungle diff. Jungle diff. Man,
there we go, Benny. There we go,
Dude, that
Benny.
was us.
Get excited.
Oh my goodness. Every Ultra Prime fan around the world, the exact reaction. I'm gonna need to
All
give
5
them
of
that.
them. All
Okay.
5 of them.
Come on.
Look, we didn't hear the Gyos. I'm the only person that I'm actually the most happy for out of anybody here on Ultra Prime is the Ultra Prime Twitter social media guy.
True.
Or person, I should say. I don't know who they are. But they are always sad posting when they lose. So this one, I'm expecting whoever you are out there, get hyped, get excited about the boys. You guys have earned it. That was a hard-fought victory.
That was an Omega banger. Who do you give MVP to in this instance? Because the early game was so catastrophic. There was only like a couple of times that Ultra Prime found aggressive looks just playing off the proactivity of Junhao's Vi, but I mean, is it Xiaosha? I don't think it, I don't know. Because thinking back to the Baron pickoff, I think that's who you have to give the MVP to for making that happen. It's Jong. Okay.
I don't know if I guess. I don't know. This was a game that was so all over the place. Ultra Prime were losing for a large portion of it. I don't know.
You know what? The MVP...
Anybody could have gotten it.
The MVP should go to Baron. That's who my MVP...
Fair enough, but we've
my
got
goodness.
one more series here, Rafa. One more series in our Super Saturdays here, and it could not be any better.
That's right. It is Invictus Gaming taking on Top Esports, trying to see if the Chaos Boys can strike down one of our top 2 teams in the league. We'll see you right after this break. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our final series of our Super Saturday between Invictus Gaming and Top Esports, and we've got a lot to cover, so we're going to get right into it. Throwing up on the blue side, it is IG themselves, the Kings of Chaos, the team that delivers the most entertaining games that we've seen all year long. It's the Shy, Wei, Rookie, Gala, and Mako rocking it in the white and black.
And this is a team that, even if some of their mechanics might fail them, they have shown time and time again that they're able to play around these big objectives. Gala getting 2 pentakills in a single week, and it only feels like the hype train is continuing to build, but we're just taken down by AL just a few days ago, actually yesterday, so looking to make a bounce back here against a top 2 team in the league.
And speaking of top 2 teams, we're going to extend the overall score to top 4 teams for IG. Even though that they have glowed up a lot in Split 3, they have still struggled all year long against these 3 teams in particular. 0-4 in series score against BLG, or at least 0-4 in game score against BLG this split so far. 1-3 against AL, and 1-3 against Top Esports, which today, we're going to see if IG can flip the script and try and find a win. But it's going to be tough since Top Esports have only dropped a series to BLG so far this split.
Yeah, this is some really tough series to go through. Obviously, we saw IG versus BLG as part of the lower finals in Split 2 playoffs, and BLG very handily took care of business there. AL have been a team that feels like they can outsmart their opponents, and same thing with BLG and Top Esports. Those are 2 teams that I feel very easily outhands IG a lot of the time. So IG have been a really impressive team. I feel like they've only gone up and to the right so far throughout 2025, but against the top level teams, it hasn't been the best of cases.
The nice thing is, though, for IG, we do have a little bit of insight into how the comms will look for them in these chaotic team fights where IG tend to show. I believe we have a little bit of preview for that just right here.
不过我们要拿帮了，然后有维鲁斯拿维鲁斯啊。好的
OK， 咱用没吃吗？
我们是有伤害的呀，我们双 C 有伤害的。
OK。
Any comments?
Guys, can I pick Sion here? No one's responding. And he did play a mean Sion that game versus JDG. The Shy has been really impressive. Even going into playoffs last split, he was one of the best players on the team. I think he's only improved more and more. He's both playing the tanks and the carries incredibly well, which is something that we haven't been able to say consistently for a couple of years now. So really excited to see this growth from him as he's having what feels to be a resurgence here on Invictus.
They've all had glow-ups. Gala and Mako, especially the past week, they got onto Team of the Week respectively for AD Carry and Support.
Yeah.
I boldly claim that Mako is starting to return to the form of looking like the best support in LPL again.
And then he got clapped by Kyle yesterday.
I know. The Thunder kind of died a little bit, but there's a chance to still pick it back up. It's only 1 series, and going up against Top Esports, that roster in particular, when we think about how this team has been structured all 2025 season long, this team has tried to rely a lot on Jackie Love to be that final carry throughout the season. And even though that we've had conflicting narratives about whether Jackie Love was actually putting in the work, was he faltering a bit, I know that you took a deep dive into his stats and found out that, you know, Jackie Love has been looking fine all year long. I think it just comes down to how well the rest of the map is doing, especially Cream in the mid lane.
Yeah, so Jackie Love, when you look at, I think, more relevant stats for AD carry, so damage share, gold percentage, he's been doing really well for himself. He has actually kept those stats pretty similar throughout the rest of the year, but I think it came down to the eye test. Obviously, him and Crisp weren't working all that well. This team has been performing, I think, a lot better compared to Split 2 with Hung on the roster. And when we talk about Top Esports as a whole, yes, Cream is playing better, but a lot of their success hinges on Kanavi. Is this guy going to have those carry performances on things like his Jarvan, or is he going to be looking towards the Trundle, which he got a pentakill on earlier in the split? Every time that we have looked at top esports, it feels like it is live and die by their jungler.
Kanawe will always be the way forward if top esports can try and rally behind someone who has made such a infamous career playing in LPL, mostly throughout his time on JDG, now coming into top esports for the first time since leaving to a second org. We've seen the good and the bad, we've seen the in-between, but for top esports, I still want to maintain the focus here on JackeyLove, because I was one of the people that was calling for JackeyLove needs to step up, because in Split 2, just from an eye test, it didn't seem like he was consistently being able to clutch it up when it came to the higher stake matches, especially that playoff disappointing finish, 5th, 6th against WE. And so that's why I had the big, Shining Stars graphic thinking about, okay, JackeyLove really needs to be putting on an MVP performance to really lift his team up and through not just regular season like top esports always manages to do, but all the way to the finish line. And you know what? JackeyLove, if I'm not mistaken, is leading the league in MVPs right now. And what a better opponent to now be tested against in Gala, who just picked up 2 back-to-back pentakills, now putting himself 1 pentakill away from the pentakill global leader in Holy Phoenix at 11.
I can't believe Holy Phoenix leads pentakills, man. Oh man, that's hilarious. But I love this. I'm glad that we're getting 2 legendary AD carries, and it feels like they are starting to come back into form at the right time, playing for the most important tournament of the year, the World Championship. This is the exact time that we need to see it. Gala has been struggling, but as you can see reflected in his stats, 1st in DPM amongst AD carries, 3rd in KDA, and JackeyLove, he doesn't get a lot of resources when we're talking about this team. Again, it is so focused on mid-jungle and playing an all-out style around all 3 of your lanes. So we need to see whether or not IG are going to be able to make the kind of comeback, because they have not been able to play very well against top esports all year long. A single series is what they have taken.
IG want to be able to bounce back from the crushing defeat of anyone's legend, who we were skeptical of whether they were going to be returning to form in time for playoffs, and if anyone's legend are still guaranteed to be in that top 2, top 3 conversation, because now the top 2 conversation has just been around BLG and top esports for a majority of the split. But if anyone's legend is finding resurgence, starts challenging the top 3, where does IG fit in that? Because we were starting to hype up IG off the back of those 2 series victories with the 2 back-to-back pentakills as a dark horse contender, that IG could look good against BLG or top esports if we got to the finals. But IG need to make sure that the series in between that final step are looking just as clean as we saw in those pop-offs.
Something that is going to carry, I think, IG's record for the start of the split is the fact that they took down some of these struggling teams here in Group Ascend. Weibo, a 2-0 there. JDG, a 2-0 there. AL in Week 4. The fact that they are splitting the head-to-head record, now 1-1, is really important when we talk about going into the rest of the season. And with AL currently at 5-4,
yeah,
in terms of game score, it is 11-6 for Invictus and 13-11. Again, head-to-head, not as important as game differential. It is a massive boon for IG to keep consolidating and finding really strong wins as we close out this regular season.
The entertainment factor has always delivered, regardless of the game quality that IG bring to the table. But Split 3, for the majority, has been very promising with a few cracks, unfortunately, against the top teams. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many times you beat up on WE or JDG or FPX, you got to be able to throw it down against the teams that you're going to be actually facing off against when it comes to contending for finals, contending for spots to get into Worlds.
I mean, hell, regional finals, right? Like, eventually you are going to potentially play against these teams going forward for regional finals. So that is a really big key here. We're getting closer to draft, everybody, and I want us to kind of focus a little bit smaller on this series. where are some of the players that we're going to be looking towards? What are some of the styles that we're going to be seeing from these two teams? And really, again, we had a head-to-head in the bottom lane. I think when we talk about both of these teams, we said Kanavi earlier. Wei, as an addition, has fixed a lot of this team in terms of what it seems like the comms breakdown and how they set up around objectives, but Wei has been giving up a lot of jungle camps early on into games. So we get into 15, 20 minutes, there's going to be a massive gap in terms of gold generation between him and Kanavi when you see how effective Wei is going to be and how he controls his lanes.
And even scoping out a bit further, looking at that mid lane, because that has been a point of criticism we've had for both of these teams too. Cream has been someone who in the past, even though he is a strong, mechanically talented laner with a high ceiling potential, he's not always lived up to that promise. Recently though, he's been good. He's been doing better with the gold that he's been given. He's pumping out the damage. He needs to continue the consistencies though, so that top esports can continue living up to the mantle of being one of our top 2 best teams in the league. And for Rookie, I know one of the big criticisms you had specifically is that, yeah, if Rookie can get to the mid-late game stage, he has really critical decision making and he can find big plays, but he needs to be protected because his laning phase can get exposed by some of the bigger teams.
That is why we've seen, I think, him fall so many times, is that IG, bar for bar, when we look across the pound, they don't have as much mechanical firepower on their team in a lot of instances. So we get right into draft here. IG going on the blue side, going ahead and banning the Azir and the Rumble. Azir has been a champion that, while Rookie has been playing a lot of throughout his career, this year he actually has a pretty negative record on the champion. So it seems like after Split 2 playoffs, they've completely dropped this champion out of his pool and are looking to take away, I don't know, are we looking towards, you know, a first pick of the Xin Zhao? This is a champion that's had a lot of impact. Poppy is a huge champion for this team as well.
Pantheon is still available. More and more LPL teams are starting to drop the priority on the Pantheon because we've now seen in 2 consecutive series today, first game Pantheon locked in does absolutely nothing because you have an even smaller window to try and get the snowball rolling before you seemingly get outpaced.
Those guys did not play well. I'm sorry to say. Shun and Aki got ran on those games. Those were tough to watch. So fair enough. Pantheon also has received nerfs since we saw him in Split 2, so not surprised to see the priority drop just a little bit here. Top esports, though, they respond with some pretty resilient lanes of themselves. You have the Scion here for 369, so already trying to opt in some more of those tank matchups. And with this Taliyah, not only give Cream the ability to play on side lanes, but also the ability to potentially punish IG if they are not paying attention.
Aurora Slam, this will make at least the second Aurora appearance from Rookie this split. However, we have seen the Shy play Aurora a few times this split
not into
as
Scion,
well.
though. We're not getting
into
Grasp
Scion.
the Undying Aurora.
We
Please.
we'll bring up that caveat. IG, will they show their other solo laner here to match up against whatever 369 has for himself? And as you asked, no Aurora mid top lane. It is the York instead matching into the Scion.
I don't know how much I like this. The lane here is really good for 369. It gives him the ability to stack that Soul Furnace incredibly quickly, so Scion ramps very fast in this game in terms of tank stats. And you do have some kind of utility in being able to trap an immobile champion like a Taliyah. So from Top Esports, I want to see how they're going to be focusing the AD carry pool, because now we're in the back end of this draft and no AD carries have been chosen for either of our bottom lanes.
It's an open landscape, although 2 of those primary picks have been taken away. Xayah also off the board, trying to deny Gala any safety to reposition and get away from a potential Taliyah setup from the Xin Zhao or the Scion. Do you want to start pinching the support pool here? Because with 3 AD carries already taken off the board, I'm not sure if IG want to continue constricting that pool further.
Well, if you're Top Esports, you're the one with a bunch of tanks, right? So I like this from IG. I think the fact that they've banned away the Kai'Sa is a little strange. Another champion that we could start to think about is Alistar. It's one of Mako's best champions that he's played throughout the entirety of the year. And from what Top Esports are showing, I think this champion has a lot of utility in being able to slow down fights and give Aurora the space to get multiple applications of her passive down.
Most played AD carry this split so far is, I look for Jackie Love, is Sivir. Constantly, time and time again, he has gone to it as a sign of comfort. As you talked in the previous series, Sivir gives you a lot of reliable wave clear that gives you time to stall the game as long as possible if needed when you get set behind. And you are able to move around the map quickly because your wave clearing ability is unmatched by any other AD carry in the game.
So what else are IG going to go for? Is it going to be another AD carry like we were thinking? It's going to be the Senna. So they recognize that this game has the potential to go late, and Top Esports, they don't want to take away the Alistar. I think is a fantastic steal from IG. Now, what are their answers? I don't know if necessarily you're banning Kai'Sa and Senna so that you can get a better Lucian matchup here. So we'll see what ends up happening. I think from IG, though, they're showing that their composition is going to be a little bit low range, but it's going to pack a hell of a punch.
IG have very little engage with this setup as well. Glacial Fissure is not the greatest AoE go button. It's usually a better disengage button. So you're really relying on Rookie and Wei to get up off the ground running, try and snowball Gala and Mako to get out of this lane early, and just try and run over Top Esports before this Sion becomes too tanky, before Jackie Love Sivir comes online. I'm not sure how I feel in terms of the confidence factor for IG to pull that off, since the early game has been always the point of criticism, especially coming from Rookie and Wei.
Thankfully, Wei doesn't need to actually hit his jungle camps, because this champion on the Pantheon can be very effective at level 4. You have also the ability to use your ultimate. So if Yorick is on a side lane, maybe that's something that we end up seeing from them. But IG, like you were mentioning, they have two lanes that have a lot of potential to make the matchup very volatile, both in the mid lane and the bottom lane. Can they actually execute on that? Whereas Top Esports, low and slow. You're going to have a Sion that's going to be very, very dangerous later on into the game. And I don't think that IG have the tools to deal with him if they can't get this early game going.
Yeah, this game one, Top Esports are in their comfort zone going back to champions they have pretty much ran all season long. And for IG, taking a dip into the bold pool of seeing if they have what it takes to try and slam Top Esports in the first 15-20 minutes of this game. Ladies and gentlemen, our final series is about to begin. Invictus Gaming taking on Top Esports. Let's hit the rift for game one.
Okay, Rafa, I think figured out. I don't think there was anything wrong with the crowd mics. I think there may have just not been a... That is a hell of a lot of fans in the stadium.
That's more than 2 rows of people right there.
Yeah. So maybe that's probably why we didn't hear them in the last series.
But you know what, Dimitri? You know what? We will always remember August 16th as the day that Ultra Prime came back from a smolder late game win condition.
I don't know if that will be the case. I don't know if I'll remember this day, but maybe I will. Maybe I will. My memory is not that great, to be fair. So that's why I got to write everything down. That's why my huge note system is very important to me. So we're going to be seeing some early game. We get to see the runes there on your screen. I just love the fact that both of our supports are going for Spellbook. I think that this lets support have so many more options and a little bit more agency in the game. Of course, the fan vote is going to be 86% in favor of IG. Makes sense, but junglers are starting on opposite sides of the map, so let's see what Kanavi's going to be able to get done here.
See any funny business here from Mako trying to set up Gala for success, going for the press the attack, a little bit of more aggressive keystone, trying to really get the snowball rolling against Jackie Love Sivir. Like we said before, it is 7 games, now his 8th game of the split. We have seen multiple times Jackie Love in the heat of battle, hiding all the way back and being able to clutch out damage. Even if he goes down swinging, at least he is taking 1 or 2 with him. So IG are going to have quite the challenge in this opener of the series.
So really, when we see the dynamics of these two teams, the way that Pantheon is going to interact with this game and the way from Top Esports how Alistar is going to get working, he has such a effective kit towards what IG want to do. We were talking about them having lower range than maybe what we would have liked versus Top Esports, and watching how Hong not only engages but heals for his carries could make or break this game, depending on how and if he's able to perform, especially as a player who has received a lot of criticism in Split's past.
Mm-hmm. And so far, he's been able to make the most out of it here now on his Top Esports roster. Checking in with the junglers, they did drop a ward onto Wei's Krug camp, and with the Krug being leashed on over, Top Esports should have the knowledge. Did no one ping it?
I mean, they don't see him on the ward, right? That was why we got the vision toggle there. If they're panning their camera over there, they'll see it. And now, maybe on the map indicator, now you see the missing ping. They know that Pantheon's going to be on the bottom side of the map here. Xin Zhao sneaks on through. This could force the flash out from the Shy. Depends on how he plays this next wave. The wave is bouncing away from Yorick right now.
It's going to be a difficult position. Kanavi can just wait because he knows that his moment is coming. Decimating Sash sets up the knock-up, and now the Shy's in trouble. Force the flash away, and Wimp becomes lightning. Takes first blood for Kanavi.
And Yorick becomes dead right there. We get the lane swap at the perfect time as well. Top Esports set this up so incredibly so that they can get this ready for Jackie Love and for Hong. Oh, and the Shy just now teleports back to this wave. Now, Yorick, this wave is doomed, brother. You're going to get 4 minions. I hope you can hit another one. Kanavi is in the area. And
Hong flashes over the Dark Procession, pulverizing the headbutt. The Shy becoming the dead as Top Esports continuing to lay the cyberbullying onto the Yorick.
He has a Cole! He has a Cole as his first back, and it has 99 seconds. He hit a single minion, and he's already down. What can IG do? It was a Gromp stolen away by Wei. Sion can still hold on to this wave, and this is a great spot to find yourself if you are Top Esports. The first 2 kills of this game, and none other onto Kanavi here.
And 369 is absolutely chilling. He gets to receive the full wave. He's Sion. There's nothing that Gala and Mako can really do to threaten. Really, really nice start from the side of Top Esports. We talked about how important it was for IG to get off the ground rolling. At least for IG, their bot lane and their mid and jungle haven't been decelerated. It's only been the Yorick experience that is going to be slowed down here, but IG are going to have to really rely on the early game and mid game spikes to come online and see if they can find leverage back into this game.
So we say that, right? Like, we're talking about the fact that the Shy obviously has gone down very early in this game, twice. But think about the waves now that Jackie Love and Hong were able to deny to Gala and Mako. They've now froze the wave in front of their turret. That was about a wave and a half lost there. And so while Gala and Mako were trying to find a timer for them to recall and get back up here, Jackie Love and Hong are going to be in a very, very strong spot so far. And even Kanavi is on their side of the map. Look where Pantheon is. There's no cover here. They're going to look to try to force some summoner spells out from Gala and Mako.
And look at this. Hong is just dangling them. He's baiting them into Kanavi's waiting arms. Now the ward will at least spot out that Kanavi makes his approach, but Mako's going to be forced to flash and burn the heal. So now this Braum has no summoner spells.
And again, Kanavi and the rest of Top Esports, they control the wave. They force out all of these summoner spells like you were mentioning. Mako's going to use all of his pots. That is the biscuit and the health potion being used there. He still has 2 of them in his inventory to help out. But Top Esports' early game aggression is all they've been playing for the entire year. That's one of the reasons why they won the very first split and went to first stand, is this all-out aggression where all of their lanes are looking to find advantages either through mechanical micro or by playing the map a little bit different and very, very fast. So glad to see that Top Esports, they've changed some of their players, but still that spirit staying the same.
And for IG, they need to start finding things to do to give themselves early windows of power. The best option right now is to go for the first dragon of the game. Not necessarily the fastest one, as we're already 7 minutes into it, but this will give them maybe just enough time to still set up for a Grubs window after Wei gets a chance to recall.
looking at these teams from a stats perspective was really, really interesting because when we look at top esports, and I think is kind of reflected in Jackie Love's stats, is their objective control isn't by far the best in the league by any means, but the way that IG like to play is, hey, we're going to take a lot of the dragons, we're going to try to set up souls, we're going to maybe play around Herald because we usually have priority. They're actually the best team in Herald percentage in the entire league. But for top esports, they want to play through leveraging the map, playing around, getting gold for the rest of their team, and they're just going to come into fights at 25, 30 minutes and have item or gold advantages and try to outplay you there. So this feels almost like a match made in heaven. Can IG actually properly get themselves entrenched into the game before top esports runs over them?
The top esports are already entrenched into this grub pit, and Hong is looking for the loop around. Good stun from Wei. Is he just giving his life for the cause because he knew that Rookie and Mako were compromised there? I guess so. Top esports with that kill claim feat of warfare.
He had flash as well, so Kanavi, what he's going to do now is he's going to get these 3 grubs, he's going to look for either the Gromp or the Wolves, and he still has all of these camps on the top side that he can go for. This is a really, really well thought out early game here for top esports where they get 3 grubs and the first 3 kills of the game.
And it doesn't get easier for IG the later the game goes on. In fact, it gets harder. We said that top esports have the flexibility of letting the game play out late because 369 is going to get tankier. There's no real true front line from the side of IG. Jackie Love is going to be a big carry. However, the minion wave unfortunately blocks a majority of the culling blasters, and Jackie Love doesn't have to burn a single summoner spell.
Jackie Love's here. Look, Kanavi, Hung, they're back in the usual suspects, covering for this bottom lane wave, and no ward here from IG to cover. Okay, he's going to be able to escape. They're going to be able to get Jackie Love a recall. Maybe he feels comfortable enough. They have enough vision on this top side that they feel safe. And look at, I'm looking on the opposite side of the map right now because Wei is making a movement to try to steal some camps away. And look at 369, already 500 HP from the Soul Furnace.
I want to see this Grand Starfall used. I know it may not necessarily guarantee a kill, but you should try to find a window and at least burn summoner spells so that you can make a return visit. Seismic shove, flicks Rookie off the weirding, tries to use the W for a little bit of a getaway, but Hong clips him in between worlds, but it does not matter. Aurora is broken, and Rookie makes it out alive.
All right, but that's the ultimate. Dragon spawns in 2 minutes, and most importantly, this gets Cream to push in a wave. Maybe he tries to trap Rookie in this lane. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. More likely just going to get the teleport out from Rookie. A great roam from Hong as he rotates from the top side of the map, makes a play in mid, and now gives Sivir a little bit of alone time on the bottom lane wave.
IG will have less overall power to work with until Rookie's ultimate comes back online. Thankfully for him, he still has his flash, so he is not in danger of falling to a Kanavi Cream setup or even a Hong Cream setup anytime soon either. Mako now trying to protect Rookie as Hong is clearly putting a lot more time into ensuring that Cream gets the better of the push priority in setting up top esports for the next objective.
They can play for whichever one they want. Which side lane do they want? It looks like top side. Let's get Jackie Love a turret with our 3 grubs. Wards and top side. They haven't spotted out Wei quite yet, but they know there is no camps up. Maybe they try to go for an invade with the Gromp spawning here. Hong in the area, able to push Rookie and the rest of IG away. And maybe if we get a pan up towards top side, I kind of want to see what Jackie Love was doing with that wave. It seems like he's just been deleting them. Cream, let's be careful here, brother.
Rookie waits for his moment, and
Nice.
now the flash out of Talia. That is a window that IG can look to punish.
All right, let's cover. Cream still can teleport here, so he'll be fine. IG, it looks like instead of trying to play for this top side, let's move towards our bottom lane. That's where Gala is. The dragon will be spawning in 30 seconds and put ourselves an advantage when we get these first 2 dragons of the game.
Yeah, the second dragon is spawning in 22 seconds. Cream teleported, and now he has the Weaver's Wall. Oh, man, the Shy is not having a fun time. Wei comes in with the Grand Starfall, but it's already too late. Just arrives to see the corpse of the fallen Yorick.
Oh my god, Hong, he just uses the flash to reposition. They want to go for this.
They are ready to make the pain continue to deliver, and Wei When is he gonna go? He's got nowhere out. And Kanavi doesn't even die in the last turret shot. Top Esports are running away with this one.
I just don't understand why we're doing this. Let the Shy die. He's going to die on that lane. They're going to get maybe 2 camps. And then you can go for the Dragon and help Rookie and Gala push out on these lanes. Cream's going to get solo turret gold here after getting some plates shared with the rest of his team. And that'll be first turret going over to Top Esports alongside the Feats of Strength.
A classic early game opener from the side of Top Esports.
Look where the gold is.
It's going into the right pockets here. Kanavi. We've said it before that these early games can live or die by how well Kanavi can orchestrate the openers here for the boys in orange. And so far, it is looking like a good one.
Uh-oh, Sion's coming on through.
Engage, snap one onto Mako as they break his neck. And now the next one is going to fall in Wei as he did not have a chance to even escape with the flash. Rookie has Between Worlds decimating. Okay, well, you know what? You can't get everyone, but I like the Spirit 369.
You can't win them all, okay? If he also lands that, then the game's just not fun at that point, right? It's 7-0 at 14 minutes. Thank you for the slower third. Bullies or bullied? I mean, 5-7 game score, 1-3 series. Now a Dragon here for Top Esports. It feels like IG are just making the wrong play every single time, and Top Esports are punishing them consistently.
Yeah, the worst thing that is happening for IG is instead of making cross-map plays and just conceding their losses, they're making reactionary plays to try and salvage a lost cause. And now IG are just falling further and further behind, where they have now finished item spikes across the board, but they don't have any ground to really make that acceleration happen.
And this play, I mean, you could see, you hear Sion, I called it out during the play, but Sion completely stops Aurora from walking in. Gala does no damage this entire fight because he's not helping apply the concussive blows. So I think a bit of a confusion here from IG. And instead of, again, we were talking about the topside play, why not go for the Dragon? Well, now they lost out on it everywhere. They lose the turret, the Dragon, they lose control of mid-wave here, and Thashai, as even in this matchup where we talked about it being hard for him to play, maybe it's better on 1 and 2 items versus the Sion. Sion is already at 800 bonus HP, and we have nobody from IG for the time being that is really going to be able to deal with this later on.
Yeah, the one point of power that you were really hoping for, once again, this Lucian and Braum to get accelerated early.
1,500 gold.
Yeah, he's down 1,000 gold against this guy. Now Mako's forced to flash. He's getting run down. There's a TP coming in. Gala with the pulling. He's going to get a little bit of damage on the Hong, but he pops the ultimate for the damage reduction. Maybe Hong goes down here as he doesn't have a flash anymore. It's a 4-man pulverize. Stalls the fight long enough, and IG will find their first kill of the game.
Finally, being able to aggress. That is the teleport from Thashai and Rookie, so Thashai will miss out on a little bit of that top wave. Rookie as well, finally going to be able to push on this bottom lane. This means that Top Esports, there is some breathing room for IG. Top Esports, they don't get to win every single fight in the game here. And does give them at least a little bit of space here in this game. There's one less player on the map making plays, and Han not able to engage. He's going to be out on the map now, though, and he will have his flash.
It's so important for IG that that first and only kill has gone into Gala's pockets. This guy had the most insane performances earlier this week in some of those series. Unfortunately, as we saw yesterday against Anyone's Legend, wasn't enough to be able to bring it back for IG. But if there's any hope still, while Top Esports are still scaling on up and they haven't completely shut out the game just yet, it has to come back off of another show-stopping performance from Gala.
Looks like next line of play here for both of our teams is going to be moving from mid to bottom lane wave. Look at all of this vision that is in the red side jungle of IG. They're going to send the Herald to take down this mid lane wave, move down into the bottom side. Maybe they try to cut off the rest of IG, go for more turrets here. They have Talia Wall.
369 with a decimating smash, zones off IG. Flash pulverized from Hong, looking for Wei as he hand delivers them a nice kill as Wei is forced to flash away to safety. Top Esports now trying to disengage. Decent damage from the Gala with the calling. Rookie slows him down with Between Worlds. Another engage from Kanavi. He's very fed on this Xin Zhao. As now the Shy is trying to find damage back over for himself. Wei gets a nice stun onto Kanavi. The Weaver's Wall. They just cannot take out this Xin. And Gala cannot contribute to the fight because there is a big wall between him and the rest of his team.
3 kills, 2 turrets in mid, and an excellent fight here for Top Esports. Grows the gold lead. We are at 18 minutes, and it is a 7,000 gold lead for our top 2 team in Top Esports. This is at a breakneck pace at which they are playing this game, and they are smashing IG. I thought the start of this fight looked a little weird. There were some things that weren't really well. I mean, this right here between Hong and Cream, it wasn't perfect. The flash from Wei actually ends up stalling this fight, and I love what the Shy is able to do with being able to slow this down with the Dark Possession. You also have Rookie with the Between Worlds, but there's just not enough damage at this point. And especially for Kanavi, who is very tanky right now. He has the Sundered Sky and the Titanic Hydra. This guy is massive in this game.
2 items in Zhao this early on just seems impossible to deal with. 369 is forced to flash. Sion will make his escape. Hong was waiting over the other side of that Dragon Pit wall just in case IG wanted to continue the chase. But as you said, this is a massive goal deficit that IG have to overcome. And being the composition that they are, they just do not have all the time in the world to make it happen.
I mean, look at the jungle difference. We talked about Wei is going to sacrifice camps to try to help out his lanes. But with how they've gone, and with all of the turrets falling very early in this game, Wei is getting all of his jungle camps eaten away at. So this Pantheon, we were looking towards some early skirmishing. Maybe Rookie and Wei were going to work together. That has not at all happened here in this game. And now Kanavi, 3,500 gold difference between the junglers here. And Cream, what he's going to be able to do... Oh, no. Oh,
looking for Cream.
Stop.
He has a flash, so he's able to reposition. A Rookie cannot follow up with the chase. Mako throws out the Glacial Fissure, and maybe it's enough damage for Gala and Rookie to find it. A good seismic shove stuns it. Hong gets another pulverize. Cream eventually goes down.
Oh,
but
no.
Does Top Esports have the numbers? They're going to be able to collapse. Hong gets dropped, but Mako is below 300 HP. Jackie Love
Kanavi's coming.
is ready to pick up an easy triple kill. He's got to space it out. He eliminates Gala, looking at Rookie next. Another boomerang. Better duck on this one. It's a double for Jackie Love. It's a triple for Jackie Love, the leading MVP of the regular season. He flashes away. A quadra for Jackie Love.
And it's only Wei that doesn't make it a pentakill. And look at the timer. 20 minutes. Otacon's on the table. Top Esports are just dominating in this game number 1.
Jackie Love is just unkillable on this Sivir. We have seen many games where sometimes he gets caught on a side lane, sometimes he gets caught out in mid-wave, but in that fight, he knew that he had the world at his fingertips, and he ran every IG member down one after another. Otacon is secured for Top Esports, and this game is pretty much wrapped.
Look at how long it takes and the damage that is missing here for Invictus. Honestly, from Rookie, I really hate this Leandries. You do no damage. I know you're trying to prep for the tankiness that is coming later, but it takes forever. I mean, Gala only just now gets in this fight, and that seismic shove saves this entire thing. I'm watching Hong trying to play frontline, peeling his carries. And you can just see now Sivir and Kanavi coming on through, and this is that triple kill that we just saw.
Sidestepping the winner's bite, being
Rookie
able to
misses
just
this one.
eliminate Gala. Oh my goodness, it's just, it's cinema.
I don't know what else to say. Thankfully, it is the flash out from Jackie Love, so, you know, silver linings here, but it's all Pyrrhic victories if you're IG, as the rest of this game is just, if we thought the gold lead was bad, it's going to get worse with the experience differential thanks to the Otacon.
8,000 gold advantage, experience lead levels in pretty much every lane. Kanavi in particular is 2 levels up, 369 also, and they're leading the charge once again. Weaver's Wall for the follow-up. Mako trying to create space for Gala to operate, but Gala cannot freely fire, and they've already lost out on their jungler again. Top Esports now working with a 4-on-3 into the bottom side push, since 369 is keeping the Shy busy over on the top side of the map.
And they have 3 grubs, right? Like, the On the Hunt was helping move the minions over. They have taken almost every single outer turret here in this game. 22 minutes in, 6 turrets. An insanely blistering pace here for this game. Making a play onto Cream, but the rest of Top Esports is still here. You have a Dragon to play for in 2 minutes. I don't know what else IG are looking for. This Aurora does none of the damage that we were expecting.
Oh boy, and now they got a TP angle from 369, who will be arriving to the party very soon. It's just a flash burn from Mako, and at that cost, Top Esports will take that trade gladly.
Nothing else that IG can do. It looks like we're going to continue to play. He's going to use the Unstoppable Onslaught to get himself unstoppable. And because they moved Gala, that could have been their mid lane wave. That should have, honestly, if they're really trying to play for fast gold, you have Wei move into mid lane, you try to take this mid tier 1 and get an objective bounty, and say, look, Gala will be 3 items, he'll have completed his LDR, maybe that's something that we could play for. But instead, they lose out, and again, IG just feels like they're a little too slow for their setups, which has been something that has gained them so many wins before.
IG trying to set up for a Death Rush. They have not been spotted at all, but they have no idea where Top Esports are. Wei is the first one to show. Everyone else took a recall because it was way too dangerous to stay that long in the middle of the map like that. And the fact that Wei has to give up space just to the Alistar, he knows that every other member in Top Esports was just around the corner.
Hong got a lot of rightful criticism at the time when he was on Weibo for his over-aggressive playstyle. I feel like it is a perfect fit for what Top Esports want to do. Even in their losses, Hong is going to do this. Hong is going to walk forward, he's going to provide peel and be the engage for his team. And it just feels like in a squad that is trying to play so aggressive, flash away from 369, hold up.
Sion might be in trouble here, knocked out by the Glacial Fissure. Okay, that's 1. It's now a 5-on-4 for IG. Between Worlds slows down the fight on the backside. Rookie's just trying to distract Top Esports while they reposition, but a massive knockup from Hong onto the backline. Seismic shot fall over to Mako. The Shy is popped. Mako could be next with the Ricochet Blades. It's Cream that gets the double kill. Gala opening up with the calling, but he has to stand up against Cream. The Seismic shove lands through the barrier, and Top Esports, that's it! Game 1 is wrapped in the books, and Top Esports are going to push in for the first game win.
24.5 minutes, and they're going to win game 1. What the hell, man? That was an insane cleanse from Jackie Love there, instantaneously after Wei tries to land the stun. Massive game win here, 21-6, and a domination from Top Esports.
5.6k gold advantage from the jungle. 4.3k gold advantage from the AD carry role. Turbo Gap. Holy moly. Top Esports just absolutely deconstructed IG's chances in the early game. We talked about how IG needed to find a snowball early on, but it's the lane swap that completely destroys the Shy, being able to capitalize with Kanavi pathing towards the top side, getting the flash burned, subjecting him to further torture, Jackie Love getting accelerated on top of it. And what does Wei end up doing that whole time while Kanavi is completely ruining his team's chances? Nothing. Can't find anything to do.
That's how the matchup goes.
This is now 3 series today, Dimitri. First game, Pantheon does absolutely jack all.
I also think Alistar is a pretty good answer into Pantheon. Stops everything you want to do. If you try to go in, he's going to headbutt you out. You know, he can also stop you if he's in range. I like what we got here from Top Esports, which was more of the same. Give up some of those objectives and play for the map. Let's try to blow open turrets, get a gold lead very early on, and then we can walk into fights with the 1,500 gold lead on some of our carries. Kanavi, again, leading from the front as an example. And this was kind of a match made in hell, if you think about it. Yes, IG are going to be really good about playing objectives, but Wei has been a weak point for this team ever since he joined.
And we know that IG made this change willingly, at least from what we know. They were trying Wei out as an alternative to JJ. And because IG were doing relatively well for the beginning of Split 3, no changes were going to be made to the roster as a result. But if IG do not bring it back, or at least make it competitive against Top Esports in this second game, I'm going to have to call into question, is the Wei experiment still good enough for IG moving forward, or do you need that extra pushing power that JDG can bring, even if his experience with IG has been volatile the entire season of 2025.
Sure, this still feels like this is about where IG were. Remember, they ended third last split. And
yeah.
If they're going to end potentially second or third here in the regular season again, I don't think that's too far a fall from grace. It's clear that right now Group Ascend has a very clear bucket of top 2 and then maybe, you know, the top 4 afterwards, with AL hopefully on a resurgence as we get closer towards playoffs. But IG continue to be a team that, even as a, you know, super team, we need to see their eyes are going towards that world championship. And even if they don't win the split, it's those regional finals that I'm looking at for them.
It's a fair point. Want to reinforce the fact that IG made that top 3 run with JDG in the lineup, and I know that against the other teams in Group Ascend, Wei has done what IG have needed for him to do to get it done, but I have rarely seen games and moments that if I were to really support IG as like a full diehard fan, I don't feel confident in Wei being someone that can push above what his ceiling has been shown in the season of 2025 to match up against the top performing junglers in the league when you're playing against Kanavi or Tarzan, who is starting to return to form after Anyone's Legend bounced back after, you know, a shaky split 3. And even though we didn't necessarily give credit to Shadow as one of the top performing junglers, he's now with BLG and he's doing what it needs to be done, and he's even putting in some pop-off games as well. So yeah, we're going to have to start respecting Shadow as one of the best junglers in the league too, just by
for sure
association.
I was already on that train like 3 series deep. I think that you look at the quality of how he was playing, and he was definitely already putting in work. I mean, it's a guy that was already basically dragging FPX across the finish line in a lot of those series back in Split 2. Being able to do it with better solo laners, hell yeah, I'll take that any day of the week. So, I don't know. For Wei, it does feel like IG just work better with him in the roster. I know that when we saw JDG in, I think JDG, like we talked about as a broadcast, he had higher mechanical highs than I think we've seen from Wei. But I think it's just clear that whatever Wei does, whether it is talking or being able to help communicate with the team, obviously dropping a lot of his jungle camps to try to help his solo laners, it just works better for this team. I don't know if we're necessarily going to see JDG on IG, barring them. If they go on a massive lose streak, they'll probably make a change. But for the time being, they're going to be trying to test out, you know, keep as much of the roster as similar as possible, considering how other teams have fared with so many changes.
Sure. And this is all reinforced off of a strong reaction to Game 1 getting absolutely dumpstered by Top Esports. Who knows? IG maybe bounces back in Game 2. Wei has a more stable early game opener. Just seeing another champion like Pantheon not being able to get anything done, it almost feels disappointing to just think back, what was the point in picking this champion? But maybe this is LPL's discovering slowly that I still don't even think... Yeah, I mean, I still don't think the nerfs is what made Pantheon less powerful. I feel like teams are just now better at understanding how to play around Pantheon's power. And, I mean, I wouldn't have given it to anyone else. This was a jungle turbo gap. Nearly 5,000 gold ahead by the end of the game. My goodness. So, Kanavi made the change.
He is the true Kanawe versus IG, bro. He owned that guy. That was this is a very, very strong game here from Top Esports, and one that we didn't have much to say in the post game. We were doing a lot of review here for IG. Our pre-show, actually the intermission buffer between us starting the stream and starting the very first series was longer than this game. So hopefully we get a little bit more competition here from IG, or we're going to be out quickly.
We'll see if Top Esports can close this series out swiftly, or if IG've got a stronger showing in the next game. We'll see you right after this break. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our second game of the series between Invictus Gaming and Top Esports. This is our last series of our Super Saturday, where we had already concluded both JDG taking on WE and Ultra Prime taking on Thunder Talk just earlier. And there is maybe hopes for a 3-game banger between these two teams, but the way that Top Esports came out swinging in Game 1, IG are really going to have to step it up if they want to even last and make it to a Game 3.
Yeah, they need to have a complete reversal, or we need to see a very typical Top Esports blunder where none of their plays work. We see Kanavi get consistently, solo killed or goes a little too early for plays. Look, Xin Zhao is a relatively pretty tanky jungler when you think about his build and the ultimate and kind of the defensive stats that he gets access to. But maybe we get a Jarvan Game 2, Just full send Kanavi at you. Pocket sand kind of style.
Visual whiplash. Who knows? With Top Esports, you never know what you're always going to get. And while they've boasted an impressive, dominant regular season, only dropping 1 series so far to BLG, they haven't always taken 2 zeros in their wins. Sometimes they drop a game. And the last time that these two teams played against each other, it was IG being able to pull out the Game 2 win. I think that was one of 369's unfortunate Gragas performances.
Was it Gragas game? Because I have bad memories of his. Yeah.
It was the Gragas game where he missed a body slam on the shot.
I remember this game. Yeah. Oh, he ruined the lane at level 3. Yes, and he was playing against Chase. Yay! I was casting this game. I hated that. That was miserable.
I think I remember. I wasn't casting with you. I'm pretty sure you were casting with Grapes, but I remember just hearing the physical whiplash of just watching the body slam miss in 4K, and you're just going, ugh, and just realizing, yep, the Shy is about to end this guy. Yep.
Lane's over. I was like, okay, well, game is kind of doomed. We get right back into it, though. Can IG find a bounce back here? Another game on the blue side. Rumble taken away this time. Remember, in the last game, we saw a large focus moving into the top lane and the mid lane. We had a Zir ban for IG. I wonder if that's going to stick.
So I had to get some hydration in me.
Fair.
It's been a long night. Also, shout out to Kai, our producer. He has been running the show since the very beginning of our Super Saturday.
As one does on a Saturday shift.
So, please send up a Spirit Energy Ball. Give energy in the chat to Kai so that we can make it.
Please don't bomb our house.
Not that kind of Spirit Energy Ball. Two bans have now come from both IG and Top Esports. 1 jungle ban, 2 jungle bans, eliminating Kanavi's Jarvan. Man, they did not want to give the opportunity for Kanavi to continuously send it, even if it has not always profited Top Esports in the past. But the field is quite open when it comes to mid lane champions, although the Azir being taken off the board once again. I know that IG has dropped priority on the Azir, but even Top Esports did not want to give that opportunity away.
Interesting, though, because now you get Rookie on Annie, his most played of the split, alongside that Orianna. Was wondering if that was going to be the case, especially now with Talia gone. But it looks like they're going to be picking that up. So Top Esports, are we going to be seeing them moving in towards the jungle? I know that Kanavi has been trying more to get things like the Skarner back into his pull from what we saw early on, and Orianna for Cream would not be all that bad when you think about the ball delivery system there. Also could think about Nocturne. I know that this champion has started to creep back in, but seems more like a champion that you get towards when you get into, game 3s and later on in series.
Don't mind the Nocturne here. Could also be, shout out to our mods and social who have also been here for all 3 series. The question is, Wukong or maybe the Nocturne like you suggested? Because both champions work very well with the Shockwave as a ball delivery system. And I think just trying to deny that Annie-Wukong combo is something that Top Esports are heavily considering, and that ends up being the decision that they go with.
Wukong just gives you a little bit more reach when you think about how this champions works. The Nimbus Strike and the Clone allows you to get into that backline and stop Annie from doing what she wants to do, which is slow down fights, crowd control large points of the fight. So I like this from Kanavi. Also gives him some skirmishing power early. We had noted in the very first series that Poppy was a champion that could have been available here for IG, and one of Wei's best champions that we've seen from him all split long. Seems like for now, IG are going to prioritize the Gwen. Some of our matchups, though, are still available here. You still can go for the Ambessa, but that has actually not been a champion that we've seen too much from 369. And I'm kind of looking across the board, at least from what 369 has been playing this split, I don't know if we're necessarily going to see a lot of those counters that we've been seeing in seasons past.
Might be an opportunity for the Shy to get a huge advantage for the first time this series, as unfortunately, if you remember from game 1, he didn't get a chance to play the game because off of that wave bounce, Kanavi pretty much ended his whole game, and then being able to reappear with Jackie Love and Hong off the teleport. 369 thinking about what champion he can take as an answer. We were talking about the Jace, but, you know, it was for the Shy, and this time 369 is ready to slam the hammer down.
This is really risky, though, because if Poppy gets into the area, Jace can be really stifled here early into the game. Poppy's going to gain more stats. Annie can have that point and click that Jace doesn't really deal with all that well. So we get into the back end of draft, more of the same of what we got from the first series, or the first game here in this series. Bottom lane not yet chosen, and now a big focus going into the supports, considering we saw how much impact Hong had on that Alistar.
Right. With Alistar taken off the table, Rel becomes the next big priority for multi-man engage, big AoE setups. Nico is also something that clearly IG were considering and making sure that Hong didn't get his hands on. I will say that top esports do not have a true frontline for the time being. Poppy is not going to be a super high economy tank unless Wei just happens to have a pop-off game and is getting a ton of gold for himself, but this opens up an opportunity for supports to be the one true front line that either of these teams will have to rely on when it comes to setting up these engages.
Yeah, technically Poppy can be a flex, but we imagine that this is going to be going over to Wei. In terms of AD carries, though, I'm kind of looking down the list right now. This might be a game where Jhin comes through for Jackie Love. I don't imagine it's going to be on 4 with the priority on Rel that you were speaking about. I think also Nautilus becomes pretty interesting when you think about how short-ranged and immobile a champion like Annie could potentially be in this game. So we'll see what top esports want, because they have really crushing solo lanes right now. I mean, you have the Jason to Gwen. This is a very punishing matchup for Gwen early on, and if you kind of want a little bit more utility, we could get that from our bottom lanes instead.
Ooh, look at that. Called on 4 right there. Jackie Love is not afraid of what IG could look for, and they're going to ensure that they wait out IG's entire draft before they let Hong choose what he wants to take in this second game.
So IG, what is the bottom lane pair? Because Corki is still up and available if they want to get a champion that's going to give them some more skirmishing power and some poke versus the Jace and Orianna. They could also go for the Senna, which was banned, and would actually work really, really well with what their front line is showing right now with the Poppy and this Gwen. I think that a Senna could be something that's really, really good at augmenting that, as well as the utility of having that ultimate cross-map.
It would also give them a little bit of a late-game insurance policy, just so that if IG don't get the ground running for them in the early 10-15 minutes, the game is not entirely doomed. They just have to stall the game out from then. But with the current hover, IG might instead just rely on the early pushing power of Corki. Not to say that Corki doesn't scale, but not in comparison to something like a Senna.
All right, so Nautilus, Leona, Rakan's already banned, and obviously we have Alistar and Braum taken away. I think that this game comes down to top lane right now. You look at this matchup, this should be in favor of 369, but I feel like a lot of what top esports want to accomplish hinges on 369 and Jace being able to be self-sufficient, dangerous in a side lane, and you come and collapse on a team fight and have a overwhelming advantage. So I want to see both junglers, how they're pathing, how our supports are interacting. Don't think we're going to be seeing another lane swap, but maybe with the fact that Jace has a little bit more range. It's something that's potentially on the cards. I'm again looking at our junglers to have a huge influence here.
For Top Esports, they already walked away from game 1 with a massive dominant showing against Invictus Gaming. Definitely not something that IG want to leave the series with altogether. They want to end the series on a high note, at least being more competitive with Top Esports, one of our top 2 teams in the league, as we were rounding down the remaining series in this second round robin and getting closer and closer to the end of the Rumble stage. Every series win matters. Every game win matters in affecting where you end up in the standings.
And very important, because our 2 teams, I think, most illustrated, bottom of your screens there, that lower third there. Top Esports 8-1, Invictus 5-3. There is a huge gap between our top 2 teams and the rest of the league right now. So being able to close that gap is really important. And for Top Esports, making sure that they can keep up with their rivals right now in the regular season in Bilibili.
Top Esports want to assert themselves as one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant team. Their big matchup against BLG is tomorrow. Let's see if Top Esports can end on a high note and give themselves the biggest confidence as we head into game 2.
英雄联盟。掠夺。敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Was she covering his mouth?
That is a house divided. That is a my girlfriend supports IG and I support Top Esports home right there. I respect that. I get that. Producer Kai just looked at me with a strange face. I have definitely stopped him from trying to cheer for a team when we were at an event.
全军
I
出
love.
击。
Oh no, IG's bullies.
That's the wrong lower
were
third.
bullied.
Wrong lower third. I heard the oak from him. Dude, nice. Just keep getting them. See, just
That was a Krug.
go to bed, old man. Go to bed. It's fine.
We'll see if Kai is given the early relief from a Top Esports victory against IG, or if IG will continue to extend the series for a full 9-game banger day on Super Saturday. Wei already contesting the Raptor camp against Kanavi. He's getting dropped pretty low, and they're not burning down the... Okay, he got the smite off of him in the Raptor camp, but because Kanavi got a majority of the small Raptors, neither of the junglers here are able to hit level 2.
But Kanavi gets to start his camps a little bit earlier here, and the Shy misses out on the first half of this minion wave. So while this was to try to stop Kanavi in the early game, this is ending up a huge advantage and playing into what 369 wanted to accomplish. Looking at the runes real quick, I love this from 369. Sometimes being able to deal with the Gwen, the slow when you're in the later phases of the game from her ultimate, can be pretty dangerous. So Phase Rush gives him a little bit more mobility to be able to play against that.
369 already getting the push advantage here. The nice thing for Wei, though, I didn't even realize it at first, but it was the smite from Kanavi that unfortunately missed. Wei got the last hit onto the big Raptor, so he had the extra smite to accelerate a little bit of his clear. Kanavi has to wait on this last smite. We'll see if he needs to use it for the red buff. But this is going to be 369 left on an island. Does Wei make a pivot and just try and tackle and burn a summoner spell off of 369, if not threaten lethal here?
Oh, and look at this. Cream gets priority in the mid lane, allows for Kanavi to go straight into enemy Raptors and contest. This is a massive win, and look at Hong. They've got priority. I don't think he's going to make the full move on over, but if they get word that Wei is in this area, I imagine that they have to be pinging it out. You see, they're like, they don't know where Nautilus is right now.
Kanavi is just going to smite it away. Has the clone if he needs it. Wei cannot find an angle for the wall slam, so Kanavi will just take solace in the fact that he is able to deny one camp away from Wei.
Very important, though, that they spot Poppy down there, because now they know, hey, 369, you're free to go. You're free up on this top side. You are not going to have to deal with a Poppy potentially trying to ruin the early game here. So really important that we watch more of this lane in the top side, especially for the fact that 369 has already blown through a lot of his potions, and he doesn't have a ton of mana. So gonna be a little bit worried, especially as the Shy stacks up those grass procs.
Because he doesn't have a health advantage anymore, it's harder for him to step up in melee form to get that mana sustain back. So Top Esports' top laner is starting to struggle a bit against the Shy's Gwen. We'll see if Kanavi can influence the lane. Remember, in the game 1, he completely ruined it for the Shy, but he's playing Wukong this time around, so he doesn't have nearly the same setup that he did with the Xin Zhao in game 1.
Okay. Does Wei get double scuttle here? Looks like he wants to try to play for Raptors. It is respawn Raptors here, and if Kanavi can get access... Oh, he wasn't spotted here. He should have been spotted on the minion wave, though. That's not the case.
Versus level 3. Wei is forced to pop the steadfast presence just for the extra movement speed. He procs the phase rush as well. Kanavi's going to dash in. Does he want to flash for flash on this one? Kanavi cannot get his cooldowns back up in time, and that is Wei now losing a flash, and now Kanavi is walking over to the top side. There's no camps here, but he'll just be able to control the Scuttle Crab.
He'll know that Gromp is respawning, though, because that timer will just be global for him once he looks at the camp. So now he knows, hey, he has potentially 2 topside camps. I'm going to do mine here, and then maybe I look for my recall once I hit level 5.
Rookie just TP back to lane. Cream is going to have a chance to TP back and match it as well. I'm curious if Top Esports can start communicating with each other on their solo lanes to work with Kanavi to get the invade going down. But as I say that, Wei is already back on the top side of the map, so looks like there will not be an opportunity to make the counter jungling happen. But remember here, Kanavi does not need to get the early game completely rolling here for IG.
That's true.
The scaling is a little bit on IG's side this time around. They're not completely doomed if the early game goes completely wrong, but Top Esports don't have to play nearly as fast, and if Kanavi is able to get through early levels into a smooth 6 power spike, Top Esports are going to be on a strong start again.
I think IG's comp is simpler to execute, but Top Esports, I think, do have more damage that they can utilize later on in this game. It's just about, again, whether or not top lane is going to be effective. Now, Mako was the first one to recall out of their 2 supports, but he's going to be trying to see if he can make a wraparound play. Hong says, I'm not going to even play these silly games around Vision. I just want to protect and get priority around mid.
Nice respect from Cream, immediately flashing, but the Tibber stun from Rookie. Hang on,
Kanavi.
the shockwave pulls him back in, and Kanavi's here. He's not level 6 yet, but the flash straight line from Hong finds Rookie, and that's first blood for Top Esports, and Kanavi follows Mako over the wall with a flash of his own. Oh my goodness, it's another Top Esports miracle, and Wei, is he going to fall in the tower next? He's a little too tanky for that, but man, IG in the early game cannot match against Top Esports.
Look at where Jackie Love is. He was ready to deadly flourish Wei if he continued to walk forward. He cannot walk anywhere in his bottom side jungle. There is so much vision here from Top Esports. They're going to have to reset. I feel really bad for Cream. He just came back to lane. He has to immediately take a recall. We get right into this replay, and Hung, living for as long as he does, there's no damage. IG, I don't think if they, I don't know if they were coordinating whether or not they actually wanted to engage onto Hung. It seems like Rookie was pushing for it, but Wei didn't really have his heart in it. And that turns into 2 free kills and Nautilus surviving this entire fight. We get right back to live, and Kanavi is going to get closer and closer to that level 6 mark after he finishes these wolves. Imagine he's going to be on that time for that space.
And I know the Flash Dredge line is definitely going to be the one that remains the freshest in our minds, but for me, the best single play out of any individual, it's just Cream. Flashing immediately away as soon as all 3 members go up. He doesn't drop any HP. He's able to reposition. Now, 369 might be in trouble here. He knows that Rookie does not have Flash from before. Unfortunately, I don't think it matters. 369 pops.
Oh my god, the phase rush.
Oh my god, never mind. 369 is out of there.
I told you, man, that phase rush is so key for this. Makes it so he can get out there. Rookie and his team. I mean, Rookie doesn't have Tibber, so a lot of that damage is missing. Remember, they took out a lot of damage from her spells to put it back. Or, yeah, they took a lot of her ult damage and put it into her spells, but, I mean, Rookie doesn't have any damage. She has a Darksteel and an Amp Tome here. So, the Shy tries to get him down. This will mean that 369 is going to miss out on a wave and opens up for IG to get these grubs, which is very important for a team that we're talking about, hey, can Gwen be imposed on a side lane? You're going to have a Jace in this game.
Did you get hit by Mimi on the side? You guys can't
No,
see it
she's just in my chair. She's in my chair right now. It's not like I was going to sit down, but, you know, I've been walking around. I'm just trying to stand a little bit more.
Jump scare from the cat.
Yeah, literally, though. She will swat at me. But we're seeing some early invades here from Kanavi. He does have Smite, and it is an upgraded Smite versus Wei.
900, easy clap. Kanavi able to secure a blue buff away from Wei. And we look at IG's conditions for the next couple of minutes here while Rookie is down to Flash. You can see that with the Dark Seal purchase, I imagine it makes even more sense why Rookie was so aggressive on pushing forward despite Cream flashing early, because they wanted to get the snowball rolling. Unfortunately, even though Cream doesn't have Flash on this Orianna, normally I would feel like, okay, it's a control mage, no Flash, that means this should be an easy setup. Poppy doesn't bring a lot of damage, especially if she doesn't get rolling here. Curtain call.
Hong is coming though. Ah, that's tough, Jackie Love. And he missed the deadly flourish. Okay. Happens to the best of us. You get one. DBT's not going to be too happy about that one, but really aggressive trade coming in from Gala.
You know, sometimes you just gotta test the waters here. Make sure that Gala is keeping on his toes, and then you start conditioning him. I don't know. I don't know why I'm coping for Jackie Love. I don't need to do that. That's
yeah, dude. It's okay. You can pay your rent. Show the cat, but we're on the. How are we gonna get my cam on the stream?
We will do it at the end of the game.
Okay.
We will try to do it at the end of the game.
Hold up.
No.
Okay.
No,
wait. There's a fight. Do your job.
Yeah. Chat, we will have to wait until the end of the game to show the cat. Oh, what? Okay.
There we go. Oh, we still have these cameras from our old draft setup.
There you go.
Say hi, Mimi.
There you go.
Okay. We're putting her down.
Well, you know what,
This is a very
Dimitri,
important game.
because Wei is currently taking the blue buff, I don't think any action is erupting anytime soon. And something that has been clearly happening in this game, as a ghost is popped by Hong, there's been a massive prodiff in the jungle from Kanavi so far this series. And if you want to maybe level up your own game so that you can make your own prodiff, go ahead and check out prodiff.gg, which is one of the sponsors that makes this show possible. They provide one-on-one coaching with current or former pros from the NACL and the LTA. Use the code LPL10 to save 10% on prodiff.gg. Go ahead and schedule a 1v1 today with the coach, and hopefully you can start making your own prodiff in your own solo queue game.
Don't worry. You know who was also on that lineup? Hold that as nothing really lands onto Rookie. You're talking about one-on-ones. Dokla, he might even take over your account like we saw on LTA. Never know.
Oh my
Kanavi is moving on towards the bottom side of the map, so IG are going to play towards the other side. They're going to see if they can catch out 369. He does not have Flash, and Cream doesn't have a teleport to match. That ward behind him should let him know, hey, there's probably some plays going on here. Top Esports are immediately recalling. They want to see if they can counter.
Okay, 369. I don't know if he's going to be living for that long. Here comes all four members here. The steadfast presence pushes him away, and it's Mako taking up the turret. He falls! Okay, I think 369 is still going to be content with that. That's Fate of Warfare secure for Top Esports, and Cream is now threatening. He has Flash available, slows down Wei with the command dissonance, but doesn't look like it's going to be an opportunity for a Shockwave. He will stop the Shy's recall for now, as he gets vision on the bush.
All right, some sixes though, right? Like we're rolling some sixes. I think some 369 fans, myself included, could say that some part of this game so far has been some nines, but I'm willing to be, a little humble here. They're going to try and make a dive on the opposite side here. It is going to be Cream focusing on getting turret plates, and while this is happening, 369 has teleported down to the bottom side of the map. No one from IG is going to be able to match this. It's going to be unsolicited gold here for the top laner of Top Esports.
Yeah, just really solid from Top Esports, identifying that the Shy was the only one with a TP advantage. So 369 is getting a lot of solo time for himself. It does force Rookie to respond, since the Shy was pretty much pinned on the top side of the map, not being able to move. So now Top Esports continuing to extend what was a play made by IG trying to punish and put 369 behind. He's totally fine at the end of the day.
I wonder if he's going to rotate, though. I mean, Dragon spawns now, and Cream is on the top side of the map. Will Top Esports play for this? They already got the first Dragon of the game, and they could look to, like we said, prioritize gold. Turret plates are going to fall in the next 30 seconds. It looks like instead Cream, he's going to take this wave and move on down. The Shy does have teleport if he wants to be here for this objective, but I imagine probably wants to at least squeeze a little bit more from that turret before he moves.
I imagine that the Shy is so close to his first item being, I think it's a Rift Maker being completed. Yep. So ideally he would like to fight on that one item spike rather than just components here. 369 He has flash. He gets stunned up by Tibbers, and a quick E flash away, being able to punt way back. Jackie Love now trying to walk up and threaten because Hong was waiting in the tri-bush. Do they want to play off of this? Hong is going to back off, give space over to Wei. And the rest of IG is starting to take control of this bottom river entrance as top esports are not necessarily blitzing for the dragon anytime soon.
Yeah, Rookie doesn't have ultimate, but he is going to be able to teleport back into this fight. 369 enters back in, pushes the bottom lane wave. And now let's see, can they jockey for position? It's on to Hong.
Hong gets jumped. Jackie Love might be caught out here. Magnus Storm is going to stun him up. Good cleanse. Repositioning still has the 4th bullet shot here. But Kanavi gets caught. And now IG have a massive advantage. Jackie Love is forced to flash away. And for the first time, IG are able to find a strong window in getting back into this game.
Ooh, the Shy also pressuring onto Cream. Never got that recall off, but stopping Cream from moving out. That could have potentially been a turret there for IG if the mid laner from Top Esports had moved on over. Finally some fight back early on into a series here and early on into this game. As IG, they get 2 kills, they get that shutdown off of Kanavi, and they're able to grab that dragon. So a good start here in this game.
I really want to see the replay. Unfortunately, Fakreem does not get a chance to stop the recall off of the Shy there. I just need to see how Kanavi gets caught out here. Okay, so
he starts up the dragon. This is dangerous though, because I mean, Top Esports, they're not in a position to start this dragon. And Dragon is just pelting him over and over and over again. Kanavi puts all of his weight into trying to stop Wei, but Gala does a hell of a lot of damage on this Corki right now, and made sure to put it to good use.
Almost seemed like a disconnect from Kanavi and Hong there, because he throws out the Death Charge. What seemingly looks like a disengage and runaway maneuver, and Kanavi says, okay, let's start fighting, but Jackie Love was not set up in position. This invade, though, might be punished. Kanavi still has a flash. He uses the clone. Creates enough distance. Now Top Esports are going to look to go back in. Dredgeline right on top of Mako. The shockwave! Good night, Mako. He's going back to the fountain on that one, and IG are not going to be able to find a way back in.
That looked like Z-Axis diff, because there's no way that Deadly Flourish landed onto Mako. Somehow that ends up being the case. Hong gets started and engaged upon. He's going to go down.
Okay, well, Kanavi, Cyclone is coming up in the next 5 seconds. They need to stall for that ultimate. Flash from Rookie over the wall. Kanavi just might get caught out here. Just one more auto attack. It's the Q hammer shock from Wei as he picks up a double.
We said that Poppy was a great champion here for Wei, and he is making it happen here in this game. Closing up gold leads, finding picks onto TES, who are trying to play the game a little too fast here. A lot of focus went into this top side, and I mean, Jackie Love just doesn't have enough damage right now to deal with Gala, nor with the rest of this team. That was a fantastic re-engage from Rookie.
Alec, you know how we said at the beginning of the series, Top Esports tends to live and die by Kanavi and how well he does in the early game? Well, it's not a huge gold advantage for the side of IG, but they have made back-to-back punishes now on Kanavi being a little too adventurous and overextending his welcome here, and it's been great punishes. We'll just have to see if IG can continue to leverage that against Top Esports.
IG putting resources into top side. Let's play around Rookie's lane. Herald is going to take this down. Cream does have flash to be able to get out of this. Shockwave on the other side. Doesn't matter.
Man, it was a nice attempt from Cream, but the flash is followed up by Mako with the Magnus Storm. And that guarantees not only the first turret falling, but IG continuing to ram it for another turret potentially in the top side of the map.
And this was with Kanavi going into the bottom side. He's going to take 3 camps away from Wei. But like we had mentioned, I don't think it matters now. I mean, with 3 grubs as well for Invictus, they just got 3 turrets in a short amount of time. That mid lane tier 1 had fallen as well. So Wei and Rookie are very fed. 369 is teleporting through.
Rookie, he's going to try to teleport out, so he will escape. Wei could be the target here. No flash available, but there was no one that could cut off his escape route there. Wei is just zooming, baby.
And that was a half of a wave in mid lane missed because Jackie Love and Hong were moving on over. This is Kanavi playing that aggressive style that we've seen from him. He wants to try to steal every camp away from the enemy jungler if he can try to utilize his priority. And this starts off great. We picked off Mako. This should have just been Top Esports moving over to the Herald. But I think Hong playing that too aggressive spot ends up making it, so IG have a way back into this.
and it almost looks like a sunk cost fallacy. You see your support go in, gets picked off, you try to rectify the odds there, and it's just a successful punish by IG members to continue following up with the play. As topside 369's in trouble. He had flash, but he's still dead either way, and this is not looking good for Top Esports as they can try to stabilize the map, but IG is running away with the advantage now.
Why are they over-forcing on the side lane waves right now? Because Cream is up 30 CS, but because Annie has gotten 2 turrets for herself, the gold lead is actually in her favor right now. So they've put in a lot of effort of trying to get this bottom lane wave, probably in preparation for this dragon. 20 seconds before it spawns, the Shy can cancel. He doesn't have needlework, but Wei and Mako are on their way.
They have to
Gala
fight
as well.
their way through. They have to fight their way through. It's the only way out. But Wei has finally arrived, and the Shy has bought enough time. Yes, he goes down, but you have to imagine that this fight is going to go well for the side of IG. Gala just ripping apart Cream with the help of Rookie, and Jackie Love is too far away to aid his comrades out. Top Esports lose another 2 members, and IG's gold advantages continues to climb.
This is that over-aggression that we saw from Top Esports. It worked for them in Game 1 where they can consistently snowball on their opponents. But here we're IG, a little bit more resilient. They have more ways to be able to play. And an early game that wasn't crushing for them. Now they're in a huge lead. Look at the jungle lead right now. Wei, a full item. Already Dead Man's Plate completed here at 20 minutes where, as Kanavi, he's barely finished with his Trinity Force and a Tunneler right now. So look at this. This is a great gold graph coming on through, and all of those turrets falling in short succession here for Invictus Gaming set themselves up for a Game 2 victory.
And Wei being able to bounce back from a disastrous Game 1 on the Pantheon. You called it. This is one of his best champions that he's been able to perform with for IG so far this split. He's 4-0-4. He was the first champion to pick up a second item for himself, Sunder Sky into the Dead Man's Plate. We talked about it before. Poppy doesn't typically do a lot of damage unless she gets accelerated, and lo and behold, we have arrived to that point. So now not only Poppy doesn't necessarily have a level advantage against Kanavi's Wukong, however, she's got a gold advantage, and this Poppy becomes super, super difficult to deal with.
I'm looking at this right now, Rafa, and there's 2 items coming on through for a majority of the players in this game, except for Kanavi. Looking at the items between our 2 AD carries, Jackie Love going for the RFC. He is never hitting any relevant damage through this Poppy, and Gala is about to be done with his Muramana.
Kanavi opens up with the Cyclone of the Rookie. He follows up his own flash, but just not enough damage because Han can't get in there. He's already used the Death Charge, but he's way too deep surrounded by members of IG, and Jackie Love cannot find any meaningful damage with the Curtain Call. So Rookie will get a chance to recall and look for a teleport to answer on the Otacon with the numbers advantage.
There's not that many places. It's going to be on the top lane wave here. Corki's going to push this one out. Cream, if he really needs to, can look for it if he needs, but he has the ultimate available. Hong up in 8. With Ghost, he can get here pretty quickly. I wonder if and when he'll get out.
Oh! Flash from Wei! Cream is pinned against the wall, but the phase rush movement speed allows him to escape, but they can't say the same about 369, who got jumped by the remaining members of IG on the top side. Now it's a 5 versus 3. Cream, Kanavi, and Jackie Love have to pick and choose their battles here, but the Otacon is already lost. They're trying to look for a quick pick onto Mako. Just not much that they can do, and IG are slowly but surely running away with this game.
I thought that was pretty cute there from Mako. He uses the barrier from his spellbook to prevent any of the damage from the 4th shot of Jin, and that damage from Top Esports is just not there. Cream going for a pretty unique build here. Rod of Ages into Horizon focus, so wanting a little bit of that hyper shot and the HP. We'll see on the other side. We were so focused on the engage onto the Otacon. 369, he had no idea that Rookie was in this side. He gets the flash out, still ends up going down, and I just think that this Jace was really risky and has been punished excellently so by Invictus Gaming.
369 has not gotten a chance to really influence this game for Top Esports. He's hit 2 items, so in theory, these accelerated shock blasts should hurt the backline members of IG, but he has never been given an opportunity to set up for it. And now IG are just cruising on through, continuing to bully 369, giving him the treatment that the Shy received in game 1. Good Magnastorm follow up by Mako. 369 actually gets out with the phase rush. Top Esports trying to follow up, and Wei gets shut down, and the gold bounty goes over to Cream. Shockwave doesn't hit, but that's okay, as Rookie is able to answer back onto Cream in the aftermath. Top Esports still have their jungler though, but there's no objective to play for the next minute.
That was the flash out from Gala, so pretty important summoner spell that Top Esports were able to grab out from IG, protecting this bottom lane turret. Oh, Kanavi.
With the Cyclone right on top of the Shy, the rest of IG are disconnected, but Gala already eliminated Hong, and Kanavi falls again. They were trying to play off of 369's teleport, but he just didn't arrive fast enough, and it was too fast from the side of Top Esports trying to make that play, and what could have been a window has now just been enveloped further by IG in the advantage.
Look at the difference now between some of our players. I mean, 5,000 gold lead here for IG. They've got the Otacon, they've got 3 Grubs, 2 Dragons to their name, and they can kind of have their pick of the litter when it comes to objectives. Baron spawns in 15, that Dragon spawns in 45. They do so much damn damage in this game, and Gala is not going to get any weaker, especially with that true damage passive that he has access to. Gala really stepping up when he needs to here in this series. Same thing with Wei, who we've had questions and doubts for on this IG lineup.
It's overall his first death, but still, he is creating the windows for IG to succeed in this game and potentially bring us to a game 3.
I mean, the Shockwave, like you said, doesn't land on anybody there. Tibbers, the burn from the Malignance ends up doing the last bit of damage. And I think you just called this perfectly. Top Esports, a little too fast. Wait for the TP to complete so that you can pincer on the rest of this. They don't even get the Shy from all of this play. We look at the picture-in-picture right now. IG are going to take their 3rd Dragon of the game, and it seems like Top Esports, they're getting desperate. They're going to start setting up death bushes and trying to play whatever pocket of vision they can control on the map.
Still a 4,000 gold deficit that Top Esports have to overcome. Second item spike is now online for Kanavi. And the Wukong will always start to feel like a threat the later the game goes on, but it is just so hard to reliably get through this Poppy. As the Shy is able to block out the damage from the Shockwave thanks to being inside the miss, aka Gwen is immune. Second tier turret falls to IG, continuing the advantage. Cloud Soul will be available for IG in 4 minutes time. Baron's available. What are Top Esports options here, Dimitri?
Well, they still can make picks on side lanes, but they need to make sure that no one from Invictus is going to be able to match. That's the issue right now, is they played it very heavily towards the bottom side so that they could get Cream Gold, but that hasn't really worked out, and IG are doing a really good job of suffocating the vision away from IG. Also, we need to just wait until we actually deal some damn damage on this composition. Look at my items right now. Look at the amount of tank stats that IG have access to. I mean, just looking at Rookie alone, he has the additional HP coming on through from the Bloodletter's Curse. The Seeker's Arm Guard is going to give him resistances there. So, until Jackie Love finishes IE, I'm really not looking forward to anything. Cream's getting close to a Rabadon's, but like those are really the only meaningful item breakpoints we're going to be having in any kind of relevant amount of time.
You know, something I'm very frustrated about is looking at the itemization Top Esports went for across the board. Someone needed to communicate, I'm going for Armor Shred this game. Kanavi could have gone Black Cleaver second if Jackie Love said, I'm not going Last Whisper second or 3rd item. That doesn't happen. So IG just say, hey guys, they don't have any armor penetration whatsoever, so we're just going to be rocking with a bunch of armor from Seekers, from the upgraded steel caps. Like you said, how is Top Esports going to punch through all of these resistances right now?
Maybe they're waiting for Kanavi to pick up the to pick up the Black Cleaver, right? Like that I feel like could make sense on 3. Would have expected it maybe from 369, who you can go for tankier Jace builds than this. You could go for Spear of Shojin, gives him access playing later in the game. 369 is trying to play on the side lane right now, get level 16. Look at what Top Esports are doing though. Moving Hung and Jackie Love as well as Kanavi through the jungle and allowing for their solo laners to pick up XP.
Hong tries to follow up with the engage, but he gets stopped by the steadfast presence. He is thankfully pushed out by Wei. IG are able to control the space for now. Dredgelight connects.
Oh.
Kanavi with the Cyclone, not the Cyclone, the Shockwave. Now he pops the Cyclone, but Rookie was able to dodge with the Stasis, Magna Storm, and a massive knockup from Wei. And Top Esports are forced to retreat, but they get dropped on their jungle and mid laner. 369 cannot even contest space, and Jackie Love is fleeing for his life. Hong gives his own just to make sure that the 80 carry can make it out alive. It ends up being a double for Gala, and IG continue to extend their lead to over 7,000 gold.
Do they just end? Because they have another wave coming in after this. They have 3 grubs as well with the Tibbers. This could be the end of the game.
Curtain call from Jackie Love trying to kill the minion wave off, but everyone from IG steps up and blocks the curtain call bullets. Here we go, boys. The Kings of Chaos came back to play in Game 2, and we're going all the way to Game 3.
It's a 9-game day here on our Super Saturday. 3 series, all of them going the distance here. We had a mega long game in game number 3 of our last one as well between Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk. And honestly, it is absolutely unexpected, not unexpected, to see that IG are looking to push Top Esports here. A round of silence, or maybe applause, I don't know, some kind of help for our producer. Kai has he had a 9 to 5 they had to do earlier today, so he was already up around 7 o'clock. So he's been up for 24 hours, unfortunately.
I'm giving my moment of silence right now. Shout out to our producer Kai, our socials, and our mods. This is the dreaded 9-game scenario that many whisper about, but hopefully, or at least we're hoping, we're not going to come to fruition. But lo and behold, Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk delivered, JDG and WE delivered, and now IG and Top Esports have done the same. So, for IG fans, they're happy because their team fought back. And for Top Esports fans, how would you summarize their reaction, Dimitri? Is this just like, I guess, an expected, or is there room to be like, guys, this should not have happened? Because this isn't the first time.
We said that the draft was really oriented around top side. We had an early invade coming in through from IG. It still ended up with Kanavi actually finding advantages early on, right? He was ahead of Wei in the early game. He got to steal respawned Raptors as well as some of his other camps and was generally ahead of the game. But top lane never panned out. Gwen got nerfed very early on into this year to take down her HP and her armor. Jace should be a winning matchup there. Jace barely went even in this. And yes, there was a lot of attention, but that is the game plan that you come in with when you see the rest of this comp. Jace saw at least 3 champions come out. He saw Annie, he saw Gwen, and he saw Poppy. He should know that he has to go either a specific build or he has to change up how they play. That never panned out, and that means that IG just get to kind of run away with this Gwen and be very dominant, especially with the playmaking that Rookie had alongside his jungler.
And it was great persistence from IG, because remember, the way that this game started, it was a 3-man overforce from IG onto Cream. He immediately flashed away, and they still try to continue the play on the Hong, and it gets completely lopsided after Kanavi comes in for the counter gank. And I was kind of ready to say, yep, Top Esports have clowned IG again in the early game. The game is over. There's Top Esports should be able to carry on the snowball through. Nope. Rookie says, I don't care if we didn't get that play to be successful. I'm looking top side. I'm going to try to kill 369. Okay, we didn't kill him, but we got his flash. Let's continue building the pace. Let's continue trying to play on these timers. And eventually, through sheer persistence and will, IG found a way. And, I mean, thankfully, it was through Wei on the Poppy.
These are the performances. I love this broadcast for the simple fact of, like, the whiplash that we've had so many times now. The first series, game 1 of Ultra Prime TT, we're like, oh my god, Ultra Prime, you're so good. Second game, they get absolutely clapped. Game 1, we're like, Top Esports, you're so good. Wei, what are you doing? You're gonna get benched. We gotta get rid of you. Game 2, he looks so good. You know, maybe we're doing a little too much reacting here on the desk, but Wei got his champion, and he got his way. So we need to see if IG are going to continue this path, especially as a team that is trying to bridge the gap between top 2 and top 4.
I didn't even see that Kanavi threw out the Dab Pengu emote. That's, oh man, that feels bad. You could tell that Top Esports were operating with a lot of confidence, how that early kill scenario went for them, and then it's the overconfidence, it's the overstays that punished Top Esports in the end. Obviously, they're going to have to clean it up and pay a little bit more respect to IG going into Game 3, but because we arrive to another Game 3, Dimitri, champion pools start to open up even further. We get to see some scenarios here. One of the champions we were talking about, Nocturne, starts becoming a champion that can really influence how those mid-game scenarios come through. It has to be on Kanavi to make sure that he doesn't cause Top Esports to stumble alongside with him as he was trying to overextend a lot of the plays that he made on the map.
I mean, there's also some tanks that are gone, so Trundle has a little bit less value. Maybe we see that open up as a ban. The Azir for Cream, something that we haven't been able to see so far in this series. I am still wondering if Yunara will make it through. I know a lot of our pros find that she is very overtuned, especially in her dueling capabilities in the laning phase. But I don't know. I'm not quite sold on this champion quite yet. I think that our pros haven't, similar to Pantheon like we were talking about, they haven't found all the nooks and crannies that they can try to find outplays. So I wonder, as we go throughout the split, if we're going to be more open towards trying to find Yunara answers and different place patterns to try to get rid of her.
Mm-hmm.
Who's our MVP, man?
I feel like it has.
I could see it could Rookie, honestly. It could be Wei. I think Gallo is actually a silent carry in this game, but he didn't really have to do much considering what we saw.
The game was opened up for him, and he didn't have to try and make miracles happen. He just got to put out damage. IG created the space for him. Yeah, I could see it going to any member on the top side. Wei, Rookie, The Shy. I can concede to Rookie. I think the fact that the early game play went so poorly and they didn't find an immediate kill off of Rookie trying to roam to a side lane. Boom. There it is.
Good to know. Glad to see. Great performance there as Rafa, one last game. I want to apologize to Sophie for you, but one more game. 9 games today. We got to do it. It only feels right for the quality of games that we've gotten here. And especially, again, we are closing out our regular season soon. We are over the halfway point, and we're getting closer and closer to our Split 3 playoffs.
Sorry.
This is LPL. We're not speaking Korean on here. Nope. Nope. Cut that right now.
Okay.
Do the outro, dude.
Okay, well, y'all heard the big man on the right side of the screen here. We're going to Game 3, but we're going to take a short break before we get there, so see y'all in a bit. What's up, y'all? Draft has arrived, and we're gonna throw up the meme because that is the current mental state right now, as still taking a little bit of a breather, but we will try and get back to full recovery before Game 3 starts, as we are already cooking with the picks and bans. Kaisa and Vi eliminated off the table for top esports. Azir once again removed. Even though that IG has dropped priority on this champion, they still don't want it in the hands of Cream. With top esports now taking blue side, they will have the opportunity to look for the first power pick of this third game. Trundle also taken off the board here. Yunara potentially also gone, I should say. Third ban, what do IG want to look out for? Junglers still available. We don't really have any meta junglers that are still around. I guess if we want to start looking at tank junglers like the Skarner, that could be something that you're wary of. Varus once again being removed. They want to respect Jackie Love there, but it's the first time that Rumble does get left open here. And that is a big power pick for 369 over in the top lane. Has played this champion 3 times so far, has been able to pull out some quite good games. Aurora, is it available? Nope, it was already used in game 1 here, so no chance for the Shy to get that massive counter pick in the top lane there. IG, are they just going to go ahead and slam their answer for the Shy, or are they going to want to look for something else? Yep, Ornn is secured for IG's top laner here, and now, maybe, just maybe, IG will continue to open and reveal their cards on what their draft is going to look like. Taking some time here to really think about all their options. Rakan, nicely done for IG. As the premier line of supports are starting to thin out here, Leona could be the answer that Hong goes for to try and counter it. But the nice thing about Rakan, as we've seen in the past, there's flexibility in being able to go forward. You have non-committal engage with the Call of the Forge God. You can always fish for it. And if it ends up not being a good opportunity for IG, they don't have to full send it. They can always back off. Top esports now have to start matching some engage power of their own, because IG already have 2 strong ways of starting off fights. Jackie Love, looking at that Xayah, it was not banned this time around, and that's a way to avoid all of these engage tools from the side of IG. Top esports, limited on jungle options, as we already talked about. A lot of the meta junglers taken off the table, but Hong will go for the Nico. So now, that's their big engage tool. Pop Blossoms are going to have to be a big point for Hong to land if Top esports want to close this series out. IG, what do they want to close this first round with? Do they want to look for an 80 carry option to match up before the bans start coming their way? Gala is going to rely on his Ezreal. Tied at one of his most picked champions this split so far with 3. And we've seen Gala Ezreal in history being able to pop off and pull out big performances there. He'll have the mobility, he'll have the safety to be able to pick and choose his fights. So far, as we've already noted from the side of Top esports, the only engage tool that is available so far is that Pop Blossom. Equalizer is not necessarily an engage tool, it is a follow-up tool. You want to make sure that people are already CC'd and locked down so that the Equalizer can continue doing work. The only other time that you'll be able to reliably use it is if you find a choke point for the funnel. As Sylas gets taken off the board, so does the Yone.
I'm in. All right.
Boom.
Guys, it's been 8 hours since I've eaten something. I'm sorry. I'm glad that Rafa was able to get through this. Rafa, you can take a second to drink, get yourself nice and relaxed. Like you had noted, Pop Blossom, the only available crowd control here for Top esports. But a lot of tools here from IG that can kind of avoid it, especially with this Rakan and Ezreal. So, want to see what the mid-jungle situation here for Top esports is going to be. And all series long, we've been talking about pinching the bottom lane pools. Now in game number 3 of this series, 4 mid lane bans already coming through. 5 now that you consider it. And that Nocturne finally going to be that last ban for Top esports.
Could you imagine if Paranoia blanketed the map with darkness and you had no idea where the Call of the Forged God was coming from? That is a good call out, but now it is Wei going to be leading the charge with Jarvan, and so far, that has always been a strong answer into the Xayah, because if she doesn't have Flash, yes, you can pop up with the Featherstorm, but you will not be able to escape the Cataclysm terrain.
Also allows you to make some plays onto some of the more mobile members. Again, nobody from Top Esports really has a dash in that same way that gets you out of being able to dodge the flag and drag. So Top Esports, we had noted in game number 2 that Skarner was a champion that Kanavi has been prioritizing more here in split number 3, and that is going to be his answer. It does mean that Top Esports, very short range right now. It seems like they really want to receive a lot of the engage from IG, and in terms of damage, I would say that Top Esports are a little bit more, focused on being able to pop certain members.
Cream's Tristana?
Ooh. That's a legendary pick. It was one of the few champions that he had kind of made a name for himself outside of those assassins. But as we have done before, Rafa, we've been baited by hovers. And it's going to be the Victor, which I don't like. I'll be honest here. I think that you get punished too hard by a Jarvan, by an Ornn, and what could be a Galio here for Rookie.
So, 2 things. 1, if IG slam the snowball once again, and this Victor doesn't get a chance to scale, I agree. This Victor will not have any way of being able to just stop Jarvan outside of having Flash available. But if Top Esports are able to weather the storm, we have seen some Victors answer threats like the Jarvan in the past by going for a scaling build, but that puts a lot more agency into IG's hands to control how the early game goes. So Top Esports here, with the last 2 picks in Skarner and Victor, went from having a bit of a flexibility in their power scaling to now saying, we are going full late game on this one.
Top Esports, if they can make it, right? Like, there is some eventuality with the scaling here for IG. The thing that I'm worried about is, in the same way that we think that Top Esports has a lot of damage, I don't think IG have enough damage, actually, because it's just Ezreal who's going to be peppering. Galio can go for AP builds, so let's see if that is what Rookie decides to opt in for, but later into this game, in terms of range, you are ultimately reliant on Wei and Mako, a duo that I didn't know if I was necessarily going to trust going into this series, but they need to come up huge for their team if they want the chance to be able to take down Top Esports and make a dent here in their 8-1 record.
Things were looking very dicey for IG at the beginning of the series after Game 1 ended, but they made a hell of a comeback in Game 2. We'll see if they can continue that momentum forward, or if Top Esports return to form and put an end to the series with an orange dub and push themselves to 9-1 at the end of this week, right before taking on BLG in tomorrow's match. It is Top Esports taking on IG for Game 3.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
We need to get the cam back on that couple. I need to see whether or not the guy is getting getting silenced again.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting to note. We'll see where these junglers are starting, but it is going to be Cream taking the Summon Airy, not a rune that we tend to see for Victors. Usually it is either going to be that Electrocute. Sometimes we see Grasp. We've also seen a little bit of Phase Rush, but wants to get a little bit of more. He knows that this team is going to be moving towards him, so if you're playing in shorter ranges, Summon Airy actually can be a little bit stronger in that instance, but it did get nerfed a while ago, so wonder what we'll see. And big focus for this game, Rafa. Will Top Esports actually be able to get through IG's tankiness? Rookie, the Shy, the Soul Laners are going to have a massive presence in this game.
I mean, that's 3 big meatballs that you're staring down on the side of IG, and even Mako.
Oh,
more
it's
than
that
likely.
late. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
The twang's
Sorry,
coming out.
The twang started creeping in. It still might persist. Oh my goodness! I can't get out of it now. Okay,
no!
Give me like 10 seconds.
It was all that Korean you were speaking while we were going on break here.
How does
Again,
that make any
9
sense?
game. And I think a interesting matchup that we'll see here in this game is 369 versus the Shy. 369 has obviously made a living on being a tank player, but originally was a big carry player, whereas the Shy has had some int moments when it came to tanks in years past, but has been, I think, one of our best top laners, playing both the carries and the tanks. So in this Ornn matchup, a big nullifier against the Rumble. Is English Rafa back in the building with us?
Let's see. So far,
Okay.
the Twang has not returned. Okay, we're good. Kanavi managing to steal away some chicken nuggets away, or not stealing away, I should say. Kanavi's on his own side of the map here. Damn, it is that late. Guys, it is almost 9 a.m. I have been up for the past... And I'm not even the poor soul that had to work 9 games in a row. You know, once again, shout out to our producer and social and bond.
And, yeah, yep, true. But Kanavi, while being on his side of the jungle, there's early wards here from IG that get to spot him. That is the most important part, stopping Kanavi from making any early plays, especially with the priority of this bottom lane. We're seeing now Wei going for some interesting pathing. He wants to see if he can punish Cream. 8 seconds before he has his flag back up, and they're going to make a play. Rookie can look for a flash taunt.
Over the wall, he's going to set himself up in the Raptor camp. He doesn't even need it. It's just the dash forward. The EQ lands true, and Cream flash. Oh, it's so late. Wei is able to get the better of him there, and it's first blood for IG.
Kanavi will get both scuttles because he can now move with his Rumble, but Cream, pay some more respect, man. Just flash when Galio walks in, and you know that the Jarvan is behind you. An unfortunate error, and some of the things that we were talking about in the pre-show about Cream having to step up, some mistakes that he has made by himself, and Top Esports as a team and as an organization, we've talked about in series past, are only going to go as far as Cream can take them.
And I've loved Cream when he's been able to perform at his best, but this guy has also been some of the source of frustration for Top Esports fans just because of the lack of consistency in his decision-making in these early lane scenarios. Just remember from Game 2, when IG made a proactive gank, Cream immediately flashed without hesitation just to preserve his HP in the lane. This time around, he allows Rookie to step up, look for the taunt. Probably didn't expect the Wei to come around the corner like that, but by the time it happens, and then he flashes at the very last minute, Wei is just super patient and just waiting for Cream to make the first move before following up. And now, when we get to level 6, Cream won't have flash, he can never step up, he'll need to have Hong around the corner or Kanavi there to protect him, and it's not like Hong is playing a tankier support, this is a Nico. So if then Hong gets his position compromised, oh, that you can already see the train wreck happening for Top Esports afterwards.
For sure. You saw that little banner at the top right. It is the Shy's 600th game in the LPL. Probably would have hit that sooner if he didn't take a break to play Valorant on stream, but as it happens, and a legendary top laner being able to hit that benchmark, and playing very well so far in 2025. Again, a team that we are expecting, both of these teams should be expected Worlds representatives.
Look at that.
The heal from Hong gives them just enough movement speed to dodge out on Mako, as we see IG moving into the bot side to maybe make a play around this dragon early on.
The funny thing is that Rookie was not level 6, Cream was, but just the threat alone that Cream could not move safely from his lane while Rookie could. That is enough for Hong to have to pay respect to the grand entrance opportunity that Mako was looking for.
Is this going to be a swap here with the Ornn? I like it. I like the idea here. Yes, you're into a Xayah Nico, but you already knew that that lane was going to be a little bit more tough. It has opened up an advantage here for Jackie Love. Almost 15 CS over his lane opponent. They will not have Ezreal for this dragon play. I don't think IG can do this. They know, though.
Flash
oh,
over the
boy.
Wall. Okay. Taunt, he doesn't even need the flash. EQ right on top. The gravity zone is going to stun them, but Mako follows up with the grand entrance, and Cream continues to crumble as Hong tries to flash forward, looking for the follow-up onto Kanavi, but neither of these guys do really damage. They're early on in this game 3. Jaculov trying to see if he can find someone, but he cannot get close enough. Mako and Wei both make it out alive.
That is a massive win again here for IG. 2 repeat plays. We talked about, hey, he doesn't have flash. Well, now you have to be careful about how you walk in. They're going to use the priority from 369 to try to steal away camps from Wei, but all he has to do is recall, go towards the bottom side of the map and either get a scuttle or one of his respawn camps here. Actually, screw that. He doesn't need them. He has level 6 now thanks to all of the early kills he's participated in.
And you still have about a minute and a half before Cream's flash comes back off cooldown. So if I'm Wei, I'm running straight wherever Cream is. And right now he's on the bottom side of the map. The Shy has Call of the Forge God.
He might just solo kill him, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, he already has a Negatron cloak. I think it's very realistic with Wei finishing his bottom side camps. We'll have to see. I don't think that IG really want to give up 3 grubs, but it may not be their choice. Let's take a look back at this replay. And a big win, I think, for the side of IG is not only do they kill Cream a second time, but they do this while Top Esports are grabbing the Dragon. So there's really no response coming in from their opponents.
Just overall, maybe this is too harsh, but it seems like greedy pathing. Obviously, you want to get back to the wave, but the wave was still taking a bit of time. You could have taken the long way around. There's no fog there, or there's no vision in that line rush, and Cream just continuously getting punished here. Obviously, Top Esports can try and scale with these damage dealers, but if you are giving IG this big early game window, Wei is reaping the benefits. He can continue pushing the pace of this game and ensure that Top Esports don't get a chance to come back.
Hong needs to be careful though. Wasting time like this in the jungle is great for Kanavi, but you want to get access to that ultimate as soon as possible here. And he's a quarter of a level down versus Mako. Mako getting access to more of his waves. This will be another wave that he misses out on mid, so it's great for the AD carries. I mean, Jackie Love gets to be up on Gala, but that Pop Blossom is a game-changing ultimate, and one of the only ways that Top Esports can more reliably find a way to start and end fights.
Mako forced to grand entrance away. Still has the flash available. The impale! Oh, Mako, that's just too flat. The flash direction is still going to get caught by the impale. All right, Top Esports will find their first kill in this game 3.
Okay, so maybe they can make a play on bottom side, mostly just making sure that Cream is safe on this side of the map. I like this. You're getting gold back into your Victor. It's exactly what we wanted to see, especially with how early game has panned out right now. And this is not great, because look at Rumble right now. Rumble's like, ah, great, I'm out of the lane with Ornn. Checks my notes. Crap, it's Gallia. Oh. Ah, well, damn.
You cannot win if you're a Top Esports solo.
He deserves it after that Gallia. After that Jace game, he deserves it. He deserves it.
Yeah. I mean, IG just get to reap the rewards of being able to both rush Spectre's Cowl into some heavy magic resist item. This is going to be a Kadic Rookern for the Shy.
Oh, yeah.
Rookie. More than likely, I think he can build a Hollow Radiance from this point. Yep.
It gives you wave clear, so makes sense. He's going to teleport back down to this bottom wave, catch this one. Cream will have access to his teleport. Now, Dragon spawns in a minute, and Top Esports grabbing the first Dragon is great. It makes sure that you're keeping IG honest in this game. They're not going to have time or get freebies into scaling, but with where our damage dealers are at right now, Gala, he had the Cole early on, but he's nowhere near finishing an Essence Reaver or even a Trinity Force, so like, Jackie Love does a hell of a lot more damage than his opponent right now.
The question is, can the rest of Top Esports step up and create the space for Jackie Love to find that window to pop off on this objective fight? First items are not coming online anytime soon for the top side here of Boys in Orange. IG just might be able to have enough power off of these 3 first item spikes to be able to control the outcome of this second Dragon.
It's going to be IG first on the play. Hong gets engaged upon.
Oh boy, that's the feat of warfare secured, and Hong gets dropped. Jackie Love goes to the skies, still has the flash, forced to use it to escape the Cataclysm. And now that's Isaiah down a flash.
That's the problem with this Nico is you are an engaged support, can be very dangerous in the laning phase, but you have no tank stats. You are a complete burst mage in that way. So Hong has to walk all the way back here. IG don't have a lot of damage, so it may be a little bit late. You see Cream is kind of moving on forward, but there's really nothing else for Top Esports to do during this time. Maybe an invade onto the top side.
Kanavi forced to flash away from the EQ flag and drag, as he surely would have gotten comboed to all hell. IG continuing to take some of the spells off the board from Top Esports. Not another objective to play for another 2 minutes and 50 seconds here, as the Rift Herald will spawn. The Shy is setting himself up to be in position. Good knock up onto Kanavi. Hong with the Pop Blossom catches the Shy as he's pinned into the wall. Impale onto the Ornn, and he flashes away. Is it enough? The Chaos Storm into the Vortex. Oh, the shield from the Hero's entrance, but a massive equalizer for 369. Call the Forge God right into 4 members, but they don't have enough damage to be able to back it up. As long as IG can just exit, they only lose Mako in the crossfire, and Top Esports are fighting for their life to get an advantage back in this game.
They have 3 grubs. They're going to get 3 plates off this mid-wave. And all in all, the original objective is still secured. Top Esports, they get gold onto JackeyLove and Hong, and Kanavi gets to take these topside camps. It'll be red, respawn Raptors, and if he's greedy, he'll go for the Krugs. But I think right now what he wants to do is take all of these camps that he has on his side of the map. He's going to have potentially 6 camps up to also take. So he's going to skyrocket in his advantage over Wei. As we take a look back at this replay, the Shy plays this so magnificently. Not only getting the knockup onto Kanavi, but just delaying, stalling time. And that Hero's entrance that you had noted from Galio ends up saving him at the very last moment versus the Arcane Storm. Fortunately for IG, you do get a lot of flashes out from some of your carries here, some of your big pieces in this game, but Top Esports, they're going to take any little bit of an advantage they can get here.
Trying to fight for mid-prio right now. Gala pushing up against JackeyLove. Rest of IG posturing in the top river here. Rift Herald's about to spawn in the next minute. They just want to get Scuttle Crab and get out for the vision. Kanavi threatening. Nice EQ into the Scuttle Crab. The slow from Kanavi, trying to look for Wei and follow up with an Impale, but it wasn't even up for another 8 seconds. Just the threat of it alone to see if Wei would burn anything. But funny enough, both of these junglers don't have flash, so it was just all a pressure game that neither really could take advantage of, as we are now 45 seconds away from the next objective spawning.
Rookie does hit level 11 and will have that ultimate in 30 seconds. Team playing a little bit more respectfully, but maybe looking for a rotation. It's going to be an ultimate available for our 2 solo laners of Top Esports, and a big fight for them to win here. At 8-1, they need to be able to keep up pace with BLG at this moment if they want to at least have a honest argument to see if they can finish first in the regular season. And with this objective that's coming on through, actually Cream doesn't end up recalling. He wants to try to trap Rookie and force him to use either his ultimate or his TP to get to this play.
JackeyLove has Hong here to escort him through the mid-wave and get priority and first move. Rift Herald has now officially spawned. Gala arrives back to the mid lane now with a Trinity Force fully completed. Still trying to stack up this tier, but not that much damage outside of these Trinity Force empowered Mystic shots. If IG can get in position to maybe layer some poke down, it would make Top Esports' lives a little more difficult in trying to make that objective happen. And as you called out, Cream currently pinning Rookie on the bottom side of the map, seeing if he can try and burn an overall global move, whether with the teleport or the Hero's entrance. And right now, Top Esports have full control and first say into the river.
So if Top Esports grab this objective, they get themselves at least the feat of Epic Monster Slaying. Wei is committed to going towards the bottom side of the map. They're going to be late for this objective. Gallo's going to move, and it's Cream that has to respond with teleport. But Rookie's going to be here first for sure.
Where can Cream safely teleport to? It's just right on top of the Rift Herald. Pop Blossom from Hong. Just try to stall the entrance from IG. They lose Hong.
Wei's dead.
He's done his job. Rift Herald secured. Wei pinned in the Cataclysm. JackeyLove able to dodge all the damage, but the Call of the Forge God stalls his damage output for now. Equalizer slows down the chase from IG, and now they're forced to back off. No one else falls in the crossfire, and in the end, you have to imagine that that is everything that Top Esports could hope for.
They're going to push them off, get some more damage on this mid lane turret. I like how aggressive they're playing this. Rookie's teleporting back in.
Kanavi has flash available, should not be in any danger. A teleport is now coming out from 369, flashing away from the taunt, dodging and sidestepping it all, but that's just too much CC from the boys in IG as they're able to find and punish 369's Rumble. The Shy looks for a knockup onto Kanavi. Cream has no mana, tries to fire out one last laser, and that's it. That's no more damage in the tank. Cream is just a walking health bar at this point. JackeyLove trying to pressure as well. This game is at an all-time high in tension.
We are just trying to see every single little bit of pressure squeezed from this game. 369 actually experiences what Zeus found in the HLE versus T1 game, where you teleport influences where you land when you get up. He thought he was going to end up behind the turret, and that's where Rookie was setting up the taunt. He actually ends up on the wrong side and flashes for seemingly no reason. So a big punish there for Rumble. No flash, no teleport now in a side lane versus a Rumble, Ornn, and a Ornn, a Galio, and a Jarvan. That could be a huge misstep as Jackie Love. Oh no!
Jackie Love! Featherstorm was off cooldown and he had the flash, but it was the CC chain from IG layered in that there is no chance for him to escape. Now the Shy might be in trouble here, has the flash available, and there's a blast cone, so he doesn't even need to use the summoner spell. He's got a way out of there.
I think that top esports, they're getting a little too lost in the sauce right now. They're getting sucked into the chaos that we expect from IG, and that is a good spot if you're Invictus Gaming. You are making it so that you're now wasting spells. Cream doesn't feel comfortable to farm on a side lane. Rookie is by himself pushing top lane because Jackie Love ended up dying, so someone has to take control of mid lane. This is more and more gold going to the wayside right now, and IG, this is where they want to be in this series right now. Game 3, tensions on the line. It's just a regular season game, but these guys are playing as if this is like an early playoff bout. They know that these teams are going to be facing off against each other. Look back at this fight. It is Jackie Love getting so much done, barely using his Blade Caller to make sure that he can get back into this fight.
And it starts off well for top esports. They get the Rift Herald. They only drop one in Hong, but then everything starts to crumble afterwards.
Yeah, it's literally just because he teleported from top side. If he had teleported from base, he would have landed right into Rookie. But because that is now a feature, teams are not ready for it. Obviously, our laners are only just now learning about this tech. Obviously, teleport has been in the game for a long time, but it's a pretty new change. Look, if Zeus didn't know it, I'm going to expect a lot of our other teams just didn't know that this was a thing.
Yeah, just never really in a position where that teleport has punished them before, but now we get a prime example. And sometimes those can be the experiences that you end up never forgetting and will always take with you going forward. The gold lead is practically even. It is just a few hundred gold difference. You look at the individual gold differences, not really much to be said there. Maybe almost 1,000 gold advantage for Rookie. Top esports still have a little bit of a scaling advantage, but right now the way that IG are creating so many opportunities with these quick snap engages with 369, there's no flash available. Gala can just send a true shot barrage. I'm not sure if it even landed, but it doesn't even matter because he falls anyway. Hong with the re-engage of the Pop Blossom. Kanavi, two-man Impale will be able to silence Wei. Looking for Rookie next. He flashes over the wall and a quick dash on that Justice Punch gets him out of danger. But
wait a minute.
Continuing for the chase. Gala forced to flash, and the Shy could not get in range to stall them with a Call of the Forge God, and because they don't have a jungler, top esports are going to pull the trigger on this Otacon.
Rookie can teleport, however, and the Shy has a huge flank with his ultimate. This has to be a game-changing fight here for IG, and they're in perfect position, but they have no jungler, as you noted.
Mako, can he swap to a smite? I don't think so. Call of the Forge God. It is canceled by Jackie Love. Is he able to dodge it?
Gala's dead!
Gets blown up by Cream with the Chaos Storm. Mako falls next. Jackie Love is able to survive through it all, but the Otacon gets reset. Wei is running from base. It is a huge health bar. They have to chunk, but it might not be enough time. Rookie and the Shy have to pull off a miracle to give Wei an entrance back into the pit. It is now 7,000 HP. Plenty of time for Wei to play around. The Shy dashes forward.
Can he make the steal?
Forces Kanavi to re-enter. Wei looking for Jackie Love, knows that he has no spells. Rookie finishes him off. It's up to Cream to find the damage back. Kanavi getting dropped critically low, but Wei gets blown up by Cream. Rookie's able to answer back with a double kill. It's absolute chaos. The taunt on the Cream. Holy moly, Rookie with the triple kill saves IG.
How iconic, by the way. It is Rookie and the Shy that are the final members to live in this fight. Gala TP's back into this play, and after all is said and done, Invictus Gaming will get an ace. They will take this top lane tier 1, and they will grab themselves the Otacon.
The Kings of Chaos thrive in the pandemonium on the top side, and even without the jungler, they know that there's no way that Top Esports can deny this Otacon. And just like that, Dimitri, IG keep themselves in this game.
This Otacon was ripping them to shreds, and Jackie Love misuses his Blade Caller. Thinks that Way's going to walk into it, doesn't have that available to him. Great trap there that we had set up all the way from draft. Gets a double knockup as well. Wei, for as much as we have given him discredit, disservice for his performance in some of these games, the overall utility of his champion cannot be denied. And Danny knows, man. He's like, whatever, dude. If this is how we get it, fine.
A win's a win at the end of the day.
Correct.
And IG, oh no! Wei gets snagged by the Impale. Hong with the Pop Blossom. Is there enough damage behind it? Jackie Love rips Wei to shreds. Mako could be next.
Owned.
Cream is burning them down with the storm. Maybe Hong can look for another snare. The Shy is in trouble. He's trapped in the pit. Rookie answers back onto Cream. He gets dropped. 369 now trying to burn Rookie. Gala trying to fire Mystic shots one after another, and he still has enough tanks. Rookie and the Shy just don't die.
The Shy solo kills Jackie Love in there with Wei next to him. He's like, I'm too tanky. You do not have enough damage to kill me right now. And now this is IG getting themselves soul point. And it just feels now, Top Esports, they're running into a wall. Nothing is working for them. Everything that is trying to go right for them is going wrong. We come right out of a replay to get back into this fight. Look at this. This looks like it should be a perfect setup, but the crowd control, and I'll be honest, Rafa, I think the solo lanes of Top Esports are really letting this team down right now. We are seeing massive engagements from Hong, and the draft is doing no favors for them right now.
It just doesn't seem like they're set in position to follow up on the engages either, whether it's a fault of their own or just miscommunication and just not pulling the trigger fast enough. We already talked about how, look at the damage number. Rookie is gapping Cream, and he's playing a tank.
Yep. Turns out Galio's pretty OP, but let's see it. IG now, a composition that we had said doesn't necessarily have enough damage, but if Top Esports aren't in position, then they can punish that incredibly well. In the last 3 minutes here, Rafa, they've won 2 separate fights. The Dragon, the Otacon, and now 3 outer turrets. There's a huge swing of gold coming in for IG.
And Top Esports are just begging for more time because you can see how difficult it is for them to punch through the massive front line that has just been continuously accelerated after successful fight after successful fight. We talked about how difficult it was going to be for our double AP solo laners to try and punch through tanks that are rushing a bunch of magic resist. Cream went for a double burn build. No real magic penetration. It is flat. That is going to do absolutely nothing. And we are now just getting a Bloodletter's Curse because 369 has been decelerated this entire game. I don't know if it's going to be enough now, if it's too late to turn this game around. But you have to hope for Top Esports, if you are rooting for these guys, that finally things will start to look up as the scaling factor is coming back. But IGs have that gold advantage on their side.
And they're going to have massive spikes as well. Ornn on a side lane giving out 2 of his Masterwork items to his teammates right now. If he gets level 16, he'll have a 3rd point in that Call of the Forge God, as well as another item. Baron is up on the table, so IG, they pushed in on bottom wave. You see that Rookie waiting.
Oh, I love
That's
that.
Jackie Love's splash.
That. Yep, Jackie Love still has Featherstorm, but he does not have that Summoner Spell. Hong looking for the Pop Blossom onto 2. Kanavi pulls him back with the Impale. Mako is eliminated. The Shy, a little too far away. Call of the Forge God. Will it get canceled here? Hero's entrance will give him some reprieve. Goes back in for the re-engage. That's a lot of damage from the True Shot Barrage. The Gala being able to pump out Mystic shots one after another from safety. Rest of IG cannot continue the chase. And for the first time, Top Esports are able to hold their ground.
They can just outrange their opponents with this Ornn and this Ezreal right now. We're seeing IG take apart Top Esports, who have tried to play an aggressive game all series long. It worked for them in game number 1, but these last 2 games have looked anything but TES-sided. And like you had said, there's a lot of eventual damage for a player like Cream. He will eventually kill someone like an Ornn, but does he have enough HP to be able to deal with that, as Ornn and Galio are just going to walk at him and will not care if he's slowly burning them down. Galio can teleport, but there's no hero's entrance. And we're just trying to make sure that IG, they're getting set up for this Baron.
As much of the chaos has benefited IG for the past 15 minutes here, Kanavi is getting tankier and tankier with every consecutive bloodbath. He is now 336 stacks on this Heartsteel, so he is getting super damn tanky. And even though IG have effectively 3 frontliners, Kanavi will be a super tank on his own. And maybe it might just be enough of a wall to let Cream and Top Esports stand behind in order to pump out the damage necessary to burn through this massive front line that IG have had.
They're getting damage though. Look at Jockey Love, finished with the Infinity Edge. He's gonna get probably his LDR after this. Cream has a Blighting Jewel and the upgraded Sork Pen Boots from the Feats of Strength. So he's starting to be able to deal damage and pump through these front lines. But IG, you have 30 seconds before an Infernal Soul. If we're talking about lack of damage from the draft, you know, some questions that we had, this would be one way to supplement that, a soul that is going to empower you, and 3 Infernal Dragons at that if they're able to secure this. Teleport comes on through for 369. He only has 2 items. He's barely level 15 at this point. I think we need a little bit more experience, but you're not going to have that time here as IG. They're not going to give you this amount of space.
Teleport is coming in from IG. This is Infernal Soul that is on the line. Top Esports have to do everything possible to deny it away from IG. Cream stepping up, trying to damage the Shy. I don't think he's even put a single lick of damage on him. He is just way too damn tanky. Cream is going to have to wait for a 3rd item spike. I don't even know if he has one. The Impale is only shifted by Gala. So that big engage tool is gone for Top Esports. Mako looks for it. The Pop Blossom from Hong, but Wei is able to buffer through with the EQ. Kanavi gets eliminated. Cream is going to be the next one to fall, and Jackulov just has to leave because he cannot bail out his teammates yet again.
No.
Rookie goes golden. Blade Caller doesn't find anything, and IG still have all 5 to secure the Infernal Soul.
Jockey Love and 369, they're going to have to watch. That's Infernal Soul here for IG. Now an upgraded Rabadon's here for Rookie. And those were important summoner spells going missing here. Flash from Cream, Cleanse from Jockey Love. He was nowhere near that fight. Top Esports, they were trying to play around this. They're going to just kill 369.
Oh, they don't get the knockup, but Rookie just slams a Justice Punch to the face, and IG eliminate the top laner once again. 369 is going to be gone for 45 seconds. Baron is up again. That should be secured for IG since Kanavi is just respawning now. There's nothing that Top Esports can do to stop this.
Dude, what is it with IG, man? This team is so incredible with what they're able to do in series. There's a reason why we call them the most entertaining team in the LPL. It almost seems like magic from what we've seen from them in some of these series. As look at where the damage dealers are. They're not only split, but they cannot move forward into this choke point versus a Galio and an Ornn with this Jarvan. This is an incredibly tough spot to fight. Hung doesn't even get an effective ultimate. This is just a mess from Top Esports, and more of some of those worries that we've had from them as regular season merchants and some of the worries we'll have going into playoffs.
And for IG to do this after a devastating loss against anyone's legend just yesterday, a huge show of resiliency, and it continues adding to the overall hype and expectations that IG are finally living up to ever since they assembled the majority of this super team to kick off the start of 2025. And like you said earlier, Wei started off this series rough and had a lot of criticism thrown his way, but he has been able to answer back with back-to-back stellar games of not just doing his job, he's been able to overperform and be clutch when his team needed to.
Just going to be some sparring over the entrances. IG moments away from beating Top Esports, tying up the head-to-head, and finally finding their 3rd series win against a top 4 team in the LPL. All year long, it has been a struggle for this team, but they have been improving from split to split.
Here it comes. Call of the Forge God lands onto Jackie Love through the Feather Storm. He's got nowhere to go. That's the leading MVP scorer taken out of the game. Top Esports just get aced in their own base, and the Kings of Chaos will take vengeance against Top Esports. Esports and close out the last series of the day.
A 2-1 going over to IG. Absolute domination, and we were talking about it as the Shy versus 369, maybe Cream versus Rookie, Jackie Love and Gala. I have to say, top lane this series, the Shy outperformed 369 from start to finish. I mean, that first game, yes, he had a lot of attention, and that's unfortunate for the Shy, but after that, he bounced back in an incredible way and was so versatile, both on the Gwen and on the Ornn.
Shy continuing to deliver. Mako and Gala continuing to find consistent moments where they can leverage that advantage. Big shout out to Wei and Rookie. Not only Wei had to answer back from a very, very tough opener showed up by Kanavi in that Pantheon versus Xin Zhao performance. Not only Wei is able to answer back in stellar Poppy performances, a stellar Jarvan performance, Rookie in back-to-back games as well, able to persist through even when things were starting off rough and continuing to deliver. As we know, that has been a big hesitancy when trying to get excited about Invictus Gaming in the past, but they deliver today. And if that's something that IG can replicate going forward, then the hopes for a dark horse from this squad is very real when it comes to playoffs.
And there is so many important matchups. These next 2 days are going to have some of the biggest ones that we see in the regular season. Today was IG Top Esports. Tomorrow is going to be BLG versus Top Esports. And the day after that, IG versus BLG. I think a massive bout now that we've seen between all of our top 4 teams facing off against each other. It's only getting tighter here. We are going into some of the last stretches of the LPL regular season. We're getting closer to the playoffs here. It is what? We are on day 29 of a 40-day season. We're almost done.
11 more days, y'all. 11 more days, and then the Rumble stage fully concludes. The second round comes to an end. And wherever you end up in the standings, if you can make it in that top 4, in fact, let's go ahead and show the standings right now, just to remind everyone as we await for that last MVP graphic to show. This guarantees that Top Esports do not move ahead BLG in the standings with what could have been a 9-1 series score. IG plays spoiler to that. They move ahead of anyone's legend for now, continuing to hold on to 3rd seed unanimously. And tomorrow, Top Esports are going to have to bounce back from a pretty devastating loss.
Not very clean setups as we got further into the series. 369 has been a little bit of a liability so far. There's been some games where he hasn't been as solid. Another time where we see the Shy actually take advantage of 369 in a series. I know we were talking about it. It's the very first time we saw this matchup in Split 3. And now we'll see if Top Esports can bounce back. Obviously, Bin is a really tough opponent to face off in the top side, and BLG seem like they're ramping up, even if they may have just lost some of their most recent series versus AL.
It's only been 1 series loss for BLG so far in the split. Top Esports, now it's 2. And for IG to clinch this one out, it gives a lot of promise and a lot of experience going forward into playoffs. Obviously, with this roster being as well known from the individuals on this team, obviously you have many international championship victories among this crew, but as a squad, that has been the overall development arc that we have had the pleasure of witnessing over the course of 2025. When it first started in Split 1, there was a lot of questions, and not always the individuals were looking great. It took a while for players like Gala and Mako to clean up a lot of their play until we got here into Split 3. The Shy was starting to show some glow-ups in Split 2, but still some question marks around the jungle and mid lane pool. For IG, they are hoping that Rookie can continue to deliver performances like this going forward.
It isn't clean. It isn't pretty. But goddamn, this is exciting, man. This team, miracle team fights in crazy setups. And again, this fight around the Otacon, I just feel is so poetic. not only is it Wei getting kind of backline access there, but the last two members that are able to clutch out this fight, the Shy and Rookie. How else do you kind of write this kind of story here? Justice Punch ends it all off, and they just chase out the rest of Top Esports. This is as cinematic as you could possibly get from the LPL here.
Everything was on a knife's edge. You could see that as soon as every single champion started to drop, pressure just continued to mount for the remaining survivors in that all-out bloodbath. And in the end, it is our two solo laners, yet again, every single time, just leading the charge and creating space. Whether Gala's still alive or not, this front line from IG proved to be unkillable. And for Top Esports, I don't even know if I can question something like the draft. It just seemed like it came down to execution, how the early game
I would have
went.
loved the Tristana game here, man. This is the Tristana game that we should have gotten. Like, being able to buffer out of the Jarvan engage, buffer out of the Galio. You get a good matchup there. You can let 369 be solo AP instead of relying on Jackie to be your only source of attack damage when he's going to be very short-ranged. I feel like a lot of the AD carry pool was obviously pinched during this series a lot of the time, and I don't know. There's a lot of questions. Again, we were focusing on mid lane, whether or not Cream was going to be able to perform, and there was some questions that were left unanswered.
It's just so crazy to think about how stark of a contrast we got from how Game 1 started for Top Esports, where it was just a straight-up wash over IG.
Oh, yeah. We thought it was going to be 2-0. I was excited to go to bed.
And then IG came back to play, and Top Esports just didn't know how to respond in ways that were stabilizing for themselves, just continuing to fall victim to their own complacency or their overconfidence. And then going into Game 3, at least this time around, it seemed like they were trying to pay more respect, but just the early advantages created through mid lane, Rookie and Wei, just being able to punish Cream over and over, really put a damper. And who do we get? It should be Rookie.
Okay.
Deathless on the Galio.
Yeah, I would have given it to him or the Shy. I think these guys played really, really well for this game, and an excellent performance coming on through for Rookie. Oh, I've got this. I forgot. We opened up some cards. We have the...
Nice. Very nice.
So, well, Rafa, that's it. We made it. Unfortunately for us, it was a 9-game day. Fortunately for us, there were some really, really great games that we got to see throughout this season, throughout today's series. And yeah, I'm that's actually insane. I can't believe it.
I have no other words other than a huge shout out and thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Force Without, and owners of Asumaril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. For us here on the broadcast, it was a 9-game banger. We're going to go raid LEC. They are currently having their match between MKOI and Navi on right now, so hope you enjoy the continuous League of Legends action. From us here on the LPL English broadcast, it is time for us to sign off. Until tomorrow, see you next time.